الو الو، hey test mic. Hey test mic. Hey test. Hello check. Hey test mic. Hey test mic. Hey test. Hello check. Hey test mic. 1 2 1 2. ولا محمد، ولا محمد، انا هطلع اشرب سيجارة ها.
Super. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you to the 9 o'clock session on climate resilient infrastructure solutions for low carbon and resilient development in Africa. We're still waiting for one of our speakers, so we'll start in 1 or 2 minutes. So make yourself comfortable. We have French and English simultaneous translation available. We have some of the speakers planning their intervention in English, some of them in Spanish, in French. So if you need simultaneous translation, we have the headsets just here over the translation box. Make yourself comfortable. We start in 2 minutes. Good morning again. Welcome. My name is Markus Meyer. I'm the coordinator of the Urban and Municipal Development Fund from the African Development Bank. I would like to welcome you to our session this morning on climate-proof infrastructure solutions for low carbon and resilient development in Africa. I would like to welcome you, and I would like to just briefly set the scene. Urban development and climate resilient infrastructure is not anymore a discussion of if this is something that needs to be done, that should be done, but the question is only what should be done. I would like to invite Professor Nicola Tollin to the stage to give us a small background and input. The 54 African countries have submitted their NDCs to the convention, and we have analyzed together with the University of Southern Denmark the urban development content in those NDCs. And as I said, it's not anymore a matter of if, but just a matter of what. And so to give us a little scientific input, I would like to invite Professor Nicola Tollin from the University of Southern Denmark to give us a small summary of those findings. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Marcus. And first of all, I would like to thank for the invitation the African Development Bank Group and partner organization. It's a pleasure to be here to discuss about climate policy and climate action in Africa. If you will allow me, I think that this work took quite some time and effort to be realized, so I would like to take the opportunity to express my gratitude to the team of the African Development Bank, particularly Markus Meyer, that's also co-author of this report, and Micheline Saudogo, that has been coordinating the work, and all the colleagues like Ole and Charlie, that has been very much supporting making this happening, and also the team at the UNESCO Chair on Urban Resilience at the University of Southern Denmark, that's composed by very strong-hearted and working female author. That's Maria Pizzorni and Ainhoa Sauri Gasquez and Patrizia Gragnanova. Having said that, I would like just today to give some highlights of what we found in this study. So as Marcus was saying, we were, just a second. Sorry, yes. We have been analyzing the urban content of the National Timing Contribution in Africa submitted to UNFCCC by June this year. But before getting into that, I would like to use the own word of the forward of this report, saying that 950 million people more will be living in Africa in the next few years. That's actually our starting point, to see how the urban population in Africa will be subject to the impact of climate change and can be instrumental to reduce the causes of climate change, meaning mitigating our action. So the report has been analyzing all the NDCs submitted to UNFCCC. We use a system of 200 indicators to analyze these NDCs. These indicators were looking particularly at challenges, meaning the problem that NDCs are looking at urban level and the national level by sector for mitigation and by sector for adaptation. And then we look at which way the NDC are stating that urban action shall take place, which are the responses to these challenges, both by sector for mitigation and adaptation, and we look also at which are the key climate risks, particularly for cities. What we found was a very good result in terms of the urban content within African NDCs. 91% of the NDCs submitted by African countries are considering city at the heart of the NDCs. This is a percentual much higher compared to a global study we realized with UN Habitat on the 193 NDCs at global level, which are only 2 out of 3 are having some urban content. And again, I'm going back to this urgency and this pattern for a strong and rapid urbanization of the continent. Here you can see a completely blue map that's representing in different shades of blue the strong urban content, meaning the NDCs that are very clearly defining urban sector as a key priority. In mid blue, we have the countries that are defining and that are mentioning urban sector either for challenges or responses or for mitigation and adaptation. And in light blue, the countries that are not mentioning explicitly urban. This doesn't mean that these countries and these NDCs, they're not doing anything urban, but they're not including this in the key climate policy for the country. Moreover, as you can see here, and this is another very positive discovery or finding of our research, is that most of the NDC with urban content are looking jointly at mitigation and adaptation. This is once more showing that in the city we cannot take a divided and sectorial approach. We need to integrate action, also to make good use of the resources available. Here we have been looking specifically at which are the financial requests and if these financial requests contained in the NDCs are actually quantified. Practically all countries are making financial requests, and these financial requests are quantified. Here we see a lot of potential for supporting countries in order to develop specific and quantified financial requests regarding urban sector, because this is really much a key. Now I would like just to get a little bit of a deep dive into some of the mitigation, adaptation and risk that we've been looking at. Here you see the number of NDCs that are looking at mitigation, either on challenges, mentioning key problems regarding mitigation in cities, or in responses, meaning either specific local strategies or action or projects in the cities for climate mitigation. And as you can see here, and I'm sorry, but I need to improvise a bit because my sight is very bad this morning, and I cannot, and I want not to give you false information. Basically, the key sector for mitigation at urban level, for the number of NDCs that are mentioning it, it's waste, energy, and transport and mobility. Here you can see in the orange part there is the challenges. This means that countries are specifically identifying some issue at urban level in this sector and saying we are emitting too much on transport, we are emitting too much for energy at urban level. But here you can see that actually the action, the responses are higher in number than the challenges. And this is a common pattern that we see also at global level, and we see in Africa also for adaptation. And it means that the NDC are not including a full baseline of data about which are the problems. This is creating a little bit a strange loop, because it's not possible to figure out if there is a direct correlation between the action that are listed in the NDC against the challenges, and also makes a little bit more difficult to monitor, report and validate if the action has been having an impact, because we're missing a baseline. Doesn't mean that the country have not been making the work, just means that in most of the cases the country are just referring to something else and it's not clearly stated in the NDC. Here we are looking at the adaptation against challenges and responses, and the key sector here is water. Follow very closely by something very important also for the work that African development is doing, and its infrastructures, more in general. And we see also that coastal area is having quite a significant number of NDCs mentioning it. Here we are looking at specific risks that, and the most important thing here is that most of the risk, the highest risk is regarding floods, but most of it is actually regarding either excess water or lack of water. And the number here are quite low, meaning that some more analysis eventually on the actual risk shall be included in the future in the NDCs. Here I will not read all the key findings. You can find it completely in the report, that it's here around different parts of the room. But again, most of African countries are looking at urban sector as a key priority. There is a good number of these countries that's having a strong urban content, and this is a much higher percentual compared to the global study we realized. And there is also a pattern from the previous study we did in 2016 that more and more the urban content is getting stronger. Then mitigation and adaptation are combined in this NDC, and there is still a gap in identifying specific challenges and specific risk. As I said, key mitigation action is on waste, energy and transport. Instead for adaptation, it's water, infrastructure and coastal areas. And there is a clear request also for financial help, and there is also some consistent request in terms of technology and capacity building. Here are some recommendations that we can discuss better into the during the panel discussion, and that we need to analyze better this NDC at country level in depth in order to use this type of analysis as an appraisal tool to check the projects that are coming in, if they are aligned and in which way to the national policies, because this is a key criteria for bankability. We need also to strengthen the local action and give the instrument to local authorities already to develop projects that are aligned with the national policies. The integrated identification on low carbon pathways and resilience development is absolutely key in order also to make better use of our resources in the cities. And again, the importance of strengthening institution also with the capacity building. Just to conclude, what we are looking for the next step is to get more in-depth country by country type of analysis, to look also a number of cross-cutting issues that we just haven't defined very much in depth, but we have already the data we need to analyze, for example, regarding nature-based solution, circular economy, and all these things, and also to integrate this analysis with national adaptation policies and long-term low emission strategies. And that's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Tollin, for this great input and for providing the stage for our continuous discussions. I just want to invite all of you to grab one of those reports that have been launched here at COP and read through it, the rich data analysis for yourself, and see what are the relevant elements for you. I'm now happy to invite our distinguished panel to the floor. I would like to start with Dr. Sam Egube, Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget from Lagos State. Welcome. Please have a seat. I'm also very happy to invite Sheikh Mbou, I hope I pronounced that correctly, Directeur Général du Centre de Suivi Écologique du Sénégal. I'm also very happy to invite Director Mike Salawu, Director for Infrastructure and Urban Development from the African Development Bank. I would like to invite Lucy Anderton from the International Union of Railways. I would like to invite Nitin Jain from the leader infrastructure specialist and nature-based solutions from the Global Center of Adaptation. And sorry, Nicola, I think I did this wrong with the chairs. Please stay with us. I'll get you a chair in a second. Just one second. And so we have heard that infrastructure is a key response of countries' commitments under the Paris Agreement. Key response to support adaptation to climate change, and a key response to support low carbon development in Africa. And I would like to start the distinguished panel to welcome all of you. Thanks for your time and thanks for being here with us from different walks of life, different institutions, different backgrounds. And I would like to put the first questions to all of you to give us a little bit, a 2, 3, 4 minute summary and a global view on what your institution is doing to develop and support low carbon and resilient infrastructure. I will then go to a second question to see what can we do together to scale up and provide more rapid development of low carbon and resilient infrastructure. So I would like to start with you, Mike. Give us a small global view on what the African Development Bank has been doing in the last 2-3 years to support low carbon and resilient infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Marcus, and good morning, dear colleagues and dear participants. And I'm delighted to be here. I think this is a very great panel where we have a combination of, learning institution, the University of Southern Denmark, who just gave us now very important food for thought, and also some organization for transport sector here, countries and MDBs like African Development Bank. From the bank perspective, as you can expect, we are a financing institution that cares about climate damage and climate opportunity as well. We see it both ways. And in so doing, we have been laying out our policies and strategies at the bank that really foster our intervention in mainstreaming what we call a climate change solutions in our operation, whether it's from agriculture, looking at adaptation, transport, water, energy, urban development, and also on the social sector, where we start looking at how we mainstream climate change in education and all those things. So the bank has been laying out these policies. We have our climate change policies. We have a lot of strategies, instruments. We have a whole department in charge of this, and also mobilizing climate finance. Because on one hand, you have to pay attention to the constraints posed by climate change. On the other hand, to alleviate those constraints, you must mobilize the adequate financing. And that's one aspect. On the, what I would call a midstream side of things, that's where the bank, support countries in their, first of all, in their NDCs, and also in adequately designing and preparing their investment plan that is climate friendly. So we look at how countries' investment framework, infrastructure programming framework, or public investment framework are actually taking into account the climate aspect of things. That's what we do through the so-called country dialogue, which we do with the countries, which eventually will produce a paper we call country strategic paper, where we really see the articulation of country's vision translating into investment program. That's critical for us because everything starts from there. Secondly, we now get down to what we call investment program, where we support countries' capacity to prepare quality climate, green infrastructure projects. That goes through the many instruments that the bank has. Some of them are project preparation. Marcus Meyer here is a coordinator for one of them, the Urban Municipality Development Fund, UMDF, which help our countries, to prepare bankable projects which integrate climate change analysis and so on. And in so doing, we also have a partnership with the GCA, the Global Center for Adaptation, through what we call a AAAP, Accelerated African Adaptation Program, whereby we partner with GCA to really assess the climate risk in a project. And that's what the professor just laid out for us now, that this is critically important to adequately assess the climate risk. Then you bring about the adequate responses. So that is what we do systematically now in our program. And then on the downstream, where we now bring financing, we have a whole department that mobilizes climate finance for us in order to give the right incentive to countries to invest in climate-friendly program. The bank, president of the bank, President Adesina, has announced mobilization of 25 billion for climate adaptation in the next 5 years. This is the target we set for ourselves. This is what we are working towards, and we do this in partnership also with some of you here, and we'll continue mobilizing funding for this. So this is something that we want to do to help Africa, but it's not enough. It's not enough, and in addition, what the bank is also doing to really leverage partnership, some of you were here last week, we launched what we call AGIA, which is Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa, which is an alliance we are building with MDBs, DFIs, and also some African institutions. DFIs, MDBs are global MDBs, right? We even have foundations like Rockefeller Foundation. They were here on this very same panel, I think last Wednesday, where this initiative was launched. The ambition for us with this initiative is to mobilize about 500 million to do project preparation and project development, green projects, to be able to mobilize 10 billion in downstream investment. So you can see the quantum of investment that the bank ambition to mobilize for climate change and climate adaptation, which is complementing what we call the climate action window, which is another initiative that the bank is promoting through its ADF cycle. And climate action window is really to tackle the incremental cost or additional cost that's required to build climate resilient infrastructure. You will agree here with me that today we build infrastructure in Africa. They don't last long because they are affected by climate change. It's real. You build a road in Africa today, you will give it 5 years to still see the road. After 5 years, then you start seeing half of the road, okay? But if you build infrastructure in Norway, in Denmark, France, Germany, you're looking at infrastructure that will last maybe 15, 20 years without any major, maintenance program because it's quality build and climate may be also not affecting it that much as we are affected in Africa. So we are aware of that because it costs countries a lot of money, budgetary. And the bank, they come back to us again 5 years to rebuild a new road. So we want to build climate resiliency by promoting what we call a climate action window, which now we're going to mobilize additional resources that's required to climate-proof this investment and therefore increase the life cycle approach for this investment. So these are some of the things we are doing in the African Development Bank. I can talk about this more and more, but let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Moving now to Ms. Anderton. Railways have been historically associated with development and are also a low-carbon way of moving goods and people around. So please tell us a little bit about UIC's role in promoting railway development and climate action in Africa.
Thank you, Marcus. And first of all, thank you so much for having me on this fabulous panel of experts. It's a real pleasure to work with you, and we will be great allies, I'm sure, in terms of really helping our members in Africa to expand and make really great low-carbon transport in Africa through the railways. So UIC, International Union of Railways, we're 100 years old, so we're an old institution and truly global. We have been global from the very beginning and always there to help our members to develop harmonious, interoperable railways together and really build solidarity across the railway community globally. So we're in 90 different countries with almost 200 members all over the world, and of course in Africa as well as all the other regions. So that allows, as a global organization, to really connect the railway community globally. And so the most powerful thing we can do is really that sharing of lessons learned and co-creating harmonious, so we have technical specifications that they come together and design together so that it really encourages international interoperable movement of goods and people and really helps support those looking to expand railways, that they are able to learn from the lessons of countries that already have well-developed railways. So it's really that sort of region to region as well as within region lesson learning and best practice sharing that we do. But we also do research and technical solutions to really support that railway community. In terms of adaptation, we've been working on that focus for quite some time. We have technical guidelines to help railways risk assess their own climate risk, essentially, climate adaptation risk, and so help them to understand how they can integrate more resilient design features into the way that they design and operate their railways. Because it's a real issue. Flooding is an obvious one, but also if it's an electrified railway, the overhead lines can be very easily damaged by high winds or sag when there's extreme temperatures. Tracks also either buckle or crack on extreme temperatures as well. So there's a whole range of different reasons why adaptation is important for railways. And so we're working with them together. We have working groups specifically on that. We just launched one on desertic conditions. So we're getting railways together that operate railways in deserts from all over the world. So Australia with Middle East, with Africa, and Southern Europe that can really share how desertic conditions particularly are special but keep operating railways in a reliable way, because it's so important that railways are reliable, are punctual, because we need people to use more trains. We need, as a climate solution, railway is a climate solution indeed. So, but only if that solution is reliable, is good quality, will people start to use it more, right? So it's so essential. We know, we're talking to the International Energy Agency, and they tell us that by 2030, the railway traffic needs to grow by more than 40%, which is huge. This is less than 10 years. We need to almost double, almost 50% growth, where we've really not moved at all in the last 10 years. And for passengers, it's only about 6 or 7%, including freight. It's only sort of 8% of trips taken or goods moved. So there's a real dramatic change that needs to take, and only by having a really reliable railway is that going to happen. So yeah, we've been working together, and that's why we're here at COP, to really promote the role of railways as a climate solution.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, Lagos is one of Africa's mega cities, already affected by climate change, sea level rise, flooding. What is Lagos State's vision to make the city more resilient, or the state more resilient, and help low carbon development of the communities and of the city-state? Please, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Just interesting hearing the comments from the platform, and thank you for inviting me. It just shows that Lagos is in good company. Lagos State is a low-lying state, it's a coastal state. It's, in terms of landmass, probably about 0.4% of the national landmass, and in terms of population, about 25 million people. So it's a very dense, low-lying place. We say it is the economic heartbeat of Nigeria and therefore of West Africa. And therefore it is vulnerable to flood and all of those climate, sea level rises, and so on and so forth. And now Lagos has continued to take very, very courageous and bold actions. We've had a plan around mitigation, and that basically focuses on waste management. We produce over 14,000 metric tons of waste every day. We have a plan around our energy systems and around transportation. So we're deploying about 6 color-coded railway systems. We've started with 2. 2 of those will probably move through some of the most populous environments or counties in the state. And we believe that it will help the entire climate mitigation space. However, as we drive this, we see the trajectory of greenhouse gases, and we know that just driving mitigation is not enough. Lagos would need to adapt, right? And in terms of adaptation, we have undertaken an approach that is evidence-based. So thank you very much for what we are presenting. It's very evidence-based, that basically tries to evaluate where the risks are and what the cost of inaction will be. We've evaluated and estimated that it will cost us about $30 billion if we do nothing in Lagos. But Lagos would always continue to do stuff to push the needle forward. If you recall, there was a time we responded to rising seawater by creating an entire new city, the Eco-Atlantic City. And that city was created with a view of resilience and climate proofing ahead. So those are some of the things we do. These insights, which we have gotten from the studies and the evaluation, does show that if we invested about $5 billion, we should be able to build a Lagos state that is resilient in terms of its infrastructure and in terms of its public spaces. We believe we should be able to build more resilient communities and also our ability to respond to climate movements, okay, and to protect the vulnerable in our communities. We also feel we'll be better able to build systems that allow us to proactively respond and anticipate flood risks, and then be able to protect the environment and respond in such crises. So we are pushing the levers and, of course, inviting investment. When we look at the cost of doing nothing at 30 billion, that is probably about 10 times the budget of Lagos State. What that means is that we need partners. We've come to COP27 to say, look, can we get partners? Maybe not too much, 5, 10, as much as we can get. And we've separated the narration around this project around basically funds that should come in grants form, very small percentage of that. A lot of it on the, from low interest public financing, and quite a bit, about 25 to 30% of those projects, right, can come out of commercial lending. And it's in that area we seek to partner with people, companies and development entities like the African Development Bank to develop further some of these projects, to push ahead the planning for it, and then to prepare for implementing some of these projects that are already ready to go. We believe that if we did like 18 kilometers of embankment, it could actually save about 1.4 to 2 million people from needing to move out or to be dislocated. That cost, for example, is about 1 billion to do just that. And the cost of not doing is about 5 billion. So you could see the socio-economic return on investment that is possible. We also feel we could work more collaboratively with the private sector to build up models that connect them to the loss, right? And then create systems around our partners that will help us move. So we are looking at blended kind of financing, putting in insurance also with it. Thankfully, we just signed an insurance program which AXA Climate is leading, basically to protect parametric insurance cover to allow us respond very quickly in the event of flood. So we have these projects well defined, well articulated. Some of them we have begun the feasibility studies, and we're just looking for partners from here to work with us to drive the narration forward. We believe Lagos should be a model city for Africa in terms of resilience, and we're doing quite a bit to just drive that narration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Mbao, moving into one very important sector of adaptation and resilience, nature, ecology, bringing green elements. What is the Centre de Suivi Écologique in Senegal doing to help the vision of Senegal to become a resilient country?
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for the panel to bring the perspective that Senegal has in this very important topic of infrastructure and climate change. I think it's kind of protracted across borders. It's not only African countries. When I heard the railroad initiative across the world, it seems to be an encompassing issue that most countries will face. Indeed, Senegal is about 17, 18 million, not the 25 million in Lagos. But that does not make it less a challenge when it comes to de-risking infrastructure, because the demand is there and the appetite to resolve these questions on a daily basis is absolutely critical and timely. We have developed a system which is just being initiated right now, where we try to get the wisdom of scientists with the practicality of developers to join hands to address those issues. There are two sides of it. The first side is the long-term perspective, as you all mentioned, because these things will happen and will be a real issue in the next 20, 30 years to come. But at the same time, we have a sense of urgencies where there are things which are already happening that needs to be resolved. So what CSC did with the research community, the big university, is to have a project with 4 pillars action. The first one is to master the knowledge that is required in terms of knowing what exactly climate change has as effect and impact on the infrastructure, mostly the road system. And we can have general blanket statement about it, but unless you know what exactly extreme events or saline soil or sand encroachment or biodiversity loss or those kind of stuff, without targeting the thematic place in which you invest, it becomes problematic. You can't do it without having the knowledge base on the upstream that help you think of what kind of solution you bring. And we try to do that with the perspective of the policymakers to project themselves in the next 20 years with the ambitious investment that they all have. All countries in Africa are talking about emergency plan. You know, they're talking about, you know, long-term development, accelerated development. And you can see it from the place of growth, of GDP growth related to the infrastructure, the tourist infrastructure, the railroad infrastructure, the roads infrastructure, but many other infrastructure are being projected to be a heavy investment place in the next 20 years to come. I'm sure Nigeria is doing the same. When I see the railroads in Nigeria and the big, you know, toll roads, I'm really, really impressed how quick this country is being transformed. But we're doing it with a little mainstream of climate change into those processes. And that's really, I think, a classical mistake that will, you know, catch up in the time, and we're trying to build science and policy connections in there. So as we're doing it, we intend to accelerate resilience uptake through the infusion of science, the infusion of climate knowledge into policies. You can see the infrastructure policies are more civil engineering approach. The projection is more the technical solutions. But all problems we have do not necessarily require technical solutions. You can have social solutions and economic solutions and resilience solutions that comes with it. And to us, with the GCA-funded project, I actually have to say that, and thank you to GCA for allowing us to develop this model. What we are trying to do is, we can't do it without having, in each local place, somebody who knows about climate change and infrastructure to support the daily implementation of the local policy. So our sense of action in that very issue is to develop a masterclass program where we train massively people at local level, stakeholders, the private sector, and students to know about these issues, because this kind of training is lacking in our universities, and classically, the type of training are not going in that direction. And finally, you can't do these things without having a sense of innovation. We need to innovate. There is no blanket solution. There is no silver bullet. We need to create some innovation, and innovation comes with the youth. We have to create an incubation hubs where the youth knows there are job opportunities, can be green jobs, to de-risk infrastructure and to move forward. So I will, before we come to the solutions, if you allow me, I want to put on the table a few hunch that we learned already from this project with our gaps and barriers that prevent us to move forward in that. The first barrier is what we call at Centre de Suivi Écologique the services barriers. Because you do railroad for a purpose, you know? You do a toll road for a purpose, for the service of food, for delivering electricity, delivering this and that. There's a huge divide between the urban centers and the rural centers. There's a huge divide between the most vulnerable to the aristocratic social class. So, and there is a sense of equity and just transitions that needs to be addressed properly in this regard. The second gap we have is a knowledge gap, which I think is very straightforward. I will jump over that. But we have what we call a geographic gap. In Africa, Senegal is part of them. Most of the population and the infrastructure lays on a small stripe of land, mostly sometimes across the coastal area. If you cut 200 kilometers inland to Nigeria, you will probably cut 80% of the economy. It's the same in Senegal. You'll cut 80% of the population. It's the same in Senegal, in Cote d'Ivoire, etc. So the sense of geographical balance in responding to infrastructure is something critical. The third one is related to the first one, the sense of remoteness and connectivity. You do railroad to go take some goods or to deliver goods, but there are some places which is so remote that people do not have a sense to put a road. And the road is actually a solution to adaptation to them. Infrastructure will play that role. And people do not necessarily invest on those infrastructure that address the vulnerable communities who are living in very harsh conditions in the Sahel. And that has some connections with all the conflicts that we have seen, because they're not connected, they're not part of the opportunities that the others have because they're located in a specific area. And finally, we want to raise the same issues, the financial gap. I think you eloquently made it. You also, the bank, make it. And thank you for getting new facilities on the table and getting new opportunities to access funding. We can't resolve all those gaps and barriers without funding. On the second part, we will come and explain a few pointers on what the solutions we think for those old challenges. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Nicola, we heard about the analysis and maybe from a more institutional perspective, what do you see the role of academia and science and universities of maybe helping to address those knowledge gaps, those planning gaps? Please, over to you.
So the role that academia can have, it's having a couple of main components that's already been touched by the other panelists. The first one is to provide and help to gather solid data, solid information that is required in order to understand which are the challenges, which are the problems, in order also to make some consideration with like what will be the cost of inaction, like in the case of the state of Lagos. That will also help to understand which are, to benchmark alternative options. Is the railway good or a road better for a specific context? And science can help to do that from one side, but it requires to have a local understanding of infrastructure. It's not that science will come like a beam of light illuminating everybody. And that is linking to my second point that I will belay in a second. There is another important role that the science should play and research should play. This is the one to communicate to different actors in appropriate manners what are the data, what are the findings, and informed decision making. And this is not done, unfortunately, just publishing research papers. That's an activity that we should continue to do, but we need to translate the result of our work in a way that's comprehensible for local planners, for policymakers at national level, and for intermediate organizations, bilateral and multilateral, that are operating in the ground. And then, last but not least, as practically everybody has already been mentioning, it's the question of capacities. Now, African Development Bank Group, I'm aware, and you mentioned it, is doing massive work on that. There are some bottlenecks that capacity can and shall provide for. First one, there is a need to receive better prepared projects. There is a need to build that capacity, to build this project, also like the training that you mentioned a little bit before. And not to have somebody coming from outside to do the project and then let it there and let's hope everything is fine in 6 months' time when the one that prepared not there. There is also the issue of how you are assessing these projects. And this type of analysis can actually be a tool for an appraisal, a quick appraisal. Is there the alignment between a local project that I see it is proposing and the national priority? Is there an alignment between the actual risk on the ground? Does this make sense? Finally, we have also a more systemic type of capacity that needs to be in place to look not just for traditional solutions that are the great solution, but also to find a solution that are nature-based, solutions that are not based on single clusters, on single sectors. We cannot just make a project for mitigation here, one for adaptation there, one looking at floods, another looking at droughts. We need to integrate the knowledge. And this is another key capacity we make. And I close it there and let everybody to continue the discussion.
Thank you very much. Nitin, Global Center of Adaptation is a world-known service knowledge hub on adaptation. What are you doing to support resilient infrastructure and nature-based solutions in Africa?
Thank you, Marcus. We, the African Development Bank and the Global Center on Adaptation launched the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, the AAAP, last year. And the common thread within AAAP's response to resilient infrastructure is actually represented by this panel here today, where we have the multilateral development banks represented, we have international institutions, the public sector, national institutions of excellence, academia, and us as a GCA positioned as a solutions broker. But the common thread is to start breaking down some of these silos. Because when it comes to resilient infrastructure, the starting point has to be, well, what does the science tell us about this projected climate risk? Because without that data, we're not talking about anything real. We're just making up stuff about adaptation. But within AAAP, we work at 3 levels. The first is at the national scale, where we see the need to work with governments to prioritize adaptation investments at a national scale. And the rationale here is quite straightforward. We can't afford to make every single infrastructure asset 100% climate resilient. There has to be some element of understanding, well, where are the greatest risks? And the risks can't just be monetary. It has to also include, as was said earlier, the services provided through these infrastructure assets. So a road that's very expensive might cost a lot if it's damaged by a flood, but there might be another road or in a rural area that's the only link between a community and the closest health center. So these factors need to be considered when we're prioritizing investments at a national scale. And so this year in Ghana, we launched our first roadmap for climate resilient infrastructure. And the African Development Bank's country team is now using that to help shape the next pipeline of investment and other partners as well. The next level is at and I should also mention that we are now scaling up this process and in Senegal with our colleagues from CSE and UCAD who are with us here today. The next thing is that we work at the asset level, and this is, Mike had already mentioned this, where within a project, really bringing in the state-of-the-art data to understand exposure, to quantify that exposure, and to translate exposure into operational metrics. And I emphasize this because, again, it's really important to take the climate data and to make sense of it in our day-to-day lives. So in the port of Banjul, for example, we're not just looking at, well, what is the temperature rise, what is the sea level rise? We're then translating that into operational metrics like, what does this mean for operational downtime, average operational downtime across months and across years? And we are actually launching a project with a railway investment project in Uganda, so it would be great to collaborate on that. So the national, the asset, and then we've already sort of discussed, a number of panelists have discussed the need for capacity. And one of the products that GCA developed with the African Development Bank and other multilateral development banks, including the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, Islamic Development Bank, etc., was the masterclass on climate resilient infrastructure, PPPs. Now, we all understand that PPPs are one way of bringing in the private sector to finance and operate more resilient infrastructure. But what we've observed is that there's not a clear understanding of what climate change has to do with an infrastructure PPP, particularly actually in regions like the Sahel, where, for example, we're working on an energy program, and it wasn't necessarily understood, well, what does climate change have to do with rural renewable energy investment? So the masterclass on climate resilient infrastructure PPPs helps address some of these knowledge gaps. I'll pause over there and let Marcus take the next question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we have a lot of common wisdom on the panel and common knowledge. We have heard a lot of actions that are already happening for more climate resilient and low carbon infrastructure across Africa. I won't end this panel without having a clear way forward, with a clear one solution, one key to scale up and speed up action for more resilient African cities and countries. So I would like to ask you maybe for a short vision, for a short solution on how we can all together build more resilient infrastructure, supporting low carbon and sustainable development of African countries and cities. And I would like to mix up the order a little bit. I would like to have the last word, our African megacity, Lagos, to have the last word. So I would like to start maybe at the global level, maybe with the Union of Railways. Give us one solution, one concrete way of working together for more resilient Africa.
Okay. It's really hard to pick one, of course, isn't it? Because we came here talking about three things. So first one, clear targets and strategy. Like strategic thinking, because we found that the real successes is if you not just plan for the strategy for transport, but plan it with energy, for example, you can electrify your railway with clean new energy if you've planned for really good renewable energy production at the same time. Because if you're going to have a decarbonized electric railway that's reliable, then you need to have that strategic planning along with other sectors. So I think it's like that, yes, international cooperation, but cross-sector cooperation could make a real step change in terms of joined up thinking across that. So I would pick that but joined with targets, real clear targets, a modal shift target for sustainable modes of transport with a decarbonising target for transport overall, in fact. So real clear sort of strategy. This is where we're going. This is our clear vision of what the kind of African mobility that we want, and make that clear to the whole continent. There's sort of a common vision. I think I would do that. And so you can back that up then with policy, with fiscal policy that really incentivizes that really encourages people to use low carbon forms of transport so that they can make that shift. We were talking before we joined the panel about, but railways, they don't make any money, right? So why would we invest in those? But it's really understanding the value of that investment. What is the investment for? Because usually with things like walking, cycling, and public transport, the value is found in your health systems. Usually, actually, if you've got a really good public transport, walking, cycling, you've got a healthier city, you've got healthier people, right? So really turning on its head what we mean by investment and value from really investing in low carbon resilient mobility systems. And so I don't know if that's one thing, it's lots of things I know, but that's real strategic thinking and system thinking, I think. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Nicola, coming to you, the global scientific community and your profession, and specifically, what will we do to make cities more resilient and infrastructure adapt to climate change?
I will start with the one thing that is necessary and also something to enable this thing to happen. So the one thing is necessary is that there should be a better integration, alignment and understanding in between national level policies, local level action and all the intermediate levels. And this is very hard to do. And that's why together we prepare this in order to contribute to go in that direction. Because otherwise we are dispersing our work, our resources for doing that. And that gets to the enabling force behind it. That's very clear among organizations working with knowledge, with science and all that. We have the tendency not to speak much among each other and to replicate the same type of developing a new capacity building training, each one for its own, and reinventing more or less the same thing. So we need to have more collaboration, more open and clear collaboration as enabling in order to facilitate the integration national policies and local level, in order that local action can really contribute to raise the ambition of national policies. That for climate is essential. And national level shall support local action that's really aligned and integrated, something that matters on the ground at local level. And that's all.
Thank you very much. Nitin, adaptation, resilient cities and infrastructure. What can we do together to scale up and speed up action in Africa?
I suspect my boss would want me to say the one solution is the AAAP. But what I am instead going to say is, and I really, really, truly believe in this point, which is that we really need to democratize access to and an understanding of the data on projected climate risk. It's very abstract when we get out of this room, where maybe more and more, many of us have been part of these conversations and know the right people, and I can call up, the University of Oxford and ask a specific question. But the average person working in the infrastructure sectors has no understanding or access to this. And I really believe that if we have this data readily available, people will start innovating in ways that we can't imagine right now. And maybe one sort of example of, even just from my own work, where I was working on a urban utility program, water program in Hargeisa. And I could not for the life of me figure out, well, what is the projected climate risk for the source of water for the city? And this was someone who is, within networks that have this data and is keen to find this data. So you can imagine other utilities that don't have that luxury. So that would be my sort of one, the catalytic thing that we can do is to democratize access to and an understanding of the climate risk data. And from that, I have no doubt that innovation will flow.
Thank you. Dr. Mbao, Senegal is a leading African country of adaptation. What can we do to scale up and speed up even more in Senegal and beyond?
There is more to say on that question that we can say in a session. But I would like to skim on a few ideas about 3 points. First of all is the traditional practice of building a railroad or a road and just assume that this road would survive climate change is no more a model. We need to put in place things that goes with that infrastructure, which are helping respond to climate change. And one point we are trying to do in Senegal is how to do a whole regreening of the toll roads, the big highways. And we start with a railroad which is called Ila Touba, linking the two big cities, Dakar and Touba, and to have forest stripes along those roads to resolve many issues, reduce flooding, increase ecosystem services, provide biomass for animals who used to use that area for browsing. So the fact of greening the infrastructure is one aspect. But what the things which comes with it, and that speaks with the mitigation dimension that it was up here in the NDCs, is the relative decarbonization that goes with infrastructure. Infrastructure has a big carbon footprint from the material constructions to its investment. But how do we offset that carbon footprint by putting trees and making sure it's green and maintained to respond to some of those issues? And that brings me to the third solution, which is how to create green jobs in relationship with those infrastructure, circularity in economy, creating vocational jobs in maintaining the climate responses that goes with infrastructure, supporting local governments in securing their infrastructure. That creates new vocational work, which we can call green jobs, to respond to the youth population, useful population of Africa in that very respect. The final point which I want to make is the governance structure in place. Because if you take infrastructure, the financial services and other services, as he rightly said, a colleague from Denmark, they don't talk each other. Even here in the negotiation, people who are negotiating finance for adaptation and people who are negotiating infrastructure, they're not talking to each other. And you can't have infrastructure without funding. And if you have funding, it's something to respond to infrastructure. And infrastructure is encompassing. There's no place in adaptation where infrastructure is not coming. It's absolutely critical to create a framework, at least at national level, where we create that connection, the connection of willing between those two entities. And finally, I think in terms of integration, we should rethink, rebuild a rhetoric. Rather than climate for infrastructure, it should be climate in infrastructure, because when they do the business model of infrastructure, they don't factor in climate change. A recent project that we have in Senegal for bus rapid transit has saved 15% of the investment to be invested into responses to future climate change, water drainage, protecting the infrastructure itself. I think it's a worse investment to be factored in to the business model of building infrastructure, not just the civil engineering and the business as usual, but we need now to factor in the requirement of investment to protect those infrastructure against climate risk. These are a few areas which we want to share and which are already being put in place in Senegal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Commissioner, cities in Africa are looking what Lagos is doing. Rightfully are looking towards the mega city to lead the way. What is Lagos doing, and what can we do together to build more resilient cities in Africa, and how we can build a more resilient Lagos together?
Okay, I think the first thing is to imagine, right? And I think sometimes we are not imagining enough. So if we take Lagos, 25 million people, the economic hub of Nigeria, and we are overthinking it, can we then imagine what will happen if 25 million people decide to migrate? What it will do to destabilize the economies or the situations in the West African sub-region. And I think because we are not imagining enough, we are not acting quickly enough. Because we talk about this, right, and we make commitments that now look like wishful thinking, right, because we are not taking action. And what Lagos has done, Lagos has said, let's remove the excuses. We talked about data and evidence-based evaluation. Lagos has done it. We've talked about there not being enough projects that are bankable. Lagos has itemized about 38 bankable projects for adaptation, right? We're talking about the political will. That does not apply to Lagos because we have the political will to act. So the question is, so why don't we act? So what I'm saying is that Lagos presents that opportunity for us to act. We are ready to act. We have the projects to act. We have the programs to act. But we are also acting on our own. I told you about a new city coming out of rising seawater, Eco-Atlantic City. We're talking about planning for 6 rail lines. You hardly see a subnational do that on its own. So where are the partners? We want them to come now, right? This other thing I would like to talk about is the idea we have shared at COP27 that adaptation happens at the community. So development partners must figure out how to work with subnationals, because where the shoe pinches tend to act faster, right? Work with us, develop the solution together with us, and then we can go to the national government pointedly to say, let's work on this particular project in the subnational. Because once you dump it at the national level, sometimes it gets lost. It could get lost in politics, it could get lost in it's not my own, or all kinds of things it could get lost in. So I think it's something we need to take very seriously in the way we work, right? We cannot put where it pinches on the blind side of policy and think somehow federal governments or national governments would better articulate the situation that you have yourself determined are better felt by local governments. I think the last thing would be to say that in those analyses, and we have done it, we must learn how to prioritize these projects based on the socioeconomic return. So we know which one we do first and which one we do second, given that the resources available globally are not infinitely elastic, right? I think the last thing I would like to say is we need to then figure out how to galvanize citizen action. I normally say that, governments have limited funding. They probably get 15% to 20 to 25% of taxes in Africa. It is what people and corporations do with the balance 75% in the way they invest, in the way they save, in the instruments that we create as development banks and national banks to mobilize, right, that helps the fund flow. And really, we should be, especially when we look at the African continent, we should be able to mobilize in more significant way funding that are available in the African continent and are in the hands of the private sector and in the hands of citizens. And I think development partners are in a poised position to create instruments that strengthen the risk perception of these national initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Mike, we are Africa's bank. Africa is banking on us. How are we making this happen now?
Well, I think my job, I thought, was initially easier because I was going to speak last. But I see a lot of challenges here addressed to us as a bank. A lot has been said. I think the panelists have done a great job to provide the way forward, the solutions. We need to act. I think that's what the Lagos Commissioners say, act. So what I can say here, just to add to what they have been eloquently presented by my co-panelists, is that the issue of financing, the solution goes through private sector as well. And I'm glad that the Commissioner just mentioned it. We have wealth of resources in private sector hands, and also ideas, the solution, innovation is in their hands. But for them to come to the table, that's where we need our government to do the appropriate regulation, appropriate incentive that will, enable private sector investment. Because at the end of the day, it has to do with maximizing their profit and also doing business opportunity. Because climate change is a business opportunity as well to do things differently and have innovation. That's something that private sector does best. So we need to mobilize the private sector. Another bank, we have instrument. I heard a lot of de-risking here. We have instrument to de-risk private sector investment on behalf of government. We have what we call a PCD, a partial credit guarantee, that really provide guarantee for private sector to give them comfort. In the event of default from government, which rarely happen. And I think we have a perception issue also in African investment. You will be pleased to know that Moody's Analytics has actually classified African infrastructure asset class as the less riskier in the world. Less risky in the world. So this is something that the general public doesn't know, but we are bringing that message to investors. It's a huge de-risking message. Huge. And this is based on data again. Analysis. It's not done by the bank, neither by the government of Nigeria or Senegal, but it's by Moody's Analytics. Moody's is a global firm. So it's very important that we actually bring out the data, the actual data is what is happening in Africa to enable investment from private sector. The second thing I would say is the issue of modal shift. And I think my colleague here has mentioned that. We need to move people from road to rail. We need to move the freight from road to rail. It makes economic sense. It's cheaper to drive freight through the rail, and it's also climate friendly. Rail is actually among the least contributor to greenhouse emission. It's a least. So we need to do that. And I was talking to her today, just before the panel, that we are looking at the rail renaissance in Africa. It's coming. We are feeling it in African Development Bank. Countries are making a lot of effort. Nigeria here, Senegal there, those two countries are investing heavily in railway over the last 5 years. The Tier 1, Tier 2 in Senegal, all the railroad, Kano, Ibadan, Lagos rail, and many other African countries. So we need to support rail, And I'm here, we are actually looking at the MOU together with the International, Association of Railway, with the African Development Bank, which we are already working on, and we want to finalize this in Q1 of next year to help African to bring that knowledge. And the third thing is we need to think about e-mobility, infrastructure, modern infrastructure, urban development infrastructure that will project us into tomorrow, into climate resilient cities. So e-mobility is one of them, e-buses, and we are supporting those programs with some of the African countries already. And last but not least, I mentioned earlier on the AGIA initiative that the bank is leading with like-minded institutions. The AGIA is really going to scale up and speed up our action to support great infrastructure in Africa and climate adaptation. So I think we have covered a lot of ground here today, and we'll make a huge, a step forward in the solution. What we now need to do is act, but we must only act collectively. And I'm going to pursue and challenge us here that we continue this discussion, pursue it and act. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thanks to our distinguished panel. Thanks to our guest. Lots of work to do for sustainable urban development in Africa and sustainable infrastructure development in Africa. And it has been said many times, and I'll just repeat what others have said more eloquently before me. There's an old saying in Africa: if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go together, you go. If you want to go far, you go together. So, in that sense, at the African Development Bank, we're very grateful to have partners like you working on this with us together, and I would like to thank you. But we also have partners that are supporting us financially. Lots of work has to be done in preparing projects and engaging cities and working with partners towards developing and financing sustainable urban developments, financing sustainable urban infrastructure. And the African Development Bank has created a specific project preparation facility and vehicle to support cities across the continent, improve urban planning, improve urban governance, and develop projects that can be financed by the bank. We are extremely grateful to have lead partners with us today. The government of Switzerland and the government of Spain have just supported us already in our first phase and are supporters also for our second phase. I would like to invite the government of Spain and Switzerland maybe to join us on the panel. Thanks to our guests. I would like to relieve you. Mike, if you could just be here. I would like to invite first Julian Voleri, Program Manager from SECO, the Swiss Economic Secretariat for Economic Cooperation. I hope that was half right. And afterwards, Ramon López Pérez from the Ministerio de la Economía y Transición Digital to maybe say a few words on how your governments are supporting the Urban Municipal Development Fund. And Mike, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Switzerland and SECO are very happy to make this announcement here at COP to contribute to the UMDF with around 5 million Swiss francs. We're also very pleased in general with the very good cooperation between Switzerland and the African Development Bank. I also speak on behalf of my colleagues in Bern who worked on this contribution to the UMDF, and also on behalf of our head of delegation, here at COP, who unfortunately could not join us today. Of course, we are very close to the finish line of the COP, so he's very busy with the negotiations. Now we see UMDF as a key instrument of the African Development Bank to support integrated, resilient, low-emission urban development in Africa. And we just heard from the panel how critical this is due to the rapid rates of urbanization on the continent. So it's perhaps more critical than in the rest of the world, and it's also widely recognized in the African NDCs, as we've heard. So yeah, there is a dire need in Africa for urban planning, diagnostics, project preparation in this sphere, and also, of course, financial support to address these widening gaps. So as our ambassador in SECO in Bern, Dominic Paradivicini said, after the successful establishment of the African Cities Program, the UMDF should now be scaled up to support more cities throughout the African continent, which is why Switzerland increased its contribution. A part of that is included for cities in emerging countries, such as here in Egypt, also in Ghana, in South Africa. Also very pleased to hear from the panel about the partnerships that exist around this topic on the continent. I mean, we heard that there is work by the climate funds, by national entities, municipalities, and also, of course, by the African Development Bank, other MDBs. And this is what COP is all about. It's about connecting institutions that work on the same challenges and address them together. So echo the panel on the good collaboration on this, and also echo the panel on perhaps the need to even increase collaboration with the private sector, as well as the insurance sector on resilience, on adaptation. The private sector can also bring innovation, as we heard from the panel, and Switzerland is also doing work on that, for instance, with the World Bank and through the Insure Resilience Partnership. So again, very pleased to be here. Thank you for the African Development Bank for the invitation, and happy to announce this contribution to the UMDF. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Firstly, let me present myself. I am Ramon Lopez, Senior Advisor at the Ministry of Economic Affairs in Spain. We are mainly involved in our daily, on a daily basis on the climate funds, Global Environmental Facility, Green Climate Fund, climate investment funds, but also we are interested in the climate initiatives from the NDBs. So, it's a pleasure for me to be here with that in this pavilion, this Africa pavilion, because Spain recognizes the significant role of the African Development Bank that played in fostering the economic and social progress in Africa. Firstly, I would like to say that for us, cities is a crucial point. Fighting against climate change is a crucial battlefield in terms of mitigation, adaptations. foresees that by 2050, 70% of population will live in cities. So this is going to be a crucial point, especially in Africa. A lot of sectors, emitting sectors, it reflects in cities. I'm talking about buildings, mobility, energy efficiency, also adaptation measures. So at the end, it's very visible, even for citizens, the interventions in cities. And it's especially important when we build new city, new urban development initiatives, urban planning. At the very first moment, it's crucial to have a sustainable mindset. I think it has been said this morning, the importance of knowledge and shared knowledge between stakeholders, private sector, academia in these initiatives. Even citizens, because as I have said previously, intervention in cities are very visible and they can replicate these behaviors in their daily life. I'm talking about energy efficiency, waste management, etc. So for us, cities, as I have said, is a crucial point in this fight against climate change. In times of uncertainty and despite the current generalized budgetary constraints following the expenses due to the COVID-19 pandemic, our new contribution reaffirms the strong support of Spain to the African Development Bank. We are confident of the Urban Municipal Development Fund addressing urbanization from a climate resilience perspective, one of the main challenges of the region and one of our main priorities for our development agenda. So thank you very much. We are very pleased to contribute, and we look forward to receiving news on outcomes and scaling up of this initiative. Thank you very much.
To really thank our development partners, to the government of Switzerland and the government of Kingdom of Spain for their generous contribution. We heard they just announced each one of them 5 million euros. So we have 10 million euros sitting right here in front of you. Yeah. And that 10 million euros is to support you. We heard the panel now from Senegal, Nigeria, what a brilliant work they are doing and how they need more resources to support what they are doing to adapt to climate change and project themselves into city of tomorrow. So this is possible through the African Development Bank because of our partners that we have here today. So the government of Spain and the government of Switzerland that have been at the forefront of the UMDF, which is the Urban Municipality Development Fund by the bank. I recall when the bank had this vision to really be a step ahead of the curve by putting together his strategy for urban development. We say, okay, great, it's good to have a policy and a strategy, but we need instruments to deliver the actions on the policy and strategy. One of them is to say we're going to have a focus team at the bank, which is a division called Urban Development Division. It didn't exist in the bank 10 years ago, so we created this. Now there's a new full-fledged division in the bank, capacitated with people to lead on the bank urban development. Second, now that we have people, we need financial instrument to catalyze our actions in urban development. So we thought about the creation of a trust fund, which is a UMDF. But at the time we faced challenges. We have the ideas, everything was fine, but we needed seed funding. The bank contributed seed funding, but before in the bank you create a trust fund, you need at least one donor, one partner donor. And Switzerland was there. Switzerland was there from the beginning to make this fund happen. So I really want you to show our gratitude to the government of Switzerland for being with us from the very beginning to enable the creation of this fund. Thank you very much. And now that we have a partner to create the fund, we need to expand the fund. Expanding the fund, we need to go and talk to like-minded donors and development partners. Spain is not at its first contribution in the bank in terms of promoting climate change or green infrastructure or urban development. There's another fund called the NEPAR IPPF, which the government of Spain has already contributed to as the 5th development partners 3 years ago. And that also enabled us, thank you, that NEPAR IPPF enabled us to do regional projects. And that shows you how Spain is also supporting African development agenda. And then they came to UMDF to support the bank, Switzerland, and other donors that we have now, which is Denmark also is coming on board. So the government of Switzerland, of Spain is also now contributing. So, but one thing I want to say here before I close my remarks is that we are not only getting financial contribution from the two governments, we're also getting the contribution of their private sector and innovation. I was myself lucky to be in Zurich 2 weeks ago at the invitation of Swiss enterprise to the bank, and we met with private sector. They are doing brilliant things in Switzerland, and we want to bring them to Africa. That was the purpose of my trip there, and we had a bank team, 3 of us, met with your private sector, have a discussion with them, and how we can facilitate and catalyze the investment into Africa. And I think this is possible because you are with us on many other fronts. Same thing in Spain. I was also pleased to have been invited to Spain 2 years just before the COVID, where at the invitation of the ministry, your ministry, and we had a deep engagement with your private sector. on African infrastructure opportunities, because we have major Spanish companies that build infrastructure everywhere in the world. We know you are very present in Latin America, Saudi Arabia, Middle East, and all that. We say, okay, why don't you come to Africa? So that was the purpose. So now we are seeing more and more Spanish firms delivering innovative infrastructure solution in Africa. This is what we want. We want a package solution. We want the financing, is true, it's important, but the ideas, the knowledge, the innovation, the private sector engagement, this is what we want. So I want to thank you for your contribution. Your 10 million that you put now is not the end of the tunnel. It's just the beginning of your contribution. So we're looking forward to scale up this contribution. And we thank you very much for this gracious contribution to the bank. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, everyone. Thanks to the audience for being with us here from 9 o'clock in the morning. And this is the end of our event. And I would like to wish you a successful last 1 or 2 days at COP. And thank you very much.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for joining us. Apologies for starting a few minutes late. We're just waiting on one of our keynotes who's in the back. So just give us about 60 seconds or so and then we'll get started. So settle in. Thank you.
Right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this event. Welcome to this event on putting youth innovation and entrepreneurship at the center of Africa's low carbon transition. We thank you very much for coming. We're going to start straight away with our opening remarks for the event. We'll start with our Deputy Executive Secretary, Dr. Hannah Mosi, the Deputy Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. And then after that, we were going to have our opening remarks also from Dr. Erin Tansey, who is the Director of Sustainable and Inclusive Economies at the IDRC. So, Dr. Hannah, Dr. Mosi, please, your opening remarks.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here. And I just want to start by saying this is one of the events that is closest to my heart in this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this special event on putting youth, innovation, and entrepreneurship at the heart of Africa's low-carbon transition. Let me first start by thanking our partners, the International Development Research Center, the World Research Institute, and the United Nations University Institute for Natural Resources in Africa for coming together to raise the profile of this very important topic. Africa is really gifted and blessed with dynamic and growing youth population. It's the only continent that is young and getting younger. I think many of us wish to be in that position. 2 days ago, on the 15th of November of this year, the global population reached 18 billion people. As the global population grows, Africa will be the second to Asia, but will account for the highest population growth by 2050, almost doubling its current population of about 1.4 billion. 70% of Africa's population are below the age of 30. And by 2040, Africa will have the largest workforce in the world, surpassing China and India. Harnessing this potential will be key, not only for the continent, but for the globe, especially in the context of finding innovative and entrepreneurial African solutions to drive the low-carbon transition on the continent. As an African, I'm always proud and impressed by the great potential of the youth to innovate and to be entrepreneurial. This is why at ECA we have supported youth innovation, research, and entrepreneurship in various ways. For example, in the climate change, we have implemented the Climate Research for Development program with initial funding from the UK Foreign Commonwealth Development Office. The program has so far supported 21 young researchers to enhance the quantity and the quality of their research with grants between 100 to 200 US dollars. 21 young Africans have benefited so far, and the majority of them have been women. Let me just give one example of an innovative research outcome from the continent. Dr. Stella Kabiri Marial, a Ugandan from the Mukono Zonal Agricultural Research and Development Institute, developed a technology to produce green nitrogen for low-cost fertilizer production using air as a raw material with big savings on emissions. Now we're here to see how can Dr. Stella be supported to take this innovation to production and at scale. During our Climate Change and Development in Africa annual conference ahead of the COPs, we organized a solution forum to showcase and recognize innovation and entrepreneurship by Africa's youth to provide climate-resilient, low-carbon solutions. Another example is our partnership with the MasterCard Foundation to support Origin as a dedicated interdisciplinary research and innovation lab for solutions to Africa's challenges, to provide awards to young Africans with cutting-edge innovations. I believe we have in this room one of the winners of the Origins Award. Although there is a lot of talent and ideas coming from Africa's youth, serious challenges remain. Among them, how can the innovations and entrepreneurial excellence of African youth translate into implementation through investments? We are here at a COP that actually focuses on implementation. So how can we actually action that for the youth? What are the challenges and how could these be addressed? How can African youth be supported, for example, with intellectual property rights registration to protect their innovations? Why are investments to take their innovations to scale not happening? Can Africa's private sector and philanthropy play a bigger role? What must policymakers do now to support the translation of youth innovation and entrepreneurship in Africa to impactful low-carbon development solutions? These are some of the questions that we have for discussion with some of our youth here today. African youth talent, innovation, and drive is what will shape the future of the continent for a better future. And we're here to make sure not only that we are utilizing this invaluable asset that the continent has, but how can we really integrate them in the solution and in climate action so that we can actually have a better tomorrow for the whole continent. I look forward to very fruitful deliberations and how we as the organizer and with the organizing partners can work together to take forward some of the messages that will emerge today and support it going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mosi, for those wonderful remarks, for highlighting the uniqueness of Africa. With you say Africa is blessed with a dynamic, growing population, will have the biggest workforce globally. But you also point out, Dr. Mosi, that African youths are very entrepreneurial. They're coming up with wonderful ideas. We also saw this during the COVID period. But as you rightly say, what is it that is holding back the translation of those innovative ideas, entrepreneurship ideas coming from Africa's youth to impact? Because as you say, it is this youth that will drive the solutions for Africa's renaissance, as defined in Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, a peaceful and prosperous Africa. The youth have to be at the center of that, as you rightly said. But we really need to find out what is it that is holding back the youth, and we're looking forward to that. So with that, I thank you very much, and I'd like to now invite Dr. Erin Tansey from IDRC to make our opening remarks. Dr. Tansey, please.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Erin Tansey. I'm the Director of the Sustainable Inclusive Economies Division at the International Development Research Center. I'm based in Ottawa, Canada. It's lovely to be here with all of you, and I've seen several of you throughout this week. Some of the panelists, I've watched them be on other panels and showing and sharing their passion. And I'm really looking forward to hearing more of their stories today. So, just like Dr. Morsi said, climate change and addressing the climate crisis that confronts us requires commitment to take bold action and a concerted effort that includes everyone, but especially young people whose future is at stake. The climate crisis and global inequalities are the defining challenges of our time. Extreme weather events leading to more frequent flooding, severe droughts, and so forth have increasingly become a global and common phenomenon. But while climate change doesn't discriminate, it impacts low and middle income countries the most. And the burden is heaviest on populations already disadvantaged by poverty and inequality. Women, girls, and marginalized communities. So layered with the COVID-19 pandemic, this complex interaction between climate change and inequality will be a key barrier to reaching the Sustainable Development Goal to leave no one behind. It also threatens to undo some of the hard-won development gains and undermine progress. So IDRC is working with partners across the Global South to generate solutions that respond to these pressing and urgent challenges, with an eye towards building more resilient, more inclusive, more sustainable societies, economies, and environments. So we do this by supporting action research. We are a research organization that explores climate resilient, low carbon innovations that promote economic opportunities for marginalized women and youth, particularly in micro and small enterprises and value chains linked to agriculture and forestry, industry, energy, and transport. So by strengthening the evidence base to support sustainable development that reduces greenhouse gas emissions, we hope that this will move things forward. We also support public and private sector actions that build the resilience of communities that are most vulnerable to climate change. And most importantly, by promoting we promote active participation of women and young people in solutions that affect their lives, their livelihoods, and their futures. So the latter is particularly important and relevant for the discussion today. Unmitigated climate change holds the future of young people hostage. And in parts of the world, like sub-Saharan Africa, where nearly 70% of the population is under the age of 30, as we've heard and as we know, the stakes are even greater. So as global and national leaders discuss measures to combat climate change and chart our pathways towards a low-carbon future, it's important that the voices of young women and young men are heard, and that young people actively participate in identifying solutions. And I think there are a lot of solutions here today. So this will be key to fostering not only a more sustainable future, but also an inclusive one. IDRC supports young women and men to be at the driver's seat of actions that affect their future. We do this by engaging them in research, strengthening their advocacy efforts through evidence, and helping to foster their engagement in key fora such as this one. So we're pleased to co-host this event with our colleagues from UNECA, WRI, and UNU-INRA. Young people often say, nothing for us without us. So climate change is affecting their future. They need to have a say on charting the way to how societies respond to the challenge. And young people aren't just waiting. Youth entrepreneurs throughout the region are innovating solutions, whether it's sustainable energy, waste management, or other innovations to accelerate the path to net zero. So we want to acknowledge their contributions, learn from them, and explore how they can be supported to scale their successes. So this panel is so important. I'm really looking forward to hearing from our panelists and to the discussion that follows. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tansi, for those wonderful remarks. If I were a young person sitting in this room today, I think what you and Dr. Moses said would be sounding like music to my ears, right? Because I could already even see a lot of alignment with the massive, wonderful research that IDRC is doing and the CR4D program that Dr. Moses mentioned. You talked about how IDRC is supporting young people, particularly from the South, to do evidence-based research with innovative ideas, the design of solutions for the global transition, but particularly, in this case, the low-carbon emission transition in Africa. So this is wonderful, and I hope that our young people who are listening in the room and online, we have people also online listening, can really take advantage of the opportunities offered, come up with some really wonderful ideas that IDRC can support. And I think also, Dr. Mosi, you said, you know, IDRC, ECA, WRI, UNU, INRA, we will be challenged to come out of this event with how do we really take this go forward. We've identified some of the challenges. We will now be challenged as to how do we now take some of this so that at COP28, some of the young people who are in this room and online could come there to show some of the results that we have helped them to design, and then we begin to figure out, as you all said, how can the private sector or philanthropy or the public sector then take these ideas to go forward. So I really thank you very much for that. That brings to an end, ladies and gentlemen, the first segment of our event. I will now hand over to my colleague, Dr. Rebecca Shirley from the World Resources Institute, to now have the engagement with our young people in the room about the issues that both Dr. Tansi and Dr. Mosi mentioned in their opening interventions. And I would like you please to give a very warm applause to thank Dr. Mosi and Dr. Tansi for these encouraging remarks that I hope will be vibrating in the minds of all the young people here. I hope that you've been stimulated by these two great interventions as we now move to hear from the youth themselves about how we can move forward. So thank you very much.
Fantastic. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here with us today. Thank you to my co-hosts, IDRC and UNECA, for those fantastic opening comments. I've been here for almost 2 weeks at the COP, and I have to say, of all of the sessions, this is one of the ones that I was most excited for because of how important this conversation is. We are all here in the COP because we know in our heads and believe in our hearts what the two speakers just now said to be true, that the path forward for the globe is based on growing clean, ambitious, circular, inclusive, nature-based, healthy economies that provide dignified life and dignified work for every family on the continent, including here in Africa. And Africa has a very unique role in delivering that future for the world. Let me give you just 3 quick reasons why before I bring up my panel. One is that Africa has the resources that the world needs to pursue this low carbon development trajectory. We've all heard the statistics before that Africa has, just in its solar potential, 19 times what the entire world needs for its energy consumption out to 2050. 19 times is just here on the continent. On top of that, we also have the minerals that the world is going to need for renewables and for our electric mobility revolution. We have the lithium, we have the cobalt, we have the rare earth materials. So the world cannot transition without Africa's resources. And truly, the world has always depended on Africa's resources, but we're in a different time now. Secondly, Africa's environment, Africa's natural resources are also crucial for a low-carbon transition. The Congo Basin by itself is storing at any point in time 3 years of our global emissions, 3 years worth of emissions. So the Congo Basin is this active buffer between us and impending climate change. And so safeguarding these resources and restoring our natural ecosystems here on the continent is not just an African issue, but it's fundamental to the way that the world attacks the challenge of climate change. And third of all, we are the workforce of the future. I believe it was Dr. Dorsey who said, I love this phrase, young and getting younger. Young and getting younger and bigger, actually. This is a youth bulge. We've never had this many people of this age on the continent before, and that's actually tilting, shifting workforce and industry towards the continent. When you add all of these things together, what it means is that, especially if you add in the issue that while 60% of our global energy demand is likely to be met by electricity in the future, 40% of that is going to have to be met by non-electrified resources, things like green hydrogen and so on. These are very difficult to export, and so that means a lot of the industry is going to have to come here. We have the ability to produce what the world needs for low-carbon transitions, not just through export, but here, through local value chains chains, and we have the workforce to do it, and we have the resources to do it. So it's a different time for the continent, and this is why youth entrepreneurship could not be more crucial. And so we're not asking for handouts. What we're looking to do here is to build a robust, well-skilled, well-supported youth entrepreneurial sector that can deliver all of this, not just for Africa, but for the world. So that's what's at stake here, and that's what we want to take some time today with this session. We have about an hour right now to just reflect on what has already been happening across the continent, what our youth entrepreneurs are already doing, what amazing things they have kickstarted, what support they need from us in the room, and how we can move forward together. So without further ado, let me bring up this panel. I'm so excited for you guys to see what these folks are doing. It's really, really phenomenal. I'm going to ask you all to each come up. First, we have Marilyn Jaff. Marilyn, please come up to the stage. Marilyn works at the Ministry of Water Resources and Energy in Cameroon. She's a rural engineer, but she also is, she works for the Women for Sustainable Energy and Climate Action in Central Africa. She's also the policy advisor, policy advisory team lead for SDG 7 Youth Constituency. Thank you so much, Marilyn, for being with us. Next, we have Philippa Hamakasu from the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment in Zambia. We have with us Loretta Boniface, who's the co-founder of EcoCycle Limited from Nigeria. Thank you, Loretta. We have with us Brian Mkibuthu, who's the Africa Chapter's coordinator for Catalyst 2030 and the founder and CEO of Eco Rafiki. And we have someone joining virtually as well. And we have joining us virtually, I see you. Hi, Thelma. And oh, great. We have our next speaker as well. So Madina Hussain, the Managing Director for the Global Nature Conservation Kenya. And on the screen, you can see Thelma Arco, who's a research fellow with UNU, the United Nations University. So we have a really fantastic cast. And what we're going to do here is we're going to just run through with our youth entrepreneurs what they're up to, what they're doing, and what their motivations have been. Brian, I want to start with you because I like to pick on you, but also because besides being a CEO, the Catalyst 2030 is sort of a network of hundreds of entrepreneurs across the continent. So why don't you start by just kind of painting a landscape for us of the types of youth entrepreneurship you're seeing across the continent, some of your favorite success stories as well.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rebecca Shadi, for having me here today. My name is Maina Brian. I'm, as introduced, the Regional Director for Africa at Catalyst 2030. Also the founder of Eco Rafiki Africa, a company that's working towards combating plastic pollution in Africa. To answer your question, I work for Catalyst 2030. It's a network of so many social entrepreneurs across the world. And what we're trying to do is to bring together social innovators, social entrepreneurs, policy makers to make sure that we're able to achieve SDGs by 2030. I lead the African chapters, whereby right now we have about 20 chapters in the making. Each chapter is about 60 active members. And when I say active, I'm speaking about amazing CEOs, people bringing about innovative change and sustainable change. And what I love to see and what I love to do most of with them is because every single day I get to learn something new about someone and I get to get inspired every single day. What I'd say is we have so many amazing things happening in Africa. We just need to tap into that and to make sure that these people are well motivated to keep pushing. I welcome you all if you're from Africa. Feel free to join us. What we want to do is we want to make sure that we're able to reach out to your policy makers to make sure that we're able to co-create and to work together towards making sure that we're able to create a sustainable lifestyle for both the future to come, looking at it both from transgenerational to intergenerational, and to see to it that we're able to empower as many people as we can on our journey there. Thank you.
And do you want to tell us a little bit about Eco Rafiki?
Oh, fantastic. Oh, that's my dream. Eco Rafiki started as a dream. I was doing an expedition across Africa where my aim was to visit all the UNESCO World Heritage sites to showcase what climate change had done to them, both tangible and intangible sites. And I remember the one thing that really affected me was how much plastic I found on these sites. And when I went back home due to the pandemic, I sat down and I was a bit lonely, I was a bit, depressed because I was like, what am I going to do now? And then I remember one day I just woke up and said, why don't I just fight plastic change? Because plastic pollution, because that's something that has affected me a long time. So I started by creating an MVP. I did my research, and now what we do is that we are working on eradicating plastic waste completely by one, creating a circular economy we want to bring in the RVM system, the return vending machines, to Africa, whereby we are able to now track every plastic that leaves companies, and we're able now to sell it to people who are actually using it to create sustainable products, such as the briquettes, if you look at the poles as well. And apart from that only, we're also now trying to eradicate it completely by introducing alternatives to the market, which are made from biodegradable, compostable tableware, made from leaves. And ideally, once you use it, you can throw it away. It composts within 30 days, back to manure and plant and food for animals. Yeah.
That is just a round of applause for that. That is absolutely amazing to me that you took the initiative to do something like that. We often don't make the linkages between plastics, ocean health, and climate. We kind of think about pollution as a separate issue from climate, but they're inherently interlinked, and you're bringing a circular approach to solving all of those challenges together. So really fantastic work, Brian. Lorita, I want to come to you as well, because you're also a founder. Tell us a little bit about EcoCycle and what motivated you to start this initiative.
Thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. And I feel so privileged and honored to be here to share my story and to bring up my community here. So I come from Nigeria, and I come from a community where you see the nonchalancy, where people are not aware of the problem they are faced with. And 2 years ago, I was thinking to myself, how do I address this problem? One thing that came to my mind is to address the problem of indiscriminate dumping of waste. Then we started picking up plastic. We went into waste management services, trying to produce waste management service to estates around us, picking up this waste and sorting them into all type of waste, from the paper, the plastic, and the organic type of waste. Then I started the waste recycling, the plastic waste recycling into interlocking tiles. This was what I went to schools with. I trained students, I went to communities, I trained youth on how they can convert this problem, addressing the problem of plastic waste into solutions. Then myself and my co-founder, we started EcoCycle, a youth-led enterprise that is into recycling. Then we started thinking of how we can solve the most pressing issue, which is the indiscriminate dump of waste. We went into schools and trying to build dump sites using PET bottles. That's a kind of plastic called PET bottles. So we used these PET bottles to build structures like dump sites around schools in Nigeria. And then we started venturing into communities where we found out that beside climate change and plastic pollution, they are faced with more problems like open defecation. Then we tried to connect the nexus between plastic waste and open defecation. Then we started thinking of how to build a structure using PET bottles. We built a structure, a toilet structure, where we collected 7,000 PET bottles, involved the student from the filling process to the building process, and they could build a structure to combat open defecation and water and sanitation hygiene. So that is a project where we are now. And we also go into communities also to strengthen their resilience on adaptation. We train them on how to convert agricultural waste into briquettes, and also provide, alongside, while addressing that problem, alongside they can also provide, we also provide them with business opportunities where they can also sell these briquettes and also educate, step down this training to push effective cooking energy. Thank you.
You guys, oh my gosh, that's amazing. Another very circular approach to public health, energy, waste, all together wrapped up. That's absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for that, Loretta. Philippa, I'm going to come to you next, because you work at the ministry. You're at Ministry of Energy and Green Environment, or
Green economy and
Green
environment.
economy and environment, yes, absolutely. And I think it's so fresh to see people as young as you changing the face of what public sector looks like on the continent. Tell us a little bit about what's happening at the ministry. What are some of the innovations that you and your teams are working on in Zambia?
Thank you so much, Rebecca. It's really a pleasure to be part of this great panel. So, yeah, I'm a climate change officer for adaptation in the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment. Just in a nutshell, the ministry is the coordinator for climate change in the country. we do policy formulation and implementation. So I think, Rebecca, I'll just speak about the innovation I'm actually working on. So earlier this year, I was taking part in a training offered by UNU in coordination with Impulse South. And we were required to actually come up with a innovation, a unique innovation, something that would address our NDCs, you know, and also address our national development plans. And when I start to think of what unique innovation I could come up with, just looking at what is existing around already, I just thought carbon markets, something that is a very new topic in Africa and especially even in Zambia. I'm in the sector, I'll know about it, but many other people won't know about it. So I just thought, like, what would be the angle I would look at when it comes to carbon markets? And I just found that small-scale producers are the least accommodated to when it comes to voluntary carbon markets. So I just thought of coming up with the research and the project that will look at carbon markets viability for the small-scale producers in the agricultural and forest sectors. So that is something I'm working on. And I actually took advantage of my position in the ministry and the knowledge I have in the ministry, because the ministry is also actually the ministry that looks at or regulates the carbon markets. We are coming up with a jurisdiction where the government will be the sole trader. So I also took advantage of that opportunity to be able to work as a government officer, you know, the knowledge I have, and also involve the small-scale producers in the rural community of Katete district in the eastern province of Zambia. So I'm just hoping with the knowledge and the position I have, being positioned in the ministry, being positioned or being part of the committee that actually also reviews carbon market projects and CDM projects, I just thought I should take advantage of that, and that's actually something I'm working on at the moment.
I'm just blown away. I love this. That is, I mean, another round of applause, please. I'm sorry, you guys are going to do a lot of clapping over the course of the next hour. Because, you know, as I was saying before, the natural resource that we have here is really a buffer between not just Africa, but the world and climate change. And you're talking about how do we make sure that smallholder farmers, that forest communities who are safeguarding these resources are compensated fairly for that through the carbon market. So this is such important work. It's not even, at this point, it's not even being about youth. That is just important work that needs to happen. Thank you so much for that. Marilyn, I'm coming to you next, because we've talked a bit about the entrepreneurship that the fellow panelists are working on. I'm so struck by you because, you know, as I mentioned before, Women for Sustainable Energy and Climate Action in Central Africa. You're the SDG 7 Youth Constituency Policy Lead. I found out this morning before the session that Marilyn is doing all of that, not from Yaoundé in the capital of Cameroon, but not even in a secondary town, but based in your rural community. Tell us about that experience. Tell us about the work that you are doing. We're here, we're open ears.
Thank you very much, Rebecca, for that question. I'll start with the perception people have about my title. So I'm a rural engineer. And when I mention to people I'm a rural engineer, they're like, what is rural engineering? We know about civil engineering, electrical engineering. So every time I have to keep explaining, so rural engineering, you will help develop the rural areas, maybe rural electrification, rural roads. So as a rural engineer working with the ministry, I work in a rural setting. In a region called Fumban. It's somewhere in West Cameroon. And we basically are implementing the public investment budget, extending the grid, and also working on potable water supply projects. And also while there, I was like, okay, so how do I go about my career? How do I, from a rural setting, help to impact the lives of the young people and women in these rural areas? How do I look to make sure that they are also visible in the global space? So I started searching for networks, and I'm very grateful to the founder for the Women for Sustainable Energy and Climate Action in Central Africa for the initiative. So she discovered that when we come to international fora, like the COP, you will not really see young people or women from Central African region. When we look at the African context. The East Africa, West Africa, North, South are very vibrant in the international space. But the Central African region, is really lagging behind. So she had this idea, and we came together and thought of how to start up the network, how to bring together young women and young girls in the region to start speaking about what they're doing, telling their stories, so people know about the amazing things they are doing out there. And that's how we started the Women for Sustainable Energy and Climate Action. The founder is actually right here. Then also, I also joined the SDG7 Youth Constituency, and there I am I am the policy advocacy team lead, where we are helping, because the SDG7 Youth Constituency is the official engagement mechanism of young people in the energy space in multilateral energy events, and it's mandated by the UN under the Major Group for Children and Youth. And so we basically make sure that there are young people present in every multilateral event, such as the COP, such as the Sustainable Energy for All Forum. So, and also we try to help to develop young youth skills, like through trainings, through capacity building. So a section of the network is called the Youth Sustainable Energy Hub, where we spotlight young entrepreneurs around the globe, and so many of them from Africa as well, to show the innovative ideas they are building in their various communities around the world. And in that space, we have already spotlighted 98 projects in 2021, and this year we have also selected 98 projects, which we are hoping to also work with them through mentorship, and also building their skills and linking them to partners through which they could get like funding or scholarships. Yeah, thank you.
Amazing, amazing work. And I love that you're talking about, a round of applause for Marilyn, the importance of bringing youth voice and local voice into energy policy, and the way that we design policy is so crucial as well. So really fantastic work. So you can see we've gone through East Africa, we went to Southern Africa, we went to Central Africa. We're coming back to East Africa very quickly now with Medina, who is the managing director at the Global Nature Conservation, sitting in Nairobi, Kenya, I believe, correct? Yes. And you're okay, great. So tell us a little bit about Global Nature Conservation and the work that you do.
Good afternoon. My name is Medina, as has been said by our moderator here. I am from Kenya, and particularly northern Kenya, that's the dry land. And I am the managing director of Global Nature Conservation. This is an environmental organization. We're based in northern Kenya, and we focus on environmental conservation in general. We have a thematic area on landscape restoration, education, food security, where we work with rural women farmers. Now I come down to climate change and why I founded Global Nature Conservation. First and foremost, climate change affects all of us, but not equally. Women, young people, and indigenous communities are disproportionately affected and bear the burden. Now to intervene this, I coming from a marginalized community and also living in dryland, coming from dryland, Kenya, I decided to intervene this. I came up with a program known as Miti Cash. The word Miti is a Swahili word meaning trees, and cash, any person can understand. That means income, getting income sustainably from trees. Now through this program, we restored with our women, we work with women, rural women farmers in Garissa. And through this, with these women, we restored a land measuring 10 hectares. And this land before has been invaded by Prosopis juliflora. This is an invasive species that is common in the frontier counties in Kenya. And it's a menace that is really fighting our indigenous trees. So we removed the invasive plant species from that site, and what we did was to restore that site using indigenous tree species and also fruit trees. So that is the site now. We named it Farmers Hub, and we use this as a hub where we enroll women, young people, and also people from the indigenous communities
to learn more about nature-based solutions. For example, we train them on climate-smart farming, sustainable agriculture, commercial tree nursery, and others. So after they graduate from the hub, these people are able to start farming on their own and any other nature-based solution. So through that, we are trying to promote their resilience to the impacts of climate change, because climate change is very rampant and it's affecting those people that contribute the least to its cause. So through our program, we were able to train 1,000 women, and we are trying to scale up our work, and we are normally enroll women twice a year. That is the long rain season and the short rain season.
Wow, again, hand of applause for Medina. When people say, what do we mean when we're talking about nature-based solutions? What does that mean in practice? Miti Cash in Garissa is an example of what nature-based solutions look like in practice and how this can be a commercial exercise for families and for communities. So thank you for that amazing, amazing work. Our final panelist is joining us virtually. Thelma, can you hear us? You can hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, great, wonderful. So Thelma is a research fellow with the United Nations University. Now, this is something after my own heart as a researcher myself, and of course we know the science and the data are so fundamental to solving our climate challenge and delivering on the climate opportunity. Tell us a little bit about your work at the United Nations University.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting UNU INRA to be part of this very interesting discussion. We all know about the agency to act very fast and now to rapidly decarbonize the global energy system, and the need to act very fast and now has a lot of implications. And one of the areas where we are going to see great impact of the transition is on jobs. But with the just job transition, there has been a lot of focus on the job losses that will be experienced in the formal sector. And adequate attention has not been given to what the reality of this will mean in developing countries where most of our jobs are in the informal sector. So we set out to ask the question of how will the informal economy respond to the transition, and how do we improve the sector's resilience? And we know we find ourselves in a continent where the rate of employment is rapidly increasing, and we have also a youthful population. We have highly skilled youth that are not being absorbed in the formal sector because the formal sector is not expanding quickly enough. And so with this challenge that the youth are facing, it's inspiring a lot of innovation among them, and they are innovating a lot. We found that there are a lot of innovative solutions, even green solutions in the informal sector. But the biggest challenge we find is that most of these entrepreneurs are functioning in very solitary spaces without the needed support and infrastructure. We find that they are challenged a lot with access to finance and capital. We find that they don't have there's limited market for them, because wherever they are operating is not really suitable. Some of them are operating in spaces that are not suitable for them to be visible. So in partnership with UNECA, we have developed a knowledge and a solutions platform, which is a justice platform. And with this platform, we begin to connect these entrepreneurs across the globe. So we have created an online marketplace where entrepreneurs from different countries, so we have started a pilot study in 4 countries, Ghana, Zambia, Namibia, and Cote d'Ivoire. So we have entrepreneurs connecting from these various countries. And we also have on board this community, we have policymakers and investors. So here, the policymakers are able to engage and identify what the solutions are to green policy decisions. And also, the investors are able to identify innovative solutions that the new ventures for investment. Yes, and I am excited about all the new innovations that are happening across the various other countries. And with this opportunity, I invite all other members of the panel to come on board this platform and actualize the vision of this platform. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Hand of applause for Thelma. I love the idea of this, like an online marketplace for skills trading, for ideas trading. If you can pass the details of the platform to Linus, we can get that out. We can share the word about that for all of those that are here in the room. So just sending my message on the side, but that's really, really fantastic. So you can see here just what we've pulled together with this panel, the geographic diversity, which we discussed. We have representation from Central, Western, Eastern Africa here, but we also talked about such a diversity of focus issues, from public health to pollution to forest safeguarding, restoration. We just talked about jobs and skills trading, and also lots of different avenues of entrepreneurship, both from the commercial entrepreneurship space, but also social enterprise, policy, nonprofit conservation, data and platforms development. So the amount of diversity that is caught up here is just stunning, and this is a sampling. This is a cross-section of what the continent is really doing. So you can see that we are moving. So we're going to do a second round of questions, a little bit shorter, so that we can get to some Q&A from the audience, because in as much as we celebrate youth entrepreneurship and youth innovation across the continent, we need to support it. I think we need to do much better supporting it. So I want to come to a session around challenges and things that the enabling environment, the ecosystem could be doing to support each of you better. So Brian, I'm going to start with you again and just come down the line. And if you could tell us again from your own perspective as a CEO, but also through Catalyst 2030, what are you seeing as some of the major challenges that youth entrepreneurs are facing on the continent today?
Thank you so much, Dr. Rebecca. And as well, thank you so much for the other panelists. Mine was very simple, and I like to break it down in a few words. One, we need to co-create in terms of coming up with solutions. So the co-creation aspect is missing, yeah? And I believe that government and policymakers should come on board in terms of creating incentives that allow us to have, one, a very enabling environment for businesses to thrive. But also institutions such as banks should be able to give us green grants, yeah? One that we're not expected to pay back as loans, but one that supports people working on nature-based solutions. Apart from that, I believe that something else that we as young people are missing, or what I miss, is visibility. Yeah? We need to spotlight people in Africa or across the globe working on amazing projects that are going to solve some of the challenges we face. The reason why you see some of us here, yet we don't even know what we do back at home, is because we don't have the existing platforms that can showcase and show people that we already have resources that exist. Yeah? And I believe that if we can create a platform whereby young people can also learn from each other, and as we've just been told by our panelists online, that we need such platforms whereby we can have peer-to-peer learning. I know in South Africa we have the 10 Forum. In Catalyst we've also created one called the Core Hubs, and our aim is to bring together social innovators to be able to teach each other and learn from each other's challenges and positive attributes of what they're doing. So on my end, I believe that if we could be able to create that enabling environment, we would be able to push for more change, whereby one, I as a social innovator, I can be able to bring in things knowing very well that I have a tax incentive, but also knowing very well that the institutions that are giving me these tax incentives understand that when my business is thriving, their business is thriving as well. And we're able to create a sustainable livelihood going forward. Thank you.
Oh, that was really direct. Incentives from local government, finance, platforms and hubs for visibility and for learning from each other. Very, very direct. Thank you for that, Brian. Similarly, Laureata, as a co-founder yourself, you have in the room, UNECA is here, Africa Union is here, we're at the Africa Pavilion, the United Nations is here, donors are in the room, financiers are in the room. What, if it was done tomorrow, would help you in your venture as a founder for EcoCycle?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. I think this is the most important question today. And one for me is like the PET bottle project. We've taken the structure to a place where we've roofed the building, but one problem we've not solved, which we intend solving, was the problem of water, which is a problem. And that is where we stopped because of lack of funds. We couldn't get funds to further and accomplish that aspect. That's one of the problems. Brian has stated most of the problems, but I think I need to reiterate on the issue of funding. Funding is one issue, and it's becoming a barrier, which to an extent we have to source for funds from our enterprise, then do the community job, the community work with it. And another problem, I think, it's collaboration. African youths are really lagging in the aspect of collaboration. It's nothing to go to your fellow brother in the space and tell, okay, I'm up for this. What do you come with from, okay, I have the knowledge, you have the fund, let's collaborate and do something to really scale up this project. I think we're really lagging behind. Most of us like doing things in silos. We don't want to share information because we feel our information or our innovation will be hijacked. So I think we should be open-minded, being visible enough, and try to push for more funding. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Funding as well, as Brian had mentioned, and that aspect of collaboration, I think, and how we build a more collaborative ecosystem is really important. Philippa, you represent public sector here as a ministry. What are some of the challenges? You talked to us about your carbon markets project. What are some of the challenges that you would have in scaling that across the Central Africa region?
Well, Rebecca, my innovation is to really in the baby stage, but I think what is really important and what should be actually considered more is capacity building. Okay, for me, I'm privileged that I'm in a sector, I'm in the ministry that looks at what I'm actually working on, and that's what actually also helped me birth my idea. But my fellow young youths, I think there's a challenge when it comes to capacity building. And this should actually be considered starting at education, through education. I think education is really the right channel to be able to build capacity for young leaders. School institutions are actually better positioned to be able to build these green skills, these entrepreneurial green skills when it comes to youths. Through school, we are able to find mentorship. You know, I'm privileged to be part of incubation process right now. So I have the mentorship. I'm able to build my capacity. I'm able to get investment through that. I'm able to just hone my negotiation skills and be able to pitch my project to be able to get funding. It's because of the incubation that I'm actually going through. So capacity building, there's a lack of mentorship, and also funds. I think there's need to just redesign financial products around sustainability, I think, as Brian highlighted. That will also, you know, help to get the right funding for you to be able to speak to the right people, for you to be able to speak to the right people who actually get what you are saying, and the importance of climate solutions. Yeah, I think that's the bit I can talk about.
That's really helpful. That's really great. Round of applause for Philippa. You mentioned capacity building, and also you mentioned a little bit about your own incubation process that you're going through right now, and how helpful that has been for you for being able to package and hone your skills. And expanding those kinds of opportunities, I think, would be really fantastic. So thank you for that. Marilyn, of course, similar question to you. And we talked about some of this when we were sitting down, and you were mentioning the challenges of working in a really rural context. But again, if something could change tomorrow, if it changed tomorrow, would really make a difference in the work that you're trying to do?
All right, thank you very much. I will come from the work I do at the SDG7 Youth Constituency. So basically what we do is we try to ensure that in all these multilateral processes, the inclusion of young people is transparent. So we're fighting against tokenism. We do not want a situation where organizations simply come to the same young people every time. Oh, you, please come, we're having this event, come speak or come do this. We do not want that. Because there are other young people who are doing extremely amazing things, but they have no platform. They have no one to call them to come and speak. So I am actually, I think it will change if organizations start practicing transparent recruitment processes of selection or nomination processes for young people to be represented at multilateral processes. It will really help. And also it's important that when these young people are brought, they should not just be sitting around and watching and how high-level speakers are speaking. It's important that they tell their story, like what we're doing here right now. I am so grateful for UNECA for this. And also, it will also be important that if we have like intergenerational dialogues, where you have the young people sit on very important, serious discussions with the policymakers, the decision makers, to discuss and bring the youth perspectives in every decision that is being taken. Another example is the constituency helps to nominate young people into advisory boards, like the youth advisory groups. For example, we have the youth advisory group from the Rest for Africa. Rest for Africa has created a youth advisory group and has brought together young leaders from various youth networks to be on that youth advisory group. So that's something I think it's helping to build the careers of these young people. And so if other organizations, other networks can take these examples, making sure that young people are meaningfully engaged in processes, meaningfully spotlighted and meaningfully presented, they will be able to get to meet the right networks, meet the right people to get the funding for their projects, to know about the various capacity building opportunities that exist and how they can leverage on those. Thank you.
Gosh, amazing, amazing, amazing. I thought it's so interesting you say that because it can become, there's a cast of usual suspects who get asked over and over and again to attend events. So I think what you mentioned about fighting against tokenism is so interesting. We have our WRI youth negotiator, Yared, in the crowd. Yared, give everybody a wave. And I was with Yared in the negotiation rooms yesterday, and I was struck by how few young people are actually in the negotiation space, especially young people from Africa. And I was wondering, I was asking Yared, but this is very technical, very detailed work. If we don't have a succession plan in place, how are we going to do this vital work? And as we've all heard, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu, right? So I think what you're saying about the transparency in process and what Philippa was saying about incubating and honing in on the skills is fundamental, or else we're just sort of tokenizing the idea of youth. So thank you for that. Medina, we're coming to you in Garissa, where it must be hard to get the resources that you need to do this important work. So tell us again, similar kind of thing, what are some of the challenges that you're facing and what do you need to change tomorrow?
In Garissa, I will repeat again, Garissa is a dry land, and doing conservation work in Garissa is so hectic. So the challenge we face is just obvious, like the number of people, because we are trying to diversify our economy from pastoralism to nature-based solution, so that our people are in a position to adapt to the impacts of climate change. Now the number of people there, like every person there is pastoralist, and climate change is, such as drought, is very rampant. So what happens is that the number of people we have who want to be part of who want to join that hub and to be trained on nature-based solutions are so many. And the hub is just one, you know. So such is the kind of challenges we are facing in Garissa County. And if we can get people who are ready to maybe or interested to work with us so that we can scale up that work and impact so many people so that we are able to overcome the impact of climate change. I believe that an empowered person has the ability to overcome and withstand the impacts of climate change.
Thank you for that, Madina. And I think it's interesting to hear you say that the hub is actually oversubscribed. You don't have a challenge finding people. It's having the resources to sort of replicate so that you can serve all of the number of families that are coming to you for support and to be part of the hub. So that's really interesting. And then finally, we're going to go to Thelma. To ask you the same question, Thelma, supporting youth in research, data, science. I could talk all day about the challenges here, but let me hear from you. What do you think are some of the big challenges that we need to solve for?
Okay, thank you very much. So with our survey of green entrepreneurs across the 4 countries that we are studying right now, so some of the challenges that come out very prominently, as they've all mentioned, is access to finance and high capital costs. So we found out that most of these entrepreneurs are self-funded, and for most of the ventures, like we find a lot of them in terms of green entrepreneurship, we have some of them into production, and most of the production is happening in biogas, in biochar production, and then we have a lot of them also as end users. So some of them are using, for instance, in Namibia, we have a group of women entrepreneurs who are using wind energy to sow. And then we have the example in Zambia where an entrepreneur has a standalone photovoltaic for irrigation and for watering animals. So the capital cost is a very big challenge for them. And also access to resources and tools to improve on the technology. So for the biogas, access to the materials to improve on it. And also, we find ourselves in a situation where most of these technologies are not produced on the continent. So currently, we are importing them. So the challenge that these entrepreneurs are facing is high import tariffs and also clearing difficulties. And then we also have the lack of awareness among the population. People don't understand their technology, and that is limiting their markets. So awareness about the need to transition, awareness about these clean energy technologies is also a very big challenge.
Thanks, Thelma. And that takes us right back to some of the things that Brian was saying at the beginning about incentives. Because the work that we do with a lot of SMEs that are serving the renewable energy space in East Africa say the exact same thing around imports, tariffs and duties, and subsidy schemes and so on, incentives that can make the upfront side of things a little bit easier to manage. So this all links. Okay, so we've got a lot of great content here. We talked about the need for incentives. We talked about the need for finance, the need for platforms and hubs for visibility and for data sharing. We talked about the need for collaboration, incubation hubs to support the honing of skills, transparency in process. We talked about some real practicalities of the availability of resources. So lots of challenges here. So what we're going to do right now, first of all, is a big round of applause for our amazing panelists. Thank you guys so much. And we have 2 very special people in the audience that we're going to bring up to each give us some reflections on what our youth delegates have shared with us. We're going to have Dr. Fatima Denton, who's the director of the United Nations University, come up, and then we're also going to have Mr. Brian Wambani, who's the investment director at Camco Clean Energy, one of the continent's leading clean investment climate and clean energy investment funds. So Fatima, let me bring you up to the stage first, and you can take the mic and just reflect a little bit on what we've been hearing from the youth. We talked a lot about the need for skills and capacity building. We talked a lot about the need for information and awareness. We talked a lot about the needs for collaboration and incubation. What can institutions like the United Nations University do, or what are we doing to provide this kind of support? Fatima? Yeah. Oh, there we, oh, I was looking on this side. Okay. Yes, you can have the microphone.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm one of those people who've been at the COP for the past 2 weeks, so I'm sort of getting to saturation point. And this was a real, I'd say, satisfying moment for me, just hearing all of you speak and talking about all the wonderful things that you've been doing. So it's been really heartwarming. I have 3 observations listening to you speak. I guess the first observation is about an eye for innovation. We're all wrestling with problems about resource scarcity. And we're all wrestling with problems about climate resilience and how we do that. We often in circles like this talk about deficit, absence, challenges. And I think for me, what was really nice was to hear just how you honed in a lot on the word innovation, the word entrepreneurship, and youth entrepreneurship especially. Now, I'm one of those people who believe that we can't get to a net zero ambition without innovation. You know, this is the one glue that's going to bind all the work that we've been doing. And I think what you've all demonstrated here is that innovation is something that will never run dry, basically. We are going to need innovation, innovation, innovation to be able to get to that transition point. And I think because of the fact that the point has already been made that this is a continent that is very youthful and that will stay youthful for a long time, we are actually looking to the youth for that innovation, that drive, that stamina, that energy. And a lot of what I've heard here today about how you're intersecting innovation, entrepreneurship, I think it's really, as I said, satisfying and great to see. You know, from what you mentioned about waste management, to some of the rural innovations that you talk about, to some of the things that Telma mentioned about the informal sector, and how the informal sector is often left out of the solutions. I guess plastics, carbon markets, these are all ideas, these are all areas where the innovations are going to come from. But the second, I think, for me, what was even more crucial is that the solutions that we need to net zero are not solutions that are going to be imported. All of you have an innate sense of what is needed. You understood your local context, you understood your local environment, and you started with a problem that needs a solution, right? And as far as I'm concerned, I see all of you as visionaries. Because for me, visionaries are about people who have got a solution to a problem. And all of you seem to have a solution to a problem. So I was really really happy to hear you talk about the localized solution. We need to get as granular as possible. And that is what I think I heard here, how you're moving from a context, from a problem, from an idea to actually finding solutions. And what is nice in a way, and that hasn't been made very explicit, but it is intuitive in what you said. What is nice is that in as much as you're finding solutions, you're creating new assets, right? Because you're creating new skills. And once you start creating new skills, you're creating new assets as well. So really great. And my third point, or third observation is, this is essentially about people, 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 people. You're all thinking about people. People are the heart of the change. people at the heart of the circular economy, people at the heart of the knowledge structure. This is about people. You know, you had solutions for a problem, but at the heart of it all is people. So really good that you are saying what we need is a transformation, and that transformation starts with people and it ends with people. So again, as I said, great. One last point I want to make. All of you have got courage. You all have the courage of your ambition. You've all come here with an idea, with the will and the capacity to change, but also with courage. And that for me has been also very heartwarming. So thank you all, and we're glad to be partner in this. I don't think I answered your question, but I wanted to talk more about my observations. And just a point that I heard Erin made, what is for us without us is not for us. And I had this in Yoruba, which I think gave it an even deeper meaning. Thank you.
Thank you for those very encouraging words, Fatima. You always give such inspiring talks. So I really appreciate those comments. And Fatima will be around, so if any of you would like to learn a little bit more about what the United Nations University is doing, please just find her. Finally, the last person I'm going to call up before I hand back over to Linus is Brian Rambani, who, as I mentioned, is the investment director at Camco Clean Energy, one of the continent's leading climate and clean energy investment funds. And Brian, you've heard what the youth activists and entrepreneurs had to say, and we want to give you a chance to respond. First, to tell us a bit about your own experience, because it's quite rare to have local financiers in the decision-making process. We're often not in that position, so I think it would be really interesting to hear about your experience. But then if you could reflect on what the financial sector can do to address some of the many challenges that were raised by our entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming to this forum. Just a couple of things, just to begin with. I think it's important to just mention one thing. I think COP27 is about implementation, and the youth have been implementing. I mean, if you listen to their stories, they've seen problems, they've found solutions, and they've gone after them. I think that's just, I mean, that round of applause to them. The youth have been implementing. Now, the question is, are we listening? Are we getting out to also implement what we've said we need to do? I don't think we are. I think we've let down the youth. And, you know, that's just the truth of the matter. One of the things that was brought up was that, and one of the things about youth is that youth have the benefit of recent knowledge. You know, as you grow older, you have the benefit of experience, but you don't have the benefit of recent knowledge. What are we doing to foster or to help the youth, you know, especially in Africa, have that recent knowledge? What are we doing in terms of ensuring that the education system fosters our children to actually have that recent knowledge and be on top of things? I think that's just one thing I just wanted to bring out. In terms of finance, I'd say the youth, again, have been let down. They haven't been brought to the table. And I think it's high time we take a deliberate effort to actually bring the youth to the table, to understand, to draw from that recent knowledge, and just to have a robust process and of getting things done. I think that's just what I wanted to mention. And just thanks a lot for your time. And thank you so much, this lovely panel. It's been a pleasure.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that, Brian. I think we have time for just one or two questions from the audience, if anybody wants, for our panelists, our entrepreneurs, and then we're going to close. But I just want to thank you all for staying for this really amazing dialogue and conversation with our entrepreneurs. I see one over here, one over here, one over here. Oh, and then one over here. So we'll take the round of them together and then do some quick answers and then pass it back over to Linus to close. Do we have a mic roaming? Not yet?
Hello. Thank you very much for this wonderful panel and for the entrepreneurs. My name is Marie Tamwafo. I'm coordinating the Regional Youth Central Africa Network. I've been doing that for 20 years. You can imagine what time I started. I'm coming down just to, because we are speaking now about the youth who are coming up with innovation solutions. And our work in Central Africa has been for so many years in the Congo Basin to raise their voice and to bring them to the table. The problem is that each time we do that is in ILO. So a lot of synergies of action being done isolatedly. It's a contribution that I'm also making is that today we need to work with local networks, with local organizations, with young women, young girls who are starting at the local level to build the momentum of all of those voices in the regions and bring them here to prepare them for these kind of tables. So I'm really grateful that this kind of space exists, but my wish is also to prepare ourselves better for the coordination of their participation so that we have a united voice here. So thank you for all of what you are doing. We are in the Congo Basin, organized via the COMIFAC, Commission for Forests for Central Africa. We have a lot of organization innovators there, a lot of young people doing a great work, but we need all of you to support what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. In the back, here, and then we'll go into the back, and then we'll come back to the front.
Thank you so much. My name is Hajat Sebial. I'm from Uganda. I work with women and the youth, and I do a lot of environmental work. I just want to find out from the youth from Kenya, Miti for cash. I'm trying to figure out how the cash now comes from Miti, because you have these 10 acres. These are trees that are meant for protecting the environment. So I'm just trying to figure out where the cash comes from. I thank you so much.
Okay, so we're going to take a full round of questions, and then we'll come back to that. But that one is for you specifically, right?
Oh, thank you so much. Tuambo Mtinta is my name. I'm a member of parliament, one of the young members of parliament in the Parliament of Zambia. I would want to make a comment on the conversation that came to say young people, they need space for them to be heard. I think this conversation is building up wherever you go. But one question I've been asking myself, I've been in parliament for the past 1 year, and I got into the Zambian parliament coming from a civil society organization where I worked for 5 years. I worked for Oxfam for 5 years. So I joined parliament as an activist myself, who understands the demands and who understands the contemporary issues, governance issues from the civil society. But when I went into parliament, I discovered that other members of parliament, their thinking is far away from these contemporary issues. And that's the reason why it becomes very difficult for them to create spaces for young people. Politicians will come and open an event like this. He does a speech. Before the young people present their demands, he has already walked out. So this is happening everywhere. And we young members of parliament, we are observing this. So when young people say there's no space for them to engage politicians, it's very true. But how do we cure this? Members of parliament, they come from very different backgrounds. Others, they find themselves as members of parliament through corruption. Others, it's by chance. So we need also to invest in building the capacity of these politicians to appreciate some of these contemporary issues. I thought I needed to submit this because we shouldn't take it by default that all the members of parliament, they understand the value of climate change. Not all the members of parliament appreciate how much we need to invest. Not all members of parliament understand the new concept of carbon trading and how to benefit young people. So in my constituency, if you came to Zambia, I've placed young people at every decision making. And I'm using an authoritarian approach to ensure that young people, they sit at every decision making in my constituency. But not everyone will do this because we come from different backgrounds. So my appeal, can we invest a bit more also in building the capacity of members of parliament? When the Zambia delegation was coming to this COP, we only have about 10 young people. Perhaps we didn't have enough support from politicians to send a delegation of 20. So it's that political will which should also be built among decision makers. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. Great points about political will. And I like your idea of youth sitting at every single decision-making table. We had one more question from Ben in the front, and then were there any other hands? And then one over in the back. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Mine is not really a question, but more of maybe like seeking advice from like my fellow youth.
Yes.
So we tend to hear a lot about youth and innovation and how youth are very innovative, and we know that's like very factual. But you know, from a series of events that I've attended and engagement with fellow youth, one thing that keeps coming up is just that, you know, we have youth founders, as we can see on the panel, but most of these businesses are not sustainable in a way. So, you know, like there's just no aspect of profitability. And I think, you know, we have investment funds here like Camco. I'm sure like most of your investments, you always look at what's the return on investment. Like that is something you can never deny. You can't run away from that. And I just wanted to hear from the founders, maybe Brian from Eco Rafiki, you know, like, how do you embed that path to profitability? Because as we work on all this action on climate change, we also need to just make sure that, you know, once, let's say like if we get funding, even if it's not enough, but like once the funding starts to flow and then it eventually runs out, you know, like how do we then continue once that funding runs out? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ben. That's a great question, actually. And then, oh yes, there was one here, and then the final one will be in the corner in the white, and then we will take a few answers.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm Annette Diana, a climate leader trained by United Nations University from Uganda. And my question to Philippa is that in Uganda, for example, there are lots of people who are venturing into planting trees and would like to benefit from the carbon credits, but they don't know how to go about it. Personally, I have tried to find ways of making sure that the people who are planting trees are able to also benefit from the carbon trees, especially the rural farmers. But it is still in vain. It seems like it is a secret. It seems it is still for those who are rich. Still, like those who are really in the grassroots are really not benefiting from this. Then the other issue, I don't know, maybe it could go to those who are the investors in green transition, is that my climate solution is about helping farmers move from conventional farming to regenerative agriculture. However, this transition is expensive. It needs money. It is not easy for farmers to come from the original way of farming to the regenerative farming. So I don't know if there is anyone here who is interested in funding transition. Thank you.
Thank you. Less than 30 seconds, please. Your question?
Je suis M. Jean-Paul Hassani. Je viens de la RDC, en République démocratique du Congo. Je suis un jeune innovateur qui transforme le déchet biodégradable en énergie verte pour la cuisson. Parce que dans ma communauté, il n'y a pas d'électricité. Et la seule source d'énergie, c'est les bois énergie et les bois de chauffe. Et pour avoir les bois de chauffe et de la braise, on coupe les arbres. Alors, nous sommes dit, nous allons transformer les biomasses renouvelables en énergie pour la cuisson. Et l'objectif est de réduire la pression anthropique, la pression à la forêt due à l'exploitation des bois énergie, et aussi de contribuer à la revenu des femmes, des femmes ménagères. Et parce qu'aujourd'hui, un sac de braise coûte à $35 là chez nous, et avec le biomasse, avec le briquet écologique, nous transformons cela en briquette et nous vendons à $10.
Thank you so much for that. Merci. Was somebody from the panel able to translate that for us? Anyone in the crowd can translate that for us?
Yeah, so I think he's saying that it's from DRC. He's doing a lot of projects on using biomass residues to produce energy. But in some of these transformations, you need energy.
Yeah.
And without energy, some of these innovations will not happen. But that they are really doing a lot of work in transforming biomass waste into energy that is also helping women to have additional sources of income.
Okay.
Correct,
Source of
yeah.
energy. Thank you. Our final question, really 30 seconds for this one, or less, please. The microphone. If we can get a microphone over there. Yes? There's just more time for one more, sir. Sorry. Yeah.
I'm from Burundi, so it's a French country. Je m'appelle Igeni Magaritse. Je suis un entrepreneur environnementaliste, très fatigué, parce que j'ai commencé ça en étant encore jeune, ressortissant de l'université. Je suis l'initiateur d'un projet dans Burundi sans sachet plastique en 2010. Et le gouvernement en 2018, avec mes plaidoyers, a mis en pratique la loi interdisant l'utilisation des sachets plastiques grâce à mon initiative. Et maintenant, je suis en train de faire les recherches sur les eaux thermales. Donc, on a beaucoup de sources d'eau thermale au Burundi. Je vais les valoriser en produisant de l'électricité. Donc, c'est une ressource renouvelable qu'on n'exploite pas. C'est ça. C'est donc, si je vois l'Institut des Nations Unies pour les universités,
merci.
Donc,
merci.
Je suis en train de faire les recherches pour trouver les appuis pour les recherches, comment implanter les centrales géothermiques, c'est difficile. Donc, je vais mettre en pratique ça aussi en utilisant cette énergie renouvelable qui sont les eaux thermiques. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Linus, you will translate that for us as well.
No, just a quick one to say that he is an entrepreneur, environmental entrepreneur. He's done a lot of entrepreneurial work, particularly with the policy when the government banned plastics or something. He did something there, but now he's finding a new line, which he hopes that you might be able to support.
Okay, fantastic. Well, Fatima, I hope we've heard that. Great, so we're out of time. So we're just going to give each of you about 30 to 45 seconds to answer those questions. Some of them were very practical and direct. Madina, there was a question to you about Mitikash and how that works. Philippa, a question to you about how people can really hear and learn about the carbon market opportunity. Marilyn, if you could answer the question about how we're better coordinating work, especially in the Central Africa region around the Congo, which was asked. And then, Brian, if you could answer the question about how to go from social enterprise to financially sustainable products and markets. And then, Lorita, there was a question, a comment really about engaging Parliament and how we sort of engage the public sector. So if you could take that for us. So we'll go this way quickly, 30 seconds, and then we'll close.
Thank you so much for the question. First of all, the first thing I always tell young people is to understand how are you investor ready, right? That's the first aspect we need to understand. Are you investor ready? And when I started my business, I didn't have anyone to invest in it. I had to take in about $25,000 of my money, invest in it, and go broke. Yeah? So you learn through that. But then about scalability as well and how is it sustainable, it comes under what you understand how plastic waste can affect human life from children to environment. Yeah? Dr. Shadi mentioned this is with the ocean protection. Plastic is where. If you look at the statistics right now, about 90% of the children in the world have microplastics in their body. So what our business is doing is that we are trying to remove plastics completely by saying, one, you can make money by converting this plastic to make sustainable poles that could be used to fence out parks and all that. You could use them to make bricks for roads. And also you could use them for everyday tableware, right? So I'm speaking to you, saying to you right now as we speak, we're having conversations with airlines in Africa, Ethiopian Air, KQ, and our main aim is to make sure that our tableware is the main thing you use in every single airline you go to, every single wedding you go to. So if you want to see scalability, can I ask you a question? How many weddings happen in a day?
Oh boy.
How many burials happen in a day? How many people fly out of the country in a day? That's scalability, that's sustainability, and that's profit for anyone who's willing to invest.
Yes. Well said. Well said.
All right, thank you. Last year after the COP, there was a climate change bill that was passed into act. And after then, there was a slow onset of events. And we, the youth in Nigeria, thought to ourselves that it's good we start engaging these politicians to really get to that implementation phase of the act. And we have this digital mode of engaging them. And luckily enough, we had this minister who was very active on Twitter. And we got a network of youth, about 1,000 youth, and we had this hashtag. We had to tag him every day on 2 posts. We create a content, tag him 2 times in a day. And after about 5 days, he had to reply to us that we will see implementation going on soon. So I really encourage people leveraging, especially youth, leveraging on digital techniques to really advocate for whatever you need. I think those people are there. What I think is to tag relevant organizations, relevant government establishments. They will give you whatever you want. Thank you.
Sometimes you have to force your way in. Yes, understood. Okay, Philippa, over to you, quickly.
Yeah, so quickly, as I mentioned earlier, carbon markets and just the topic of carbon credits is not something that is well understood, and that is why there's true a need for a lot of education and sensitization around it. But basically, I think what is involved is you have to identify a forest or an area. Of course, there should be an effect or a reason for you to establish or identify that area. Then you are supposed to bring in satellite reading and verifiers to verify your forest and to actually see if it's can be identified and also can be taken up to help offset carbon markets. And then after that, those verifiers and whatever emissions will be verified from that, you will sell that as carbon credits. So it's not a cheap undertaking, of course, and that is why I'm actually, focusing on the small scale producers, because it is not a cheap undertaking. And Zambia coming up with a jurisdiction to be the sole trader is actually a good initiative, because then that will also cater for the small scale producers. So Annette, you can still catch me after this session and I can tell you more about it, but that's just the bit I can talk about now.
All right, so I'll respond from a two-way direction. So for young women in the rural areas, the first thing is to join networks. Like, join networks at your local levels, because that's where you'll be easily identified when you belong to a network. If you're just an individual, it will be really difficult for you to be seen. Then now, from the policy side, from the multilateral organization side, please do not contact young people as individuals for maybe engagements, for speaking events, or for fundings, or go to the networks. There are a lot of networks existing where young people and young women belong to from the rural areas. You come to this network, you ask them, I want maybe 1 or 2 young people to participate in social activity or to take part in social consultation. The network is going to announce it to their wider network, and people are going to apply for that position. There is going to be a subcommittee at the network level where they select the best fit for what particular activity you're searching for, and they submit to you. You get the best, and you get to have many young people engaged for different activities depending on their specialties at every moment. So you don't have just the same people coming to repeat the same activities or to take part in, to get all the opportunities for all the activities you have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then Madida, on Mitikash, just 1 or 2 sentences. I'm being told we have to close.
Mitikash, this is how we work. In the hub, we have, in the hub, this hub is not a structured place like this. It's a restored site which has fruit trees. Now, our enrolled women farmers, when they are in the hub, they learn more about how to grow cashew nuts, guava, mango, and others. So that is how they get income out of trees.
Amazing. There you go. And you can always follow up for more. Thank you so much. A big round of applause for these entrepreneurs. Really impressive work. Thank you for staying with us and joining this conversation. Linus, you want to just close up quickly?
I just want to close by saying thank you, thank you, thank you. One more round of applause to our wonderful panelists. Wonderful moderation by Rebecca. A round of applause to Rebecca. Rebecca is a recent youth. She just graduated from being a youth very recently. So thank you. This has been wonderful moderation. I just want to say, panelists, can I call Dr. Mosi, or Dr. Erin, Dr. Denton, Brian, please come and have a picture with our panel, and then we will go. So let's have a go. And I know that Madine is going to catch a flight very soon. So thank you for taking the risk to be with us on this occasion. So, yeah. Okay.
African Day is a key feature of Africans' presence and participation at COP.
Climate change is there with us, and we need to act now. We are here just not to pose the questions and talk about the challenges, but to talk about opportunities and to talk about solutions. As Africans, by Africans, what can we do?
Africa is resource rich, but the endowments that we have on mineral resources and other natural resources are not being used to provide Africa with access to the basic services. We need to change Africa's narrative. We must unleash Africa's largely untapped green finance potential to build resilience, sustain development, and enhance livelihoods for Africa.
African Day is a platform to highlight some of the key positions to strengthen African negotiation and propose way forward on key issues relating to climate change and Africa's long-term development challenges.
Africa did not cause climate change. We only contribute 3% of total global emissions. But we suffer disproportionately from the negative consequences of it. I didn't come here to beg. No. We come to the table with resources and programs that will allow Africa to protect itself from the negative impacts of climate change. At the African Development Bank, we have committed ourselves to double our climate finance to $25 billion by 2025. Our job on an Africa Day is to say to ourselves, let us unlock our potential. Let Africa be a wealthy continent.
African Day is a key feature of Africans' presence and participation at COP.
Climate change is there with us, and we need to act now. We are here just not to pose the questions and talk about the challenges, but to talk about opportunities and to talk about solutions. As Africans, by Africans, what can we do?
Africa is resource rich, but the endowments that we have on mineral resources and other natural resources are not being used to provide Africa with access to the basic services. We need to change Africa's narrative. We must unleash Africa's largely untapped green finance potential to build resilience, sustain development, and enhance livelihoods for Africa.
African Day is a platform to highlight some of the key positions to strengthen African negotiation and propose way forward on key issues relating to climate change and Africa's long-term development challenges.
Africa did not cause climate change. We only contribute 3% of total global emissions. But we suffer disproportionately from the negative consequences of it. I didn't come here to beg. No. We come to the table with resources and programs that will allow Africa to protect itself from the negative impacts of climate change. At the African Development Bank, we have committed ourselves to double our climate finance to $25 billion by 2025. Our job on an Africa Day is to say to ourselves, let us unlock our potential. Let Africa be a wealthy continent.
African Day is a key feature of Africans' presence and participation at COP.
Climate change is there with us, and we need to act now. We are here just not to pose the questions and talk about the challenges, but to talk about opportunities and to talk about solutions. As Africans, by Africans, what can we do?
Africa is resource rich, but the endowments that we have on mineral resources and other natural resources are not being used to provide Africa with access to the basic services. We need to change Africa's narrative. We must unleash Africa's largely untapped green finance potential to build resilience, sustain development, and enhance livelihoods for Africa.
African Day is a platform to highlight some of the key positions to strengthen African negotiation and propose way forward on key issues relating to climate change and Africa's long-term development challenges.
Africa did not cause climate change. We only contribute 3% of total global emissions. But we suffer disproportionately from the negative consequences of it. I didn't come here to beg. No. We come to the table with resources and programs that will allow Africa to protect itself from the negative impacts of climate change. At the African Development Bank, we have committed ourselves to double our climate finance to $25 billion by 2025. Our job on an Africa Day is to say to ourselves, let us unlock our potential. Let Africa be a wealthy continent.
African Day is a key feature of Africans' presence and participation at COP.
Climate change is there with us, and we need to act now. We are here just not to pose the questions and talk about the challenges, but to talk about opportunities and to talk about solutions. As Africans, by Africans, what can we do?
Africa is resource rich, but the endowments that we have on mineral resources and other natural resources are not being used to provide Africa with access to the basic services. We need to change Africa's narrative. We must unleash Africa's largely untapped green finance potential to build resilience, sustain development, and enhance livelihoods for Africa.
African Day is a platform to highlight some of the key positions to strengthen African negotiation and propose way forward on key issues relating to climate change and Africa's long-term development challenges.
Africa did not cause climate change. We only contribute 3% of total global emissions, but we suffer disproportionately from the negative consequences of it. I didn't come here to beg. No. We come to the table with resources and programs that will allow Africa to protect itself from the negative impacts of climate change. At the African Development Bank, we have committed ourselves to double our climate finance to $25 billion by 2025. Our job on an Africa Day is to say to ourselves, let us unlock our potential. Let Africa be a wealthy continent.
African Day is a key feature of Africans' presence and participation at COP.
Climate change is there with us, and we need to act now. We are here just not to pose the questions and talk about the challenges, but to talk about opportunities and to talk about solutions. As Africans, by Africans, what can we do?
Africa is resource rich, but the endowments that we have on mineral resources and other natural resources are not being used to provide Africa with access to the basic services. We need to change Africa's narrative. We must unleash Africa's largely untapped green finance potential to build resilience, sustain development, and enhance livelihoods for Africa.
African Day is a platform to highlight some of the key positions to strengthen African negotiation and propose way forward on key issues relating to climate change and Africa's long-term development challenges.
Africa did not cause climate change. We only contribute 3% of total global emissions, but we suffer disproportionately from the negative consequences of it. I didn't come here to beg. No. We come to the table with resources and programs that will allow Africa to protect itself from the negative impacts of climate change. At the African Development Bank, we have committed ourselves to double our climate finance to $25 billion by 2025. Our job on an Africa Day is to say to ourselves, let us unlock our potential. Let Africa be a wealthy continent.
African Day is a key feature of Africans' presence and participation at COP.
Climate change is there with us, and we need to act now. We are here just not to pose the questions and talk about the challenges, but to talk about opportunities and to talk about solutions. As Africans, by Africans, what can we do?
Africa is resource rich, but the endowments that we have on mineral resources and other natural resources are not being used to provide Africa with access to the basic services. We need to change Africa's narrative. We must unleash Africa's largely untapped green finance potential to build resilience, sustain development, and enhance livelihoods for Africa.
African Day is a platform to highlight some of the key positions to strengthen African negotiation and propose way forward on key issues relating to climate change and Africa's long-term development challenges.
Africa did not cause climate change. We only contribute 3% of total global emissions, but we suffer disproportionately from the negative consequences of it. I didn't come here to beg. No. We come to the table with resources and programs that will allow Africa to protect itself from the negative impacts of climate change. At the African Development Bank, we have committed ourselves to double our climate finance to $25 billion by 2025. Our job on an Africa Day is to say to ourselves, let us unlock our potential. Let Africa be a wealthy continent.
African Day is a key feature of Africans' presence and participation at COP.
Climate change is there with us, and we need to act now. We are here just not to pose the questions and talk about the challenges, but to talk about opportunities and to talk about solutions. As Africans, by Africans, what can we do?
Africa is resource rich, but the endowments that we have on mineral resources and other natural resources are not being used to provide Africa with access to the basic services. We need to change Africa's narrative. We must unleash Africa's largely untapped green finance potential to build resilience, sustain development, and enhance livelihoods for Africa.
African Day is a platform to highlight some of the key positions to strengthen African negotiation and propose way forward on key issues relating to climate change and Africa's long-term development challenges.
Africa did not cause climate change. We only contribute 3% of total global emissions, but we suffer disproportionately from the negative consequences of it. I didn't come here to beg. No. We come to the table with resources and programs that will allow Africa to protect itself from the negative impacts of climate change. At the African Development Bank, we have committed ourselves to double our climate finance to $25 billion by 2025. Our job on an Africa Day is to say to ourselves, let us unlock our potential. Let Africa be a wealthy continent.
African Day is a key feature of Africa's presence and participation
Hey, hey, hey.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. I have colleagues here who are very good at this logistics. So my name is Philip Osano. I'm the Center Director for the Stockholm Environment Institute, Africa Center based in Nairobi, and which is the institution that has been providing technical support towards the preparation of the African Integrated Assessment for Air Pollution and Climate Change. On behalf of the lead institution, the African Union Commission, the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, and the United Nations Environment Program Regional Office for Africa, I have the pleasure to welcome you to join us today on this side event, linking the Paris Agreement to Africa Agenda 2063, launching the integrated assessment of air pollution and climate change for sustainable development in Africa. We have lined up for you several speakers and experts from across the depth and breadth of Africa, from also science, policy, and practice. And we would like, of course, also that you also get involved in the process. So without wasting much time, I would like to request Martina Otto, the head of the Secretariat of the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, to start with the opening remarks. Martina, welcome.
Thank you. Hello, Excellencies, respected delegates, dear colleagues. First, I would like to extend my appreciation to the African Union Commission for affording us the opportunity to present this new integrated assessment on air pollution and climate change for sustainable development in Africa here today. Thank you for having us. In the production of this report, and that is, well, the UNEP-convened Climate and Clean Air Coalition, the UNEP Regional Office for Africa, we have joined forces with the African Union Commission, and beyond this institutional setup, we also worked with African scientists in a process accompanied by the Stockholm Environment Institute. I would therefore like to extend my sincere appreciation to the assessment co-chairs. We're very lucky to have one with us today. The authors, the modelers, the reviewers, and everybody who has worked tirelessly on the assessment to bring it to you today. And in good CCAC spirit, this process demonstrated as well in the production of this report that there is the power of partnership, of us coming together. Now in the CCAC, we're working at the nexus of climate and clean air, and that is for 5 compelling reasons. The first is because air pollutants and greenhouse gases often share the same sources and drivers, including a fossil fuel-driven economic growth. The second is because short-lived climate pollutants, and that is black carbon, methane, HFCs, the hydrofluorocarbons, and tropospheric ozone, directly contribute to climate change and air pollution impacts simultaneously and in a mutually reinforcing manner. So the deadly duo needs to be addressed together. And because they have, and that's my third point, they have in common as well that they have a higher global warming potential than CO2 and a much shorter lifetime in the atmosphere. And that's why cutting these short-lived climate pollutants is our best shot at keeping us below 1.5 degree increase in warming. My fourth reason is because there is an array of proven and cost-effective measures that we can draw on to get the job done. And the fifth is because there are multiple benefits that these measures that we propose generate and thereby make them part and parcel of a sustainable development priority, agenda, and the strategies. So ladies and gentlemen, having said that, currently an estimated 1 million people per year die prematurely from air pollution in Africa. And to state the obvious, Africa is also particularly vulnerable to climate change. And that makes this assessment even more pertinent. It's the ever first integrated assessment of air pollution and climate change for the continent. It provides a robust scientific basis for action towards clean air in Africa. And in its development process and the findings have spurred the development of a continent-wide clean air program to take action fast. So it's not only science, but we already look at how we can drive the action. The assessment also demonstrates that a sustainable path forward, one that aims to meet the Agenda 2063, and Philip already mentioned that, the Africa we want, and the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, is possible. And that against the context of growth in economic activity, urbanization, and population that is projected on the continent. So it can be really our compass to a more sustainable future. The good news is that all the 37 measures that have been identified as part of the recommendations can be found already in at least one African nationally determined contribution, and they have also been implemented already in several countries on the continent. And that means that African leaders can act quickly and confidently across 5 key sectors. And just to name them: transport, residential energy, energy, the fossil fuel side, agriculture, and waste. And let me highlight here the importance of the waste sector in light of the Egyptian presidency's launch of the 50 by 2050, which is taking place in a different place as we speak. While taking a more holistic approach, measures such as phasing out open burning of waste, avoiding and managing organic waste to reduce methane emissions are an area of synergy with that other effort, and we really look forward to cooperation. Allow me a last word on methane, as we have a stock-taking event of the first anniversary of the Global Methane Pledge starting shortly here at COP27 as well, so today is an amazing day. And methane emission reductions are critical, especially as methane is also a precursor of tropospheric ozone that impacts human health directly and impacts crop yields, and thereby implicitly also impacts food security. Now, the implementation of the assessment measures would enable many of the African countries who have endorsed the Global Methane Pledge to actually make good on it. So let me state as well that the assessment recognizes that drastic methane cuts by countries outside of Africa is essential to limit warming to 1.5. Don't feel the burden is only on you, but grab the opportunity for sustainable development that this area provides. And it's also because this action, including outside, would help Africa avoid some of the worst impacts of climate change and reduce cost of adaptation. And now we look forward to hearing from our distinguished speakers, as well as, well, I'm looking definitely forward to the next steps that we can take, taking science to implementation. And for sure, the CCAC stands ready to provide capacity and institutional strengthening support as may be requested. And I hope that this network of scientists that has been created through this process will continue to provide strong scientific underpinning from within, and that we can crowd in more actors from private sector, finance, that's public and private, and the local and the central governments. And let me close thereby with the motto of this COP: together in implementation. Thank you.
Can I ask for more round of applause? The African round, the way of clapping. Thank you so much, Martin. And on behalf of the team that worked on this, we would also like to extend our appreciation to the Climate and Clean Air Coalition for both financial support, technical support, and your leadership, which has enabled us to reach this far. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the assessment has been a process that has been led by a group of distinguished Africans. 3 of them have been serving as coordinating co-chair. Dr. Brian Matlanta, who is from the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research in South Africa. Dr. Alice Kaudia, the former Environment Secretary at the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Kenya. And Professor Yuba Sokona, Vice Chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. We are most privileged this afternoon that we have Professor Yuba Sokona with us here. I can't think of any voice on issues of climate and on issues of energy in Africa more than Professor Yuba Sokona. So, Professor, we appreciate your being able to be with us here. Please, as a coordinating co-chair of the assessment, come and share some insights about what the assessment is about and how you see this summary report that we are launching for decision makers today. What kind of change do you envisage it to bring, and what kind of support system do we need to put in place for the different institutions? So welcome, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you, Philip. Thank you. Good afternoon. I don't know what to add. What Martina has said, everything. I don't know what else needs to be added, apart the fact that in the context of Africa, sustainable development, air pollution, and climate change are interrelated, closely interrelated. It's very difficult to separate 3 of them. And in that context, Africa really needs its own narrative on those very important issues. This will require navigating, frequently between knowledge, research, policy, and practice. It is through that lens the assessment have taken place, and it covers 5 critical areas. Energy, this is a given, and then there's no need to go to details why this is fundamental, it's crucial in the context of Africa. Residential, I thought that, some of us thought that since Nairobi conference in 1981, can you imagine, 1981, we were dreaming that to get rid of firewood and charcoal in Africa. We are in 2022, it has a devastating consequence in the continent. And then transport, this is chaotic, inefficient, and polluting in many parts of Africa. Agriculture, there is no need to go to any details. And one of the nightmares of all African big cities, this is waste. How to deal with that. And those are some of the critical elements the assessment look at, because all those issues has been intensively debated. And then to look at the various elements, as I indicated, on knowledge, science, policy, and practice. An effort to identify how to improve the situation in Africa in the context of climate change over the last 30 years. But to date, we are still experiencing familiar problems, because those are not new problems, new issues. I just take the case of firewood, and I can take any of them. None of them are new issues, despite the fact that we have knowledge, despite the fact that the technology have improved, but the situation remains the same. And continued reliance on fossil fuel, cooking on wood fuel and charcoal, polluting transport system, and sustainable agricultural practice, and a huge waste problems. This integrated assessment shows that what could be achieved if all these sectors are sufficiently and effectively financed with a strong policy based on the practice, on scientific evidence, and work together in an integrated way. This will provide benefits not just for the climate, but for human health and crop yield while development is taking place. The measures identified are not new, and real change could be made. But to achieve this, we need a transition and to think strategically for the different sectors. For example, moving the population up in the energy ladder. Many say transition, I will say jump starting. So it's possible, and then to jump start in different rural areas to move from charcoal and firewood cooking and then to electric cooking. Technology is there, it's possible. The science is there, it's possible. And then we need the policy, we need the finance, we need some of the different elements. Or to look at different mobility systems in the urban area. It's easy, I think Martina can decided to walk in Paris and then to take a bicycle to do the office. I cannot do that in Bamako, and I cannot do that in Dakar. I cannot do that in Nairobi. Why? We are in the early stage of building our infrastructure, particularly the transport system and the urbanization system. Why we cannot jumpstart those perspectives? And then this assessment is only a beginning of the start of a long journey, and very important start of that long journey. And then now we need to come together and then to make the change, and for this partnership will be key, and especially with industry, financing or innovators. And then we need permanently, as I indicated, to navigate between the policy, the practice, and the science. Unless we bring those two together, we will not be able to make any progress. Thank you for your attention.
Again, let's do it better. Thank you, Yuban. Thank you so much for your leadership. I think my colleagues and I have really enjoyed working with you, not just because of the expertise that you brought, but also the personal mentorship. Professor Yuba is a very busy person, but even if you call him at night, you'll be sure that you'll get a response immediately. So thank you so much. We appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, as we talk about air pollution and climate, we know that one of the groups that are most affected are women. In Africa, we talked about doing clean cooking in many of the rural areas and even in informal parts of urban cities in most African countries. Women are exposed daily to poor air quality, which is affecting their health and affecting mostly also the children. We are privileged today because the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, Her Excellency, Madam Rachel Ruto, has been very passionate about ensuring the need to address issues of air pollution affecting women. She's championed over the last several years various programs that are addressing short-lived climate pollutants, and she was very excited when she heard about this report, and she has lent her support to it. And unfortunately, she couldn't be here in person, but through the Executive Office of the Presidency of the Republic of Kenya, we do have a representative, Arnold Tuey, who will be available to read the statement from Her Excellency Rachel Ruto. So Arnold, please welcome.
Thank you, Philip. My name is Arnold Kipchumba, and I work in the Office of the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya. Her Excellency would have loved to be here, but unfortunately, she was not able due to unavoidable circumstances. Her Excellency has adopted 3 strategic pillars in her term in this office, and one is women economic empowerment, and this is work that she's been doing for the past 14 years. And then she's also adopted another strategic pillar, which is faith diplomacy, and recently environment and climate action. Under environment and climate action, Her Excellency has been really passionate about reducing short-lived climate pollutants. So I'll just proceed and read the statement on her behalf. African Union Commission representative present, ministers, Africa Development Bank, Climate and Clean Air Coalition, Stockholm Environment Institute, led by Dr. Osano, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to be your esteemed guest at this high-level event to mark the launch of the Summary for Decision Makers report of the Integrated Assessment of Air Pollution and Climate Change for Sustainable Development in Africa. I am personally very passionate about tackling climate change and air pollution in Africa because I recognize that air, especially from households using polluting fuels, transport, open burning of waste, affect the most vulnerable of our populations, especially women and children. For this reason, I have offered patronage to the Kenya Short-Lived Climate Pollutants Project with close partnership with Climate Works Foundation to promote the reduction of short-lived climate pollutants and strengthening the role of civil societies and subnational entities in reducing short-lived climate pollutants. According to the latest report of the World Health Organization, nearly 1 in 10 persons breathe polluted air. In other words, air pollution has become a silent killer, causing over 1 million deaths in Africa, affecting mostly women and children that are exposed to harmful pollutants both indoors and outdoors. In my country, Kenya, for example, the use of traditional and inefficient cooking stoves contributes to approximately 23,000 respiratory related deaths annually and other chronic illnesses. The combination of air pollution and climate change is creating a huge risk for Africa's development. According to the 6th assessment report of the IPCC, Despite having the lowest per capita greenhouse gas emissions of all the world's region, Africa remains amongst the world's most vulnerable regions to climate change. Thus, the continent faces a double burden of a worsening air quality and climate vulnerability. As we speak today, Kenya faces one of the worst drought that has left 4.3 million people severely affected, most of whom are women and children who suffer from food, cooking energy, and water insecurity, as well as loss of livelihoods. But Kenya is not unique. Climate events have been recorded around the globe with devastating impact on humanity and the ecosystems, natural resources, and physical infrastructure upon which they depend. I wish to congratulate the African Union for providing the political leadership in preparation of the integrated assessment of air pollution and climate change for sustainable development in Africa, while with partnership with UNEP, Regional Office for Africa, and the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, CCAC. I equally laud the hundreds of scientific authors who gave their knowledge generously to produce scientific evidence, and the Stockholm Environment Institute, which provided technical support and coordinated the assessment. Ladies and gentlemen, the report points to the fact that Africa has a huge opportunity to continue developing sustainably, improve human well-being, and protect nature by investing in solutions to fight climate change and air pollution together. It also highlights opportunities such as improvements in clean cooking technologies and sustainable waste management, among others. In Kenya, we have recognized this linkage, and through the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, are in the process of developing a national action plan on short-lived climate pollutants. The NAP will provide a roadmap for implementation of the 37 measures identified in the integrated assessment across the 5 key areas identified, namely transport, residential energy, agriculture, and waste, to fight climate change, prevent air pollution, and protect human health and well-being. COP27 has been dubbed the implementation COP. I therefore wish to encourage other African countries to act quickly to implement the measures recommended in the report, in collaboration with the regional economic communities, development partners, and non-state actors to achieve our desired goal. It is critical to invest in finances, technology, policies, and regulations. Ladies and gentlemen, we must leave no one behind, more so the millions of women and girls around the world who breathe in harmful smoke as they cook and spend hours walking long distances to secure cooking fuel. This is not only a matter of equity, justice, and dignity, but a necessity for all of us. Really, it's a human right issue. There is no doubt that we need a just and inclusive energy transition that will strengthen people's capabilities, well-being, health, boost their level of resilience, spur innovation toward a sustainable society at all scales, and encourage significant financial investments. I wish to congratulate all of those who have been working to make the clean cooking transition possible. Your effort has seen the deployment of technology, knowledge, and finance to millions across the globe. While gains have been made, there's still more lives yet to be touched. I therefore call all to invest in the economic empowerment of women to realize women's rights and gender equality. With crisis comes opportunity, and climate change is a crisis, but we must see the opportunity to build better. And this is why I want to express my commitment to clean cooking, methane emissions reductions through promotion of household and communal biogas development and good manure management for increased food productivity, and to ensure that no one is left behind and that our homes and places of work are safe for all of us. This is a critical time for Africa, a defining moment in our drive to build climate resilience and a sustainable future. We must therefore be optimistic and unapologetic in advancing the need to scale up financing for adaptation and management of air pollution. Each of us has a right to breathe clean air. Let us take action to tackle air pollution and climate change as one problem. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arnold. And please also express our gratitude to the First Lady of Kenya, Her Excellency, Madam Rachel Chebet Ruto. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the things that makes me excited about working on this report over the last 3 years has been the high level and quality of the authors who have been involved in it, but also the scientific rigor. Most of you who are in science like me would know that Africa is actually, I call it a graveyard of parachute science. Everybody talks about not having data. People come in for 2-3 months and publish papers and say that, you know, Africa has a problem. But for the last 2.5 years, we've had a team of dedicated scientists, over 100 of them, working day and night under difficult circumstances, even during COVID, to make sure that this assessment was done using the best available scientific tools and modeling work. Coordinating that team has been a core group that has been meeting since 2019 every week for 2 hours every Wednesday to make sure that this process is running. The group has been with colleagues from Stockholm Environment Institute, UNEP Regional Office for Africa and CCSC, and African Union Commission. And so we are finally able to present to you the findings from this report, and that will fall on my colleague, Dr. Andriana Mbadi, who is an air quality expert at the United Nations Environment Program. So Dr. Andriana, please welcome to the stage so that you can actually really share the findings of this assessment and really build the confidence that this is actually not your ordinary parachute science that we see every day. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much. I think Philip has set up the excitement for this already. And I guess I've been given a clicker. So as much as I'm a scientist, let's see how science works in action, if the clicker will really work. So this afternoon, I'm delighted, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to present to you the initial findings from the African assessment. The presentation is looking to link the Paris Agreement and Agenda 2063. The presentation is titled The Integrated Assessment for Air Pollution and Climate Change for Sustainable Development for Africa. This is the launch of the report for the summary for decision makers. So I'll begin by giving you the assessment objectives. The assessment, as you've heard, is a combination of several years of work and hundreds of scientists. So they're all in different spheres, including modeling, they're policymakers, they're scientists, they're engineers. So I really hope that I can do a good job of presenting these initial results. So the assessment is looking at the African Union Agenda 2063, which is, the vision is the Africa we want. The assessment examines challenges, implications, and trade-offs of a range of alternatives, development pathways that may be plausibly taken to achieve goals in Agenda 2063. Specifically, we examine how this agenda can proceed at the same time, ensuring reduction of air pollution, improving human health, limiting impacts on local ecosystems, and avoiding climate change impacts. But we also look at how we can ensure that we have timely responses for planning for governments and all key stakeholders. We also explore using modeling various options for enhanced synergies and avoided trade-offs. So what I want to give you is why we have this political mandate, how we got this political mandate. So I'm presenting to you what African ministers for the environment have actually agreed and issued a resolution. In 2019, we had the African Ministerial Conference for the Environment decision to undertake the assessment of air pollution, short-lived climate pollutants, to ensure action for clean air and avoid climate change impacts. That's back in 2019 in Durban. Then in 2022, we actually have another resolution following the assessment completion, which is Decision 38, and I'll just read what the decision says. The decision says, we note the completion of the integrated assessment of air pollution and climate change for sustainable development in Africa, and its report in response to the AMSEN Decision 17-2, which is the one for 2019. We urge African countries to support further development and implementation of 37 recommended measures as a continent-wide Africa Clean Air Program. We urge for coordinated and strong-led country initiatives cascaded to regional economic communities and higher policy regions. So I actually am happy to note in the room that I see ECOWAS and I see SADC as well in attendance among some of the regional economic communities that we've been working with. So the assessment actually looks at 5 key areas where African governments can act to protect human health and the environment. And these 5 key areas, I'll just repeat again. This is energy, residential, agriculture, transport, and waste. When you talk about energy, we are looking at renewable energies, phasing out hydrofluorocarbons, energy efficiency, capturing methane. When you talk about residential, we are looking at clean cooking, heating, and lighting. Agriculture, we are looking at reduction of food waste, ensuring we capture and we reduce methane emissions, efficient livestock management practices and manure practices, and elimination of crop burning. When you look at transport, we are looking at better public transport. Anybody who is from Africa or been in Africa, you know we have a very much a fondness of using minibuses, motorcycles, tuk-tuks, so that 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers, and minibuses for public transportation. So you're looking at how we can improve that kind of transportation, which ferries millions and millions of Africans. And then we're looking at electric vehicles and motorcycles, crucially 2-wheelers and 3-wheelers, cleaner vehicles, and of course walking and cycling, given that more than half of us actually walk and cycle at some point of our journey. Last but not least, waste. We are looking at improved waste management systems, reduction of open waste burning, composting, and reduction of organic waste. Now, in this assessment, all emissions are considered. When I say that, I mean that we are looking at air pollutants, greenhouse gases, short-lived climate pollutants. If you look at the chart in front of you, for those who can see it, or the one behind you, depending on where you're seated, you will see that there's 11 pollutants. Now, of those are, as we have said, we are looking at 5 areas and 37 measures. Now, in that, we have a baseline scenario, or what we call the business as usual, and then we have the short-lived climate pollutants scenario and Agenda 2063 scenario. So if we look at those, and you look at that chart from back 2018 to 2063, we have chosen to look at the milestones at 2030 and 2063 as a good way to summarize what's happening in Africa. So if you look at that chart again, it shows percentage reductions versus the baseline. The gray and yellow in that chart shows you Agenda 2063, both in 2030 and 2063. Blue and orange is the short-lived climate pollutant scenario, 2030 and 2063. Now, if you look at that chart, what you're seeing is this percentage reduction up to nearly 100% in some instances, if all measures are implemented for some pollutants, critically the hydrofluorocarbons, for carbon monoxide, for NOxes, and black carbon. Also to note, and given the momentum created at Glasgow and going forward where we look at methane reduction, I'm happy to tell you that over 70% of methane can be reduced in the 2063 agenda scenario when you look at the year 2063 particularly. So in this slide, I want you to start linking about impacts, because it's not enough to say that you have modeled, we have seen the concentrations, we have seen how those are changing over the years. What really gets to you and what gets to me is when I understand how it impacts my health, how it impacts my pocket, how it impacts not just me, but the future generations going forward. So this slide is showing you the impact of air pollution on health at first, and also the impact of air pollution on precipitation. So let's start first with the impact on health. If you look at the baseline, again, if we just go with without interventions, business as usual, we are looking in Africa by 2030 to have 930,000 premature deaths. If we look forward to 2063, I'm afraid we are looking at 1.6 million premature deaths, and this is per year by the year 2063. Now, the good news, if we look at the Agenda 2063 scenario, we are looking at implementing 24 energy measures and 13 non-energy measures. Of those measures, we'll see a reduction of premature deaths. We'll reduce that to 180,000 premature deaths per year, that is looking at outdoor air pollution, by the year 2030, and 800,000 premature deaths per year by the year 2063. Now, if you're implementing Agenda 2063, in fact, there's also benefits where we look at indoor air pollution. For those who are in this space, you know that we often look at indoor air pollution and outdoor air pollution, and we do those estimations differently. But in this assessment, we have been able to also quantify what are the benefits of indoor air pollution and reduction in premature mortality. In this case, 20,000 deaths are avoided from indoor air pollution in 2030. That goes up to about 80,000 deaths avoided from indoor air pollution by the year 2063. Now, in terms of precipitation, African climate is largely governed by global emissions. But if we are looking at all the measures, and all these measures are implemented, in some areas in Africa, we will see changes in rainfall, in precipitation. So there's a change in local precipitation patterns. Now, specifically, if you look at the Sahel region, in months of June to August, you'll see a change in precipitation there, and then Southeast Africa from January to March. So different parts of Africa, different parts of the year, there is change of precipitation, either reduction or more precipitation. These changes are actually caused by air pollution, specifically looking at aerosols and greenhouse gases. Now, I would like to give you a little bit more detail where we look at the analysis of fine particulate matter, specifically PM2.5. I know that aerosol scientists like to sing about PM2.5, and often people think, what is this PM2.5? So PM2.5 are very fine particles that in terms of micrometers, they are so tiny you cannot see them in your naked eye. But when you breathe them in, from the brain all the way to your toes will be impacted by bringing those fine particulate particles. So this is the premature deaths in regions, looking at North Africa, West Africa, Central Africa, Southern Africa, and Eastern Africa. Now, if you look at that, we have both fine particulate matter as well as ozone. Now, in the baseline scenario, there's increase of deaths. In each case, you see that it's more than doubling in nearly every region. Now, if you look at the implementation of short-lived climate pollutant scenarios, shows reductions of deaths in all regions. It's mostly showing a curve that is reducing or flattening when these are implemented. Then Agenda 2063 also shows a flattening of the curve in all regions and reductions, notably, especially West Africa, which is already showing a signal that is higher than other regions. Now, similar trends are also observed for ozone, when it's related to premature mortality. Now, how likely are we to attain clean air? Reaching WHO air quality guidelines, which are 5 micrograms per meter cubed annually for PM2.5, for the fine particulate matter, or the interim target 1, for example, which is 35 micrograms per meter cubed. Now, if we look at the business as usual, it takes us far away from reaching these guidelines or targets. However, if we implement any of these scenarios, either Agenda 2063 scenario or the short-lived climate pollutant scenario, you see there are similar gains across all regions. Now, all regions benefit from reductions in premature mortality under both scenarios. So that is the good news. Now, I'd like to also touch a little bit on residential clean cooking. And there's a reason, because in Africa, we all know that what we use for lighting, cooking, and heating is the use of biomass. This is very prevalent. And a lot of people then think the use of biomass is just in rural areas. But actually, use of biomass is both urban and rural households. Now, of course, it is more prevalent in rural households. And if you look at those charts, the one at the very top, the one with the very nice colors and stacked, you can start to see that there's different uses of different fuels. And as you move forward, going towards 2063, what you're looking is reduction of the use of biomass. Now, in doing so, and also given that all those are different energies in use in households, we were looking at, in 2018, 250,000 deaths a year. So more than a third of these deaths will be children. And I think that should sadden us massively and spur us to take action. In the short-lived climate pollutant and 2063 scenario, we show a significant drop in the number of deaths for both of these scenarios. So this is to take note and to understand all populations are impacted, but as we heard, our more vulnerable members of our communities and societies are more heavily impacted. Now, agriculture is the bedrock of African economy. And this is consideration. It should also further alarm us, given the status of food security, that air pollution could actually worsen this. Now, if you look at this, you look at the impact on crop yield. Specifically, we looked at 4 crops: maize, rice, soya, and wheat. Now, implementing, and this is the good news, implementing the 37 measures will lead to yield gains for these crops in Africa. From rice, about 1%, maize, 4%, soy, 6%, and wheat, 11%, particularly in East Africa. This translates, of course, to thousands kilotons of food we badly need as the continent faces ravages of droughts and floods, and as the continent also feels the bite of the war in Ukraine. And so this slide shows you the different regions. How does a crop yield vary across the different regions in Africa for the different crops? Now, again, implementing the 37 measures will lead to highest yield gains, both, all of it in North, East, West, and Central Africa. Now, then moving on to the 37 measures and looking at the 5 regions again, and looking at also the 5 different areas: energy, residential, agriculture, and transport. We also want to start showcasing a sector that has become very important, has gained momentum at COP27. This is the waste sector. So in Africa, Africa has taken unprecedented leadership in plastic, open waste banning, and sustainable waste management. In 2022, in September, at the AMSEN conference, the African Ministerial Conference for Environment, there was an omnibus decision on waste. So the first one was to tackle plastic waste, which follows, it's in line with the UNEA resolution back earlier in the year. Then there's elimination of open waste banning. And in this, we have a launch of the multi-stakeholder partnership on the 15th of November, just a few days ago. And then African ministers also urged us to support the 50% waste treatment initiative in Africa by the year 2050. And let us not forget that in taking these actions, we need to take a holistic approach that not only looks at solid waste, but also liquid waste, which presents options for methane capture. We can look at incorporating practices that ensure all key stakeholders, including the informal sector in Africa, that provides a very key service of waste management, but also looking at diversion and use of food waste in ensuring better food security, and improved sanitation, which critically, of course, touches on water, soil, air, pollution. So I like going all the way down to these key points so that you can all take a look at them. So these are the main messages from the assessment. What does the assessment show us? It shows us, at first, that air pollution and climate change are very closely linked. So the integrated package of measures, they achieve very important synergies and trade-offs. Now, oh, it moved. I knew that it was too good to be true. Yeah? Okay. So second one, by investing in solutions to fight climate change and air pollution, Africa has the opportunity of building on progress, achieving multiple SDGs. Now, the third one, if these measures are widely implemented across Africa, there will be benefits in environment, in socio-economic, there will be socio-economic benefits across all genders, age, income groups. Now, if we look at relating this to crop yield to health, we're also looking at critically and speaking the same language of climate mitigation, adaptation, and resilience. The fourth one, most recommended measures, and this is the good news, most recommended measures have already been successfully implemented in different parts of Africa. The fifth one, projected growth across Africa can be achieved whilst maintaining current levels of emissions or even reducing the emissions. The last one, we in Africa will be the beneficiaries that will be the ones benefiting what comes from implementing these 37 measures. So let us look to work together to combat air pollution and to combat climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Andriana, for that wonderful presentation. Can we give another round of applause, please? I'm always fighting against time, so I'm trying to rush here, but the central anchor of this process has been national governments in Africa and regional economic communities. We've had focal points in all the 6 RECs, and we're pleased today we have, I think I saw Bernard Kofi from ECOWAS here. Bernard is here. I understand Sibongile is here. Do you have anybody else from the RECs? ESC, ECAS? None. We've also had in about 37 countries, member states nominated national focal points from the respective ministries responsible for environment, who've actually been the link, the direct link to make sure that as we do the assessment, it's feedback directly to the needs and requirements of national government. And today we are privileged to have 2 of them who've actually been real champions and leaders for this process. And I'd like to request them to come here in front of the stage. Dr. Thuli Kumalo, currently the Chief Operations Officer, Presidential Climate Commission, South Africa. Previously the national focal point for South Africa, and Dr. Pacifica Ogola, Director, Climate Change Directorate, Minister of Environment and Forestry. Please join me on stage. Tuli, I mean, we don't have time, but you know, this process can only move forward if member states, you know, own this kind of recommendations and champion directly, but also indirectly, working with the private sector and other actors, some of the implementation of these measures. What has it been like for you, and how do we take this forward in South Africa? If you can just share your insights in 2 minutes.
Thank you, Philip. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me say all protocol observed. I know that covers everyone. But thank you very much for including South Africa in this assessment. We have major air pollution problems, and we have huge strides to make to resolve our energy issues. We've always said and found in South Africa that as long as the energy policy, the transport policy, don't change in the Republic, there will not be any improvements in air quality. I think many people will know about South Africa's just energy transition investment, the 8.5 billion, and the fact that South Africa has now tabled an investment plan on how we intend to utilize that money. But for me, as a scientist, let me say, one of the things that I like about this assessment is it provides data for Africa by Africa. And the whole story that there is no information in Africa and we cannot make recommendations, we cannot do anything, it ends right here. And that's very important, even for the academia, to have a report that covers the African issues in general. And implementation of the measures, I think for me, it's not in question. If you want to resolve the problem, here are the problems that have been, you know, experts have worked and come up with, you know, proper explanation and how we then have to deal with that. And for South Africa in particular, implementation is always tricky. We do get very wonderful reports and policies and all of that, but struggle when it comes to implementation. We also have unprecedented population growth. I don't know whether maybe we can't project well our population growth, but this report is key. This assessment is key, and implementing these measures mean that we and our sister countries can take our region forward in this area of sustainable development, equality, and climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tuli. I mean, it's been, of course, I know South Africa's challenge is a bit unique, but I guess it's very interesting to see how you'd like to take this forward. Dr. Pacifica, they say every good story comes from Kenya. So I know Kenya is in the process of finalizing the National Action Plan for short-lived climate pollutants. How useful has this process been for you, and how do you see the country taking it forward?
Yeah, thank you very much, Philip, for inviting me. I also want to thank UNEP, African Union Commission, and Climate and Clean Air Coalition for this opportunity to speak here this afternoon. Yes, Kenya has always been on the front line, and I think we are leading even in terms of policy. We are leading in terms of implementing our NDC, and we now have a draft long-term strategy. And all these are aligned with the draft SNAP report that was developed with the support of Climate and Clean Air Coalition through the Stockholm Environment Institute. And I have to congratulate you for this report, and I think Kenyans led the process. I say this with a lot of humility, and the 38 measures which were adopted at AMSEN are also aligned with our NDC targets, and are also aligned with the milestones that we have put in the SNAP. So there is a straight linkage between the SNAP report, the NDC, and the long-term strategy, the draft long-term strategy for 2050. So as a country, our commitment is to do our part in terms of implementation, and we had requested that this also be anchored within the African Union Commission, because it's an African report and it needs a home. So I don't know if that is still the projection as a program where we report on an annual basis on the progress of implementation. It's one thing to say we will implement it, but we need to monitor, because this is like a baseline report. So in the next 5 or so years, we'll be able to come back and say, these were the findings, and then we do another assessment and say, this is where we are. And I'm happy that I can see in the audience my colleagues from the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Transport, because they are very critical in this process. We'll work with you, continue to work with you, and in Kenya, I cannot unpack all the measures that we are taking, but the government is very committed to attaining clean energy access, clean cooking access by 2028, 100% clean energy by 2030, and of course we are also moving very fast towards e-mobility, while very conscious about e-waste that will result from that process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I know you haven't had the chance to talk about the energy revolution, renewable energy and so on, and the sports and climate and air quality, which is some of the innovations Kenya has been leading on. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this stage, I would like to invite Dr. Kwame Ababio from the NEPAD AUJA, representing the Commissioner, Ambassador Josepha Sako, Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment, to get the speech of the Commission and to preside over the launch. And as you come, Kwame, let me ask Sibogile, please just join them. You are not speaking, but I would like you to be part of the launch. Kofi has gone. And Lawrence, please, could you bring the report? So, Kwame.
Thank you very much, Philip, and good afternoon to everyone. I'm here representing Her Excellency Commissioner Josepha Sako, who has had to leave the COP to attend to other equally pressing matters back in Addis. So I proceed to read the statement of Commissioner Sako. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the African Union Commission, it is my honor and pleasure to welcome all of you to this side event organized by the African Union to launch the summary for decision makers of the Integrated Assessment of Air Pollution and Climate Change for Sustainable Development in Africa, and to present to stakeholders the key messages and recommendations on addressing air pollution and climate change challenges in Africa. I am very pleased that you are all able to join us today on this very important occasion. I wish in particular to acknowledge and appreciate our partnership with the United Nations Environment Programme's Regional Office for Africa, the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, and the Stockholm Environment Institute in the execution of the assessment that is being presented to you today. I also wish to extend my sincere appreciation and that of the African Union to the coordinating co-chairs and the over 100 authors, modelers, and the reviewers from Africa and internationally, the focal points from the Ministries of Environment, the International Advisory Group, and everyone who has worked tirelessly on this assessment. Special thanks go to Hassan Nyambe and Charles Sebukira of UNEP for ably co-chairing the advisory group. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this work on the assessment has taken over 2 years and has been achieved successfully despite the limitations brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. This assessment was anchored on AMCEN Decision 17/2 of 2019, which was held in Durban, South Africa. The decision emphasized the benefits of improving air quality, including through managing and, as nationally appropriate, reducing short-lived climate pollutants in the environment, agriculture, health, and forest conservation, while responding to the aspirations of Africa's Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals. The summary of the findings was also presented at the 18th session of the AMCEN in Dakar in September of this year. And I wish to express my sincere appreciation to His Excellency, the Minister of Environment for Senegal, who also acts as the President of AMCEN, for the leadership and support for this assessment. Ladies and gentlemen, I call upon all of us to reflect on the solutions presented in the report and what each one of us can do to ensure that we set the continent on a cleaner development pathway towards realization of the key development priorities of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, as well as the objectives of the African Union Climate Change and Resilient Development Strategy. The African Union looks forward to work with member states, the regional economic communities, civil society, and all key stakeholders in the implementation of actions across the 5 key areas and the 37 measures that have been identified in this assessment. More specifically, the African Union Commission will take lead in mobilization of resources to ensure the development of a continental clean air program to, among others, strengthen data on air quality and work with member states to strengthen their national air quality management programs and explore the establishment of a convention of transboundary air quality management in Africa that builds upon the existing regional framework agreements on air pollution led by the regional economic communities. This will be critical in the realization of Agenda 2063. I therefore thank all of you for your attention, and I look forward to successful implementation of the assessment recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kwame. And on behalf of the Commission, I would request you to launch the report. I would like to request Christina Romanelli from World Health Organization to join, and Arnold, please join the stage. Lawrence, can you please distribute the report? So I guess you all just stand and we take a great photo and say the report, Kwame will say the report is launched. So ladies and gentlemen, I think we present to you the report, the African Assessment for Air Pollution and Climate Change, and to thank all the colleagues who have been here to see this journey up to this stage, but also to mark the next stage. We are short of time, but I would like to ask my colleague Kevin, who's been coordinating this, just for 1 minute, Kevin, just 1 minute because we are short of time, to just, I know you have a word of thank you and one or two things to say. Please come over.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just before you all leave, I'd like to thank you very much for attending this fantastic event, and thank you to everyone who came. And we really, really appreciate it. And we've been working on this for 3 years. We've made a lot of friends in Africa. We have over just about 100 authors. We have 50 international advisors and reviewers altogether. So there's been a lot of people involved, and we'd like to thank you all today, especially our co-chairs who have been devoted, patient and inspirational, I'd like to say. And of course, you know, the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, UNEP and the SEI that have really supported this process very, very strongly. And you know, this is just a first step. And I look forward to joining you on the journey as we go into the future and clean the air in Africa. Yes! Thank you very much. You are all ambassadors, so please spread the message, and together we can clean up.
Thank you. Okay. Yes. So, a closing remark or something? Okay. Yes. So, on behalf of all the partners and institutions who collaborated to work tirelessly on this report, we would like to thank you all for coming. And the
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'd like to invite you to take your seats. We'll be starting our session exactly at 4 o'clock in 2 minutes' time. Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you've heard the saying, save the best for last. And that is my pleasure to welcome you to this last event of the day at the African Pavilion, leveraging innovation in energy and digital technologies to deliver smart energy for all. This is a joint event co-organized by the African Union and the World Bank. My name is Sheila Paracha, and I am the director of the Energia International Network on Gender and Sustainable Energy, and I'm honored to have been invited by the co-organizers to moderate this important event. Just a note that we're using a hybrid model in order to be inclusive, and so we have some of our speakers joining us virtually. To our online speakers, could I kindly invite you to switch on your cameras, but to please mute yourselves throughout the duration of the event, unless I call you to speak. This event is also being live streamed. I'd also inform you that we will have some French speakers. If you would like to have French translation, it's in the wooden box over there. You can get French translation. Our online speakers, the French will come on automatically. Ladies and gentlemen, our African leaders have had a clear message at COP27 that the energy transition on the continent cannot be achieved while hundreds of millions of people still lack access to affordable and modern energy services. The lack of reliable energy not only decreases productivity and economic development, it also hinders progress on other important development goals, such as food security, development of human capital, improving education and health outcomes, and reducing inequalities. At the same time, we note that harnessing innovation in energy and digital technology can create unprecedented opportunities to leapfrog Africa's energy access in a climate-friendly, resilient, and inclusive manner. Governments can use modern digital platforms to plan, channel public resources, and monitor impacts of electrification. Power utilities are using digital technologies to improve reliability of services and reduce losses. Mini-grid, off-grid, and clean cooking companies are using digitally enabled smart meters and offer affordable financing to their users through pay-as-you-go services. This high-level panel convened for this event will feature a discussion among policymakers, representatives from regional agencies, development institutions, and private sector on how digital technology can be deployed to accelerate energy access transition in Africa and to transform service provision for end users to deliver smart energy for all. Without further ado, it is now my pleasure to invite Mr. Rashid Abdullah, Executive Director of the Africa Energy Commission, to give his opening remarks. Sir, the podium is yours.
Thank you very much, Sheila. I will read this speech on behalf of the Commissioner of Infrastructure and Energy, Madame Amani Abu Zaid. distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I wish to welcome you to this very important event on the leveraging innovation on energy and digital technology to deliver smart energy for all. It is very obvious that the growing positive digital transformation in various sectors of the development, including the energy supply and demand, it is making many complex issues possible, similar and achievable. Digital innovation will be an enabler and a tool to achieve the most presenting energy access gap in Africa. Digitalization, digital technology offer an array of opportunity for all types of power system infrastructure, as well as for transformation, transmission, and distribution network. To improve the performance for the benefit of the individual company, the system as a whole, energy consumer, and all environments. Thus, digital technology will be playing an essential role for the energy system generation, transmission, distribution, and trading, as well as integration of decentralized renewable energy power sources into the power system grid. Modern energy system and energy transition will significantly depend on the digitalization from the technical, operational, regularity, and security point of view. Ladies and gentlemen, a key challenge in the global energy transition is the management of the intermittent renewable power. Weather dependence, solar and wind-based power plant will increasingly replace the conventional power plants and to take bigger share of the energy generation mix. Thus, digital enabled demand forecasting and supply planning for coordinating supply in decentralized renewable-based power system will be the greater means to optimize the energy mix based on the predefined demand-supply pattern. With the almost 590 million people that do not have access to the electricity, and the most of them from rural area of sub-Saharan Africa, the African Union Commission stressed the importance of developing a framework to promote the utilization of the digital technology solution in Africa electricity sector, with the view to developing renewable energy and enhancing security, increasing flexibility, reducing emission, and maintaining affordability, reliability, and accessibility of electricity efficient and continent. The African Union Commission believes that the digital technology like smart grid and demand response application have the potential to accelerate access to the electricity and provide reliable and affordable energy for Africans. Thus, the AUC collaborate with EU to develop AU Smart Distribution Grid Strategy and action plan within the framework of Africa Single Electricity Market, AFSEM. The AUC will be leading and keenly emphasizes on the importance of the AUC member states to adapt and develop their national smart grid strategy and integration of innovation digital technology in the whole national and regional energy value chain. The AUC believes that the digital technology deployment in the African country can serve as an enabler in addressing the continent electricity sector's challenge and provide greater tool towards achieving the just energy transition in the continent. The aim of AFSAM and CMP, the aim of Africa's single electricity market and continental master plan is to have an economically evolved, technology-enabled electricity system that is intelligent, interactive, flexible, and efficient, and will be enable African energy use to be sustainable for the future generation. Ladies and gentlemen, the Africa annual investment in electricity-related infrastructure will need to increase to more than 55 million US dollars in 2025 to support the growing demand for energy. Thus, global effort and digital innovation are needed by policymakers, multilateral development bank, together with the domestic and international investor, to unlock investment and finance in the electricity sector. The increased digitalization in the energy supply system can only be successful and sustainable through enhanced investment in digital technology by energy companies, multinational and development finance institutions. Launching this initiative here today is an important milestone toward achieving the long-term goal for using digital technology to enable energy access. This initiative will not only help in improving the African energy supply system, but will complement in the great magnitude towards realizing the energy transition in the continent. Furthermore, it is our hope that this initiative will strategically attract sustainable investment to the Africa. I must therefore use this great opportunity to thank the World Bank for coming up with this important initiative at this critical moment when Africa and entire global are in their need for optimized energy security. I assure the stakeholder here that AUC is fully committed and ready for action. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdallah, for those remarks on behalf of Her Excellency the Commissioner, and congratulations on the launch of the initiative. I'd also like to recognize another milestone that AUC had launched in July, and that's the adoption of the Africa Common Position on Energy Access and Just Energy Transition by the AU Executive. I concur with the statements of the Commissioner when she said that this was a major step forward in harmonizing political ambitions on the continent for climate and energy. And it's very good to see that we have political commitments now translating into actual actions on the ground. Congratulations. I'd like to now move forward to the next segment of our event, and that is the panel discussion. And it is my pleasure to introduce our distinguished panelists joining us virtually. I'll start with Mr. Belhassan Chibu, the Director General for Electricity and Energy Transition of the Ministry of Industry, Mines and Energy from the Government of Tunisia. You're most welcome, sir. Ms. Caroline Agouti, who's here with me on the here with us on the podium. Assistant Commissioner for Health, Safety and Environment for the Ministry of Energy and Minister of Development from the Government of Uganda. You're most welcome, madam. Ms. Tracy Kimathi, founder of Baridi, Kenya. Welcome. And Ms. Onyinye Anenezelu, head of Mini-Grids, Engine Energy Access Nigeria. Apologies if I mispronounce your name. You're most welcome. Before we start, let me just request our panelists to keep our responses to the questions that I'm going to ask you concise and to try to keep them to 5 minutes for each question. Thank you for your cooperation. Director Belhassan, please allow me, and I'll encourage us to use our microphones. I believe the director is going to speak in French.
Ok, merci.
Yeah, just wait.
Alors,
Sorry, Director. I was just getting my translation device. My apologies. Director, yes, I'm going to start my questions with you. Thank you for being ready and prepared. Director, Tunisia is one of the trailblazers on the continent, with an average of 99.9% of its population having access to electricity. The government of Tunisia has also committed to tackling climate change and developing a climate-resilient economy. As Tunisia embarks on its energy transition, could you share with us the role you see for digital technologies in improving service delivery to end users and in the electricity provision? Director General, the floor is yours.
merci. Alors, comme vous l'avez très bien mentionné, aujourd'hui, il ne s'agit pas uniquement d'un problème de climat. Il s'agit également d'un problème de sécurité d'approvisionnement. Les énergies renouvelables se sont avérées la solution optimale aujourd'hui pour faire face à ce double défi de sécurité d'approvisionnement et de climate change. Et dans ce contexte, il faut savoir que les énergies renouvelables, l'intégration des énergies renouvelables nécessite beaucoup de travail au niveau du réseau, au niveau de son intégration pour faire face à son intermittence. Et dans ce cadre-là, il s'avère que la digitalisation, c'est la solution qui permet de faire face à cette intermittence des énergies renouvelables. D'abord, au niveau de traitement des données, au niveau de gestion initiale en upstream de tout ce qui relève de la production d'électricité, de la gestion de projets et tout ça. Et ensuite, et ça c'est le plus important, au niveau de la gestion du transport et au niveau de la gestion de la distribution. Et cette optimisation à travers cette digitalisation permet de baisser les coûts, tout d'abord, parce que, en fin de compte, les consommateurs africains, leur premier souci, c'est comment avoir une énergie électrique abordable, économiquement viable pour leur consommation. Ensuite, le deuxième point qui s'avère au niveau de la distribution, c'est les utilisations. Comment arriver à intégrer plus d'énergie renouvelable grâce à cette digitalisation de l'information? Comment maîtriser la demande pour qu'on arrive à avoir ce foisonnement entre demande d'électricité et production d'électricité? Comment faire coïncider? Et ça, c'est à travers également la digitalisation. Et quand on parle de digitalisation, il y a plusieurs solutions. Il y a tout d'abord l'intelligence artificielle au niveau de la demande, savoir quel est le profil de consommation du consommateur. Ensuite, il y a également les solutions, on va dire, comme à l'instar de la mobilité électrique qu'il faut introduire. Et tout ça, c'est vrai, c'est des solutions avant-gardistes, mais c'est des solutions qu'il faut avancer avec pour permettre une meilleure intégration des énergies renouvelables, une plus importante intégration des énergies renouvelables. Aujourd'hui, le défi, il est clair. Comment optimiser l'intégration pour arriver à l'horizon 2050 de net zéro, 100% à partir des énergies renouvelables. Et le continent africain pourrait même être le premier exportateur d'énergie vers l'Europe en cette matière-là. Et tout ça ne peut se faire qu'à travers une digitalisation et à travers une optimisation de tout ce qui est ressources et de tout ce qui est demande d'électricité.
Thank you very much, Director General. I have a second question to you. If you don't mind, I'd like to follow up with this. Director General, I think you'll agree with me that distributed energy is gaining strong momentum on the continent, but not only in countries with an access gap, but also in countries that have achieved, such as your country, that have achieved universal access in order to improve reliability of supply or cope with peak demand. In the case of Tunisia, what role, if any, will distributed energy technologies play in the energy transition? And how can digital technologies help facilitate the transition and use of distributed energy technologies. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Merci. Alors, aujourd'hui, on a commencé cette expérience de décentralisation de la production d'électricité renouvelable depuis le début des années 2004 avec la mise en place de tout ce qui est réglementation. Et à partir de 2009, il y a eu les projets. Et pour ce faire, on a mis un mécanisme en Tunisie, un mécanisme qui s'est transformé par la suite en fonds de transition énergétique qui permet de supporter l'implémentation de ce genre de projet. C'est grâce à ce mécanisme-là que nous avons à ce jour à peu près 80 000 installations photovoltaïques décentralisées en basse tension, en résidentiel. Maintenant, quand on dit toute cette capacité-là, quel est son apport au niveau... Maintenant, son apport, c'est pour tout d'abord les consommateurs, parce qu'aujourd'hui, on a deux visions. Soit le gros consommateur en résidentiel, et là, il a besoin également de maîtriser sa facture, et donc il a besoin de produire sa propre électricité avec une certaine maîtrise. C'est pour ça qu'on va vers ces systèmes de production renouvelable décentralisée. Et il y a également ce qu'on appelle les consommateurs, les bas consommateurs. Et ces bas consommateurs-là, on a un problème en Tunisie, je suppose que c'est un problème qui est partagé même en Afrique, ils sont largement subventionnés. Et donc, il revient moins cher à l'État de leur octroyer un système décentralisé pour subvenir à leurs besoins plutôt que de payer un peu la facture, la subvention liée à leur électricité. Ça, c'est un premier point. Le deuxième point maintenant, quel est l'apport de cette décentralisation? Vous savez, aujourd'hui, si on a un réseau fortement maillé, cette décentralisation permet d'optimiser les coûts de transport parce que ça permet de baisser les pertes et donc d'optimiser les coûts. On n'aura pas une production, on va dire, en haute tension qui va être transportée en moyenne et puis basse tension, mais c'est plutôt, il va alimenter son voisin et c'est une amélioration des pertes techniques au niveau du réseau. Et puis, le troisième point, c'est comment arriver à avoir cette énergie électrique, à maîtriser cette énergie électrique face à sa demande. Parce que, in fine, le client, il est appelé à être aussi intelligent pour coïncider un peu sa facture avec sa production d'électricité. Et tout ça, ça rentre un peu dans la digitalisation. Le fait d'avoir, par exemple, des recharges, tout ce qui est recharge électrique, par exemple, pour la voiture électrique, tout ce qui est recharge électrique, par exemple, pour ce qui va consommer de l'électricité quand elle est produite, tout ça, c'est une forme de digitalisation, c'est une forme d'intelligence artificielle qui pourrait être mise en place et des services qui pourront être mis en place pour accompagner un peu ces consommateurs dans leur traitement aussi bien de la production que de la consommation. Pour conclure sur la question, moi je dirais qu'aujourd'hui, les systèmes décentralisés ont montré qu'ils sont meilleurs, qu'ils apportent beaucoup plus au niveau macroéconomique pour l'État que les systèmes centralisés. C'est vrai, au niveau substitution d'énergie, ce n'est pas la même chose au niveau macroéconomique, mais au niveau microéconomique, mais au niveau macroéconomique, pour l'État, il est plus important, on va dire, plus bénéficiaire pour l'État d'avoir une décentralisation de la production d'électricité pour permettre un peu un développement aussi bien d'une industrie, même d'une industrie locale d'installateurs, une industrie locale d'assistance, une industrie locale de services qui pourrait accompagner tout ce programme-là et qui pourrait apporter un plus à l'État. Merci.
Thank you very much, Director General Chibu, for your intervention. Assistant Commissioner Caroline Aguti, I would now like to direct my questions to you. The government of Uganda considers electrification a national priority and places it at the core of the third National Development Plan, which targets 60% access by 2025. It is these type of enabling policies that promote integrated solutions that are driving the remarkable progress that we've seen Uganda is making, including the acceleration of households' access to electricity through solar home systems. Assistant Commissioner, how is your government supporting productive uses of electricity for communities living in areas where grid electricity is not available? And do you think that the recent innovations in solar irrigation and solar cooling technologies can help promote productive uses of electricity through standalone solar technology? The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. Solar-based electrification is key to the achievement of sustainable access for all. And in Uganda, off-grid electrification is an integral part of our national electrification strategy, and our access from solar home systems is currently at 38%. The productive use of electricity involves provision of energy services to support production of goods and services. We have supported productive use of electricity in off-grid areas through construction of mini-grids, and currently we have about 35 mini-grids of capacities ranging between 10 to 30 kilowatts in various parts of the country. These mini-grids have supported productive uses in line with agriculture, manufacturing, and the service industry, including in the cooling sector in terms of vaccines. The Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development has also piloted use of solar dryers in fruit growing communities and reduce wastage while adding value through fruit processing for fruits like pineapples and mangoes. Productive use of electricity is very key contributor to enhancing socio-economic impacts of electricity access through poverty reduction, increased employment, and high income levels. The ministry is currently working with KWF to package up to 130 mini-grids, which are expected to result in 30,000 connections. Key to note is the holistic planning of the mini-grids, taking into consideration the future arrival of the grid and the attendant integration aspects. Solar irrigation and solar cooling are key ingredients in the productive use of electricity for areas that are far from the grid, and the innovation in this space will help enhance productive uses of electricity for refrigeration and farming. Solar irrigation also reduces dependency on rainfall and its seasonality challenges, and thus increasing agricultural yields. The United Nations Food Agriculture Organization has been implementing the Global Climate Change Alliance projects in collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries, with financial support from the EU since 2012 to increase agricultural adaptation to climate change through establishment of small-scale irrigation schemes in 33 districts in Uganda. The Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development in the last year alone disseminated 26 medium-scale solar water pumping systems to large-scale farmers in various districts in the country to promote productive use of energy. Additionally, over 1,000 solar irrigation units have been acquired by farmers on private arrangements with solar companies. The ministry, through partnership with development partners, have supported small and medium enterprises with acquisition of solar fridges, which have enhanced their productivity. The Renewable Energy and Efficiency Partnership has also supported the establishment of an innovative concept of solar cold room for fresh products for refrigeration and freezing in remote areas. This solution is especially adopted for agricultural cooperatives, fishing villages, has supported in processing and distribution of food, and the focus is on containerized cold room facilities. Solar refrigeration has been used to support cold storage of vaccines in remote areas that are off-grid, and this has supported most especially during the COVID pandemic. And with the support with the International Solar Alliance, we are packaging a solar cool to benefit agricultural communities and lake shores. And to sustain the benefits from solar irrigation and refrigeration, it is very critical that we focus on the challenges that lead to lack of funding for productive use projects, absence of appropriate machinery, limited awareness and data on opportunities on productive use of electricity, enforcement of standards and quality, and the need to maintain high maintenance costs of important machinery and limited local capacity to repair imported machinery. Thank you.
Assistant Commissioner, thank you very much for that and for giving very concrete examples of initiatives in your country of solar-enabled productive uses that has multiple co-benefits. My next question, Assistant Commissioner, is I'd like to turn to another very important issue for Uganda in terms of reliable electricity for social services and for public institutions such as health centers and schools, which are critical for human capital development. Many countries on the continent try to address this challenge by installing solar panels in health facilities. But experience shows that investments have not been sustainable to the extent that we would have liked them to be due to the lack of operations and maintenance budgets and personnel. Assistant Commissioner, please share with us how Uganda is addressing this challenge to provide more sustainable electricity services to your health centers and schools.
Thank you. In Uganda, the implementation of Energy for Rural Transformation Program, which started in 2002 and is ending in June 2023. This is supported by the World Bank. This has been the main avenue to support off-grid electrification of health facilities and schools that are hard to reach using the grid extension. The program was financed by the World Bank and the government of Uganda, and this has so far benefited 800 health facilities and 700 schools. Indeed, sustainable operation and maintenance has been identified as a major challenge for our public schools and health facilities, considering that they have no revenue stream, save for allocations from government, which comes with competing priorities. To address the challenges of operation and maintenance, it's imperative to minimize operation and maintenance requirements and ensure energy supply to health facilities and schools is reliable and affordable. This comes with ensuring appropriate specification for systems to ensure quality, taking into consideration the technology innovations in the solar PV industry. To bolster sustainability in the new projects being designed, the operation and maintenance aspects have been structured as part of the installation contract, and service providers will be required to bid based on an agreed upon set of key performance indicators. We also note that the use of technology to provide smart energy services is critical to address the issues of reliable power supply. Therefore, remote monitoring and reporting to minimize system downtime is key initiative that we have introduced for a new system that is being designed and installed. And this will support verification of quality of electricity services delivered to warrant payment to operation and maintenance service providers as by the key performance indicators. Furthermore, the government has put in place mechanisms for the Ministry of Health and Education to adequately budget for the required operation and maintenance expenditure within their respective institutions' medium-term expenditure framework under protected expenditure lines. This should ensure that schools and health center facilities get used to effective payments for operational and maintenance on a regular basis as agreed upon with the contractor and service providers. Capacity building of our personnel to ensure effective governance is in managing contracts between private sector and the public institution is an intervention that we are taking to enhance sustainability. For the medium to long term, as the global costs of solar PV keep coming down such that the cost per kilowatt hour of energy consumed from off-grid system achieves parity with the grid, we envisage that off-grid electrification of schools and health center facilities will follow a similar approach to grid-connected facilities, where service providers will be contracted on a long-term basis, say for 10 years to supply electricity as per agreed upon key performance indicators, and get timely payments on a monthly basis by their respective institutions. The energy service providers have to ensure that the systems are always up and running. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that intervention. For the remaining part of the conversation in our panel discussion, I would now like to bring in the perspectives of businesses. And I'll start by addressing my question to Tracy Kimathi. Tracy, our previous speakers have highlighted the importance of productive uses of energy and its important linkages to food security and economic development. We had excellent examples from Uganda, as you would have heard. Tracy, your company is working also in East Africa, but specifically focusing on the solar cold chain. Can you tell us what motivated you to start the company with a focus on solar cold chain and how you are leveraging renewable and digital technologies to achieve your goals? Tracy, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sheila, for the question. Hello, everyone. I run a company called Baridi, which is a solar-powered cooling startup here in Kenya that aims to reduce post-slaughter meat losses in East Africa's livestock value chain through innovative business models like pay-as-you-chill and lease-to-own business models that can enable this high capital expenditure infrastructures to be available to lower income businesses and vendors. Indeed, productive appliances are highly innovative solutions that help drive consumption of decentralized renewable resources, as well as enable economic or commercial outcomes from them. In our case, our technology utilizes the most abundant renewable resource in our region, which is the sun, to preserve the most abundant trade commodity in our target value chain, which is meat. So basically, we utilize this solar-powered cold rooms to preserve meat within urban meat markets here in Nairobi. Baridi specifically addresses the expansion of off-grid solar preservation within meat markets with an aim to assess whether cold storage for beef and milk preservation is an appropriate, beneficial, and financially viable application. The startup launched its first solar-powered cold room unit in December of last year, barely a year ago, at Burma Market, a commercial meat market in Nairobi that trades over 2,500 carcasses a week, and we're in dire need of preservation technologies, commerced by 380 meat vendors. To date, the solar cold room has been able to preserve over 170,000 kilograms of meat and fulfill over 2,900 cooling as a service orders from lower and middle income vendors, which are basically businessmen. Before launching the unit at commercial meat markets, the team conducted an extensive R&D tests at Strathmore University, where the local youth-led team designed, developed, and assembled our very own solar chillers, with the average age of our design team being 28 years old. So in reality, it was a productive use solution that was assembled in Kenya by Kenyan youths. Project Baridi's solar cold rooms operates under two innovative revenue models that seem to be in line with the pay-as-you-go models being readily adopted in Kenya. The first one being a pay-as-you-store model that allows our consumers to aggregate and store their meat as they go and as a community. The technology charges a fee per kg stored in exchange for overnight preservation. Our second revenue model, which is in line with PayGo, is lease to own, that allows private businesses to increase their production capacities whilst enjoying an affordable payback plan between 2 to 4 years. So some digital technologies embedded to these solar thermal infrastructures include IoT solutions that help remotely run daily operations on data collection elements. These are RFID systems that offer real-time meat inventory within our cold rooms, energy monitoring that compiles data on energy produced, stored, and consumed by the loads, cold room monitoring that, through the use of sensors, closely regulate temperature at all time in real time, and M-Pesa integration, for those who are familiar with mobile money, that enables revenue systems for the cooling service to be automatically recorded with little to no manual input. So finally, these technologies, coupled by Baridi's innovative business models that allow this high capex productive use to be accessible to markets and communities, is the only way that we can scale up productive use of energy and enable renewable resources to kind of team up with food security elements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tracy. And you know, Kenya brought M-Pesa to the world, and it's good to see that you continue to innovate. You kept mentioning Kenya, but I looked at your website, and I believe you're working in East Africa as well. And so we look forward to seeing this type of innovation transversing the continent, coming also to where I am in Zambia and Southern Africa. I'd now like to turn my next comment to Onyinye. Onyinye, you are managing a large mini-grid program in Nigeria for Engine. Can you give us your perspective about the opportunities and challenges you are facing in leveraging decentralized renewable energy and digital technology to deliver high-quality services to underserved populations, including the poor and vulnerable? The floor is yours. Could we have IT? Has Onyinye frozen? Okay. Okay, while we're waiting to resolve that, Tracy, I hope you don't mind if I come back to you. I've got one question. Tracy, I don't know if you know, but anyone who knows me on this podium knows that I've been working on gender and energy issues for more years than I care to admit. And thus I cannot miss this opportunity of having two well-acknowledged and accomplished female entrepreneurs and innovators on the panel to ask both of you, but starting with you, Tracy, to respond to this question. Onyinye, welcome. Let me just finish the question with Tracy, and then I'll come back to you. So Tracy, what I'd like to know, and this is more anecdotal, but equally important, what do you think needs to be done to create more opportunities for young women in the energy sector as entrepreneurs, as employees, and also as consumers, making sure that we deliver energy services that respond to their needs? Tracy?
Yeah, absolutely. I could answer that from an entrepreneur perspective. One best practice that I personally found useful in my entrepreneurship journey was enrolling in efficient, and I insist, efficient incubator programs that take early stage energy women founders through intensive financial, technical, and economic technical assistance boot camps that actually take the female entrepreneurs to the field under the mentorship of experienced and successful companies. This should then be immediately followed by an alumni funding program that enables these startups to actualize their learnings by purchasing equipment or hiring staff or doing research. Because at the end of the day, women entrepreneurs are the most enrolled in programs, and yet they are the least funded, few of them being early stage founders. So definitely putting them in programs, incubator programs, but also funding them immediately after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. So it's the capacity building, the mentoring, but also equally important, the financial support. So that comprehensive approach that is important. Thank you. Onyinye, if we have you, please, I think you heard my question, so you're welcome to respond.
Yes, I did. Thank you very much, Tracy. I'll take off from the question, around how we empower females in the sector. And I'll just share a personal experience on something that has been insightful for me and that has helped me to also create the room, to make sure that in my network, in my space, and, as I work across the energy space, I'm able to create more opportunities for women. So in my previous employer where I was working before, I remember going to one of our directors, we had one of these, high-level stakeholder meetings with a vice president of an African country. And, I was just a tag along. I mean, at the time I was the youngest, the only female, the least experienced, every other thing was stacked up against me. And I remember what that opportunity did to me, right? I remember how, it literally changed my perspective. It gave me experience, it allowed me enter the room. And, that wasn't just it. I wasn't just giving access to the room. I remember that unprepared, my director just says, I should contribute to the conversation. I was frozen. But thankfully, I was able to mutter a few words that, according to them, they said it made sense. And that has literally shaped, the way I work and the way, I'm able to also hold the ladder and make sure that other women, are able to contribute their quota to the space. Just on Monday, I was, offsite for some stakeholder engagements. We're planning to, roll out a couple of mini grids. And, we have an internship program in NG, and I did travel with a female intern, long journey across about 4 hours, by road. We get there, we're supposed to see, one of the big cultural leaders in the States, one of the big traditional leaders. And I remember as we just drove into the compound, so I was coming out of the car, the intern just walked up to me, quickly ran up to me and whispered in my ears. She was like, "Am I supposed to join you to go in?" And I was like, "Yes, of course. I didn't bring you to sit in the car." And she was shocked. And, we went in for that meeting, had those conversations. And, it was just a reminder for me of, how we are able to embolden and empower, the people that come under us in training. And I find that the more we do this, especially for employees, the more we create internship opportunities. I mean, I didn't have to take her for the trip. It cost me extra, to have her ride along for the trip. But I know that it will leave a lasting impression, and it will create more opportunities for growth. And interestingly, same trip, same journey, right? So we finished all that meetings. We quickly go change. We were headed to the field again, long journey. We had to get to a point where we had to come down from the vehicles, enter motorcycle because the road was quite bad. Having to get to the rural communities where we were working in. And she jumps on the motorbike with me, and then we do that journey and we come back, and she was like, "What an experience!" Like she went from meeting big stakeholders, to going down to the field, wearing your boots, and just having all that experience. So I'm a firm believer, in exposing people to those experiences that built us up. And if not, and I'm thankful for the experiences that I had, because it has shaped me and it has enabled me, make that case, to make sure that women, are trained, are exposed to those experiences, are given those opportunities in the rooms that matter, to get their voices heard. There's a popular saying that, if they don't invite you, open the door, bring your own chair. While that is good, there's also the deliberate action that we make as leaders to make sure that the same opportunities and even more opportunities are given to women employees in this space.
Yeah, Onyinye, thank you so much. So I really like the spirit of, playing it forward. If you're going to be mentored, also find other young women to play it forward. And I also have to say, I myself, who's been in the sector for a long time, have also been mentored by men as well, who recognize the potential of women and want to move forward with that talent. I've got one other question for you, and this is why I stopped you short, because I want you to use your time before we go to our closing remarks. But I only have 3 minutes for you to give me a very concise answer, but I think you're going to do it. I had asked the first question about the program, the mini-grid program you're managing in Nigeria. And I was wondering if you could give your perspective on the opportunities and challenges you are facing in leveraging decentralized renewable energy and digital technology to develop high-quality services to underserved populations, including the poor and the vulnerable. If you could just give 3 minutes thoughts and response to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So in terms of the opportunities, I mean, the World Bank report says that 92 million Nigerians don't have energy access. Also, in one of their reports, it's estimated to be an $8 billion USD business that requires that kind of finance. So the opportunities are massive in Nigeria. And thankfully, we also have, an advanced regulatory regime. We have the mini grid regulation in the country that allows for private investment to come into the mini grid space and be able to fund mini grids. It was on the back of this regulation and, the favorable environment that we have in Nigeria that, at NG Energy Access, we're able to partner with cross-boundary energy access and sign the first and the largest project finance portfolio for mini grids of 60 million USD to build mini grids across Nigeria. So the opportunities are there, but of course, with huge opportunities, come huge challenges. And in terms of how we are leveraging digital resources. So we're building out the systems we're building out from scratch are smart systems. So we have smart meters. We're able to do remote monitoring where I can log into my site from here, see what is going on. On the average, reliability ratio is north of 95%. In most months, just 99%. Just we're able to supply that power, and that's by leveraging on the remote technologies that are available to be able to monitor, control these devices that have been deployed on the field. Of course, with metering means that revenue collection is very easy, and of course it minimizes our losses. We don't have collection losses, which we find in most traditional utilities because from day one, they are smart meters. We are able to collect that data, collate the data, interpret the data, use it to make decisions. Just because you can pull that raw data already enables you to make decisions. And because we can make decisions out of that data, the satisfaction rate for our customers are quite high. The World Bank estimates that many grid customers, have 85% satisfaction rate as opposed to about 40% for one customers, and that's because of the quality of data that we're able to use. And of course, the digital tools have helped us to drive financial inclusion because our customers can by themselves pay, and we find that in many locations that we go to, it is because we're building the mini grids and they want to be in control, of how they pay for their finances, that they then register for financial service, one of these financial providers. So usually we will go with the financial service providers to be able to onboard them as customers. So we are also driving financial inclusion with our digital tools as we work together to drive and optimize our systems. This has been quite useful, being able to use these digital tools to drive revenue collection, reduce our losses, financial inclusion, improve, maintain a very high reliability rate, and of course, ultimately deliver energy access, modern energy access to our customers.
Thank you very.
That's it.
Thank you so much for those interventions. I'd like to ask you to join me in thanking our panelists for their excellent interventions. We're finished with that segment. Thank you very much. And now to conclude and to reflect on what has been discussed, it's my pleasure to invite Franz Dreas Gross, Director of Infrastructure for West Africa at the World Bank, to deliver the closing remarks. The floor is yours, sir.
Good afternoon to everyone in Sharm el-Sheikh, and many thanks to our very distinguished panelists, Belhassan, Caroline, Tracy, and Oyinye, as well as to you, Sheila, for the excellent moderation. I found this has been a fascinating session. How do we bring together these three areas that really have to be brought to bear to make the most of the energy transition in Africa? The energy transition towards a decarbonized sector, then the energy access agenda, and the digital transformation agenda. We're at a climate conference, of course. We're at COP27, but there's no way to talk about decarbonizing the energy sector in Africa without at the same time, in the same breath, saying we've got to deal with the 500 million people, the 600 million people without energy access right now in Africa, and the 2/3 of African households that still have to cook with polluting cooking fuels. So there is no energy transition without at the same time having an energy access agenda. Now, it's come out in the discussion, it's come out very clearly. Energy access is at the heart of everything in modern life. We heard great examples from the panel today. about how energy enables food security, how it powers irrigation, how it powers food processing and cold storage, how it gives us better access to education and health outcomes. We saw that example in Uganda. And how it can improve livelihoods by allowing women and men to find more jobs, start new businesses, and be more productive. And we all know that when climate change does hit, it also makes people more resilient to deal with the consequences of climate change. What we heard very clearly was that digital technologies are a great accelerator of the energy access agenda. And digital technologies can do that in different ways, depending on where you sit. For governments, as Belhassan pointed out, modern digital platforms can help plan, they can help channel resources, they can monitor the impacts of electrification. For power utilities, digital technologies are part of modernizing operating systems, enabling them to absorb more intermittent renewable energy, to improve the reliability of services, to reduce losses, to do everything that we need from viable public electricity utilities. And we heard very clearly from our two private sector panelists how mini-grids and off-grid solutions are taking the lead in leveraging both renewable energy and digital technologies to deliver high-quality services to previously unserved population segments, whether those are low-income or unserved remote households or meat vendors in Kenya or the beneficiaries of the mini-grids that Oyinia is building in Nigeria. I was actually inspired by a lot of the examples we heard today, real-life examples that really work on the ground, and examples both from governments and from the private sector. I think in Uganda, we heard a great example of how we try to address the issue of failing solar panels, sometimes in schools and health centers, by bundling a supply contract with an operation and maintenance requirement to keep solar panels in schools and health centers running longer. And all of that combined with remote monitoring. I was also inspired by the Project Baridi, the solar cold rooms in Kenya. And I loved in particular the new business models that you've developed, Tracy, the pay-as-you-chill model and the lease-to-own. These are great avenues forward. I also want to thank the Commissioner for the African Union, of course, who was represented by Mr. Rashid this afternoon, for basically pushing very hard on both of these agendas, on the energy access and the digital transformation agenda in parallel. And I particularly like the call that Rashid conveyed to call for a new platform to address both of these issues together. Let me be very clear, the challenge that we face is taking these great examples as we heard them today and scaling up these efforts so they can really achieve universal access to affordable, scalable, sustainable, and modern energy by 2030, as required by the Sustainable Development Goal 7. Let's be really clear, we face a really steep climb. There's nearly 600 million people in Africa today that still don't have energy access. If we do nothing, that number is going to increase to somewhere between 900 million and 1 billion by 2030. More than 3/4 of all people who lack energy access live in Africa today. Now, there's been some progress, and 30 million people are connected in Africa to electricity every year. But the reality is that the pace of rural electrification and electrification more generally in Africa needs to triple. And let me say it again, it needs to triple. It needs to go from 30 million per year to 90 million a year for us to get universal access by 2030. And on top of that, in addition to connecting new people to the grid, we have to worry about the hundreds of millions of people that ostensibly already have electricity access, but are served by very weak and unreliable grids. So even though they have access, it's very low quality access in many cases. As a matter of fact, we estimate in the World Bank that in a lot of countries, just the poor quality of energy access costs economies up to 4% of their gross domestic product. In the World Bank, we've been pushing hard to increase and scale up our financing for energy access and digital technologies. Let me tell you that right now, all the projects that we have under implementation for rural access or access in Africa add up to about $8 billion. When those $8 billion worth of projects have all been fully completed, 75 million people in Africa will have electricity access for the first time. But that's 75, and we need to get to 600, and by 2030 to 900 million. There's a big mountain to climb. In parallel, we're working with governments to build foundations for inclusive and responsible use of digital transformation, produce digital economies, digital governments, and societies. And I'd like to say that we've already had a couple of innovative projects that explore the synergies, as we did in today's seminar, between energy access and digital services. We've done that in Mozambique, and we're trying to do that in new projects we're designing in Côte d'Ivoire and Madagascar. But the real truth that we need to focus on is that tripling the pace of electricity access or electrification will require a fundamental change in the way we do energy access projects in Africa, away from small projects, piecemeal efforts, to large-scale, long-term programmatic interventions as the AU has called for. We think it's going to take about $200 billion to get to universal electricity access by 2030 in Africa. And we think about half of those electricity connections between now and 2030 will have to be delivered by decentralized renewable energy technologies. So we're working with clients, with countries all over Africa to take advantage of recent technology advancements in renewable energy, in battery storage, in energy efficient appliances, and in digital technologies. Together with our private sector arms in the IFC and MIGA, as well as other external partners, we're working to leverage our comparative advantages. As a matter of fact, just last week here in Sharm el-Sheikh, we announced the new Africa Dares platform. Dares stands for Decentralized Access with Renewable Energy for Scale-Up. So the Africa Dares platform hopes to double the pace of energy access between now and 2026. We need to triple, but at least by 2026, let's try to double the pace of electrification. We think that DARES can benefit 100 million people in Africa directly and can lay out a pathway towards reaching 500 million people by 2030. It'll hopefully also scale up energy access for smallholder farmers, as we see in the Uganda example, for companies, for schools, for clinics, and yes, for those meat vendors in Kenya. We hope they'll create new jobs and entrepreneurial opportunities for the likes of our very entrepreneurial panelists that we heard from today. And I want to say, on behalf of the World Bank, we need everybody. We need everybody to come in as a partner and to join us on this platform. So let me conclude just by saying we're strongly committed to the goal of universal electricity access and digital transformation as part of a green transition for Africa. Let me thank Dr. Amani, as represented today by Mr. Rashid, for the excellent collaboration we've always had with the African Union on this agenda. And let me say once more, we welcome the participation of all partners that care about this agenda, and we invite them to join us on the Africa Dares platform going forward. Thank you so much, and have a nice afternoon.
Thank you very much, Franz, for that excellent summary reflections on what the speakers said, but also for reminding us of the level of ambition that we need to have and we need to accelerate towards on the continent to meet both SDG 7, but also to reach our climate targets. And yes, I'd also like to acknowledge the call for action for a fundamental shift towards tripling our electricity access pace and doing it in a smart and integrated way. And based on that, the DEARS initiative that you have launched. Distinguished participants and panelists and speakers, we have come to the end of our session. I hope that you have been inspired by the conversations that we've had today. Allow me to close by emphasizing what I said when I started, but also emphasize what the speakers have said, or underscore what all our speakers have said. That harnessing digital and decentralized renewable energy technology in Africa can create unprecedented opportunities, as we have heard, to leapfrog energy access in climate-friendly, resilient, and inclusive manner. However, scaling up the deployment of these technologies requires bolder and more innovative approaches by leveraging both public and private resources. To support the goals of achieving smart energy for all and a just and inclusive resilient energy transition requires that all stakeholders step out of a business-usual trajectory to scale up actions and deliver on our financial and political commitments. Thank you. On behalf of the organizers of this event, the African Union and the World Bank, and I wish you all a good evening.
Day is a key feature of Africa's presence and participation at COP.
Climate change is there with us. Pose the questions and talk about the challenges, but to talk about opportunities and to talk about solutions. As Africans, by Africans, what can we do?
Africa is resource rich, but the endowments that we have on mineral resources and other natural resources are not being used to provide Africa with access to the basic services. We need to change Africa's narrative. We must unleash Africa's largely untapped green finance potential to build resilience, sustain development, and enhance livelihoods for Africa.
African Day is a platform to highlight some of the key positions to strengthen African negotiation and propose way forward on key issues relating to climate change and Africa's long-term development challenges.
Africa did not cause climate change. We only contribute 3% of total global emissions, but we suffer disproportionately from the negative consequences of it. I didn't come here to beg. No. We come to the table with resources and programs that will allow Africa to protect itself from the negative impacts of climate change. At the African Development Bank, we have committed ourselves to double our climate finance to $25 billion by 2025. Our job on an Africa Day is to say to ourselves, let us unlock our potential. Let Africa be a wealthy continent.
Bonsoir à toutes et à tous. J'espère que vous êtes bien installés et que nous avons aussi des collègues qui sont connectés sur le streaming. I don't know if you who are understanding French or English, French. So should I speak English? Okay, I will speak English. Thanks a lot for that. So we are delighted to contribute to the event organized by the African Pavilion, addressing Great Green Wall initiative. The Great Green Wall is an ambitious project that the African Union supports very much. It is one of the Africa's major contribution to fight against desertification, restoring 100 million hectares of degraded land, a major contribution to climate change mitigation and adaptation, sequestering 250 million tons of carbons and creating 10 billion green jobs. With the United Nations Office for West Africa and the Sahel, represented here by my colleague and friend Tabi Hamanjoda, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, represented by Pierre-Yves Guedes, please, and the Institute of the Research for Development. For this event, we have chosen to make light, to enlighten young people. They are the key actor of the success of the Great Green Wall by 2030. I am Jean-Luc Schott, Senior Scientist at the French Research Institute for Sustainable Development, and with my colleague Tabi Hamanjoda, we are going to lead this event. May I have the slide, please? Okay. I should do it by myself. I'm sorry. I cannot. Okay, we are having a video.
My name is Zainab Al-Amin. I'm a youth volunteer for the Great Green Wall in the Gambia.
Je me nomme Bamba Adama. Je suis le vice-président du Conseil consultatif de la jeunesse africaine sur la réduction des risques de catastrophes.
My name is Yadiga Abdul. I'm here to represent a local cooperative in my community called Gaia.
Bonjour, je suis Nafissa et je travaille à l'âme énergie.
I'm working on land management, restoration, and soil stabilization through promoting organic agriculture. I cultivate ginger, cassava, and maize in Nigeria, and I'm currently replicating it in the Gambia. My work is stabilizing the soil. It also protects the waterways from pollution.
Alors, je fais la conception et l'installation de systèmes énergie solaire. Ça contribue à la réduction de la pollution parce que l'énergie qui est normalement basée sur du fuel peut être transformée en électricité et réduite quand nous installons nos systèmes solaires car on utilise l'énergie renouvelable qui est le soleil pour produire notre énergie.
Avec le changement climatique, la fréquence des catastrophes a augmenté. Donc il y a clairement un lien entre le changement climatique et les catastrophes qui sont présentes. Donc ce que nous faisons, nous essayons de mettre en place des stratégies pour réduire le risque que ces catastrophes-là arrivent, c'est-à-dire en travaillant sur l'exposition et la vulnérabilité des populations face à ces aléas climatiques.
We try to focus mainly on reforestation through street greening, and then also we struggle again against environmental pollution, mostly the management of solid waste, as cleaning some streets, and then we try also to promote peaceful cohabitation, because it is an area that is very sensitive to communal conflict, mostly between farmers and livestock herders.
Land degradation and conflicts. Nos populations souffrent parce que déjà au Burkina Faso d'où je viens, l'électrification est à 30% et 80% de cette électrification est en ville. Donc beaucoup de gens n'ont pas accès à l'énergie. Son coût est aussi très élevé, ce qui affecte l'économie de notre pays. En ce moment, la situation n'est pas très stable. Ça fait que déjà pour atteindre les villages où nous devons aller travailler n'est pas une chose facile. Donc beaucoup de projets d'électrification sont aujourd'hui à l'arrêt parce que c'est trop dangereux pour aller travailler là et les populations sont malheureusement laissées à eux-mêmes jusqu'à ce que la situation se stabilise.
Le manque d'informations qu'ils ont de leur exposition et le fait qu'ils n'arrivent pas à bien évaluer l'impact que chaque action qu'ils mènent ou l'impact des changements climatiques sur leur manière de vivre. Donc c'est difficile pour eux de mettre en place des stratégies pour pouvoir atténuer ou éviter que ces aléas climatiques les impactent.
Population movement due to some natural disasters like flood and also those running out flying from insecurity. So wherever they establish themselves, they rely in the immediate environment, so sometimes they destroy to use as a firewood or even a revenue activity. They cut trees for shelter and other needs. That's the first challenge. And secondly, today in our country, particularly and generally in the Sahel, this armed conflict, high risk of the youth joining this conflict. So this is another challenge again because sometimes they lack income generating activities. But with this, we'll try to appoint some minor work so that we'll try to gather with our people also living abroad to have something that will create an income generating activity for the youth.
Nous savons qu'en réduisant les risques et en renforçant les capacités des jeunes pour leur dire qu'ils ne sont pas uniquement que des personnes passives, ils peuvent développer des stratégies, ils peuvent mener des activités qui peuvent leur permettre d'éviter d'être emportés peut-être par une inondation ou ils peuvent essayer de mener des activités pour que la population ou les personnes qui vivent autour d'eux soient protégées quand il y a un aléa climatique qui menace la vie de leur communauté.
It creates jobs for the local community. It also gives to the community highly nutritious food.
This food cohabitation that we're trying to promote within the community is also enhance living condition. And then the trees we are planting either against deforestation or to improve the street greening. Those will, the importance of trees in life. It can contribute as an adaptation measure to climate change. It also give revenue in the future, improve the air, the natural oxygen.
L'électricité verte aide énormément dans les villages. Ça permet de pomper l'eau. Et l'eau est la vie, donc ça permet d'avoir l'eau pour les humains, pour les animaux, pour pouvoir arroser nos plantes et donc manger. En ville, ça permet au business de se développer et à l'économie donc de fleurir un peu plus.
Quand il y a des catastrophes, parfois, dans la recherche de solutions, il peut y avoir des conflits qui vont se gérer puisque il peut y avoir des conflits liés à la terre, il peut y avoir des conflits liées, on peut dire, au mouvement de population.
Notre travail permet de garder la paix parce que, en général, le ventre, c'est la chose la plus importante. Donc, quand les gens peuvent manger à leur faim et travailler, parce qu'avoir l'énergie permet aussi de créer de l'emploi, ça amène un peu plus de paix. Un peu plus de stabilité, et c'est un peu comme ça que nous contribuons à la paix dans le Sahel.
It's when we try to promote a peaceful cohabitation, there's a social cohesion. Though we lack funding to do that because it's something that involves many stakeholders. Sometimes to get them together is really difficult. We nearly organize things like that once every 2 years, to exchange and then promote peaceful cohabitation. And we also use some local radio station also to spread some message just to promote peace, because it's very important. If there's no peace, and even the local development also can be hindered.
My work contributes to peace in that my process does not degrade the soil, and where the soil is not degraded, people are not forced into migration, and there's no loss of marine life from nearby waterways as a result of the activities of NPK fertilizers. So people do not migrate, which is actually a panacea for conflict. As people move, they end up scrambling for the same scarce resources that other people are scrambling for. Also, it creates symbiotic relationship that has been lost between the pastoralists and the farmers, which has led to so much conflict across the Sahel region and West Africa.
Yes, thank you so much. And we have already had a very insightful contribution from young people from the United Office for Sahel and West Africa. And now, may I have the PowerPoint, please?
You have to continue, right? The presentation. But I think Ngozi has to give a note on the video for the gentleman from online.
I'm sorry, I cannot manage to use it.
Next, while you are doing that, let her come to.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Jean. And thank you, dear participants. I will now call on Ngozi to quickly give a snapshot on this video and the call to action and what actions this video is actually bringing in terms of implementation of the Great Green Wall.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Wonderful. Well, I think you all agree that this was a fantastic film. There's nothing better to see young people who are engaged in climate adaptation for peace and sustainable livelihoods in the region. There's nothing more energizing than that. I want to thank the partners on the stage here, IRD colleagues, and Kemo, who I met yesterday too, and also colleagues from the African Union, the Great Green Wall Initiative. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Ngozi Amu. I work for the UN Office for West Africa and the Sahel. We cover 17 countries in the region, and we have part of our mandate, which is a political mandate, is to look at the nexus between climate change and security. And as part of this, we have started a journey to interview local populations about the impact of climate change on their livelihoods. And at the end part of this journey, we brought together governments of the region, the UN system, regional organizations, and local populations in April this year in a conference in Dakar, where a call to action for climate change, peace and security was endorsed by all the participants, and especially then the UN, the African Union, ECOWAS, and governments of the region. And this call to action has three elements to it. The first one
is the need for more evidence-based research, the need to speak to local populations on how they themselves see solutions to climate adaptation and peace. And the second part is partnership, and you see that already on the stage here. And the third part is financing for climate adaptation. I think that's the whole objective of this COP27. So with that framework, and also to mention that we have partnered very strongly with the Great Green Wall Initiative and with my colleague Elvis here, because we see that addressing what we call human security, the impact of climate change on persons' safety, food security, water security, anything that makes a person survive, basically. And that the importance of actually the response to that many times will be found in environmental and development measures. So the Great Green Wall in that sense is a very important platform for the youth that you saw in this video to be able to scale up their activities as part of a regional, sustainable framework. And so we are very much looking at going hand in hand with the Great Green Wall on this. And I think it's important, you saw with this video, was something we did together a month ago in Abidjan, and we brought together young entrepreneurs and innovators in the region. And what's so fascinating is that despite all the odds, you know, we already know the story of the climate change, whether it's heat waves and sandstorms and flooding and lack of rainfall, that despite these odds, you know, they're finding ways in their communities to innovate and find ways to address these things, whether it is, as somebody explained, Nafisato in Burkina Faso working on solar panels in certain communities, which also serve the purpose of fending off terrorism, because, you know, when you have light, that's also a preventive measure. You know, other examples of smart agriculture and using old techniques and modern technology together, for example, to come up with new types of fertilizers, or whether it's women coming together in certain communities. Instead of moving to the cities, they're deciding to stay behind in the village and looking at how to come together, promote solidarity and strength, and work on food production that is good for the community, that is nature-based and good for the community, and that can be used in the whole agriculture chain to actually be doing, you know, that can actually be used to be selling goods and so on. Because at the end of the day, it's when there has to be a link between this response and creating jobs and creating income. And that's where we get to this link between sustainable livelihoods, climate adaptation, and peace. So that's the context I want to put that. Thank you again for associating UNOWAS with this initiative.
Thank you very much, Ngozi. I think, okay, my dear brother from IFAD, Pierre-Yves, will have 3-4 minutes to give their reflections from IFAD. Am I right?
Thank you. Many thanks for the invitation. So, IFAD is a UN entity, and it is also a financial institution. Our work is very much focused on rural agriculture. We have a global mandate, but we are very, very much focused in Africa, and even more on the countries around the Sahel and the Great Green Wall. So, given our focus on agriculture and in rural areas, there is no way for us to work without population on the ground and without the young population on the ground. Ibrahim Tiao, the executive secretary of the UNCCD, said the other day that in many countries in the Sahel, half of the population is below 18 years old. And this population needs to be educated, needs to have access to trainings, to jobs, to financial resources, to opportunities. And for us as an institution, there is no way we can reach our mandate of promoting food security, improving agricultural practices, if we don't support governments and national entities in supporting the youngest generation in those countries. So for us, it is absolutely obvious that we are working and we need to work with young population, and we are doing so. Now, having said that, it is also obvious for us that youth is one term, but it takes many forms in countries, and young people are very different, the one from the other, for different reasons. Gender, level of education, level of access to resources, the place they live in a country, in rural areas or in cities. And the approach that IFAD has to deal with this reality is that all our investments are tailored to the needs of our beneficiaries. So every time we invest, we have a series of, I would say, policy or approaches which oblige us to have meaningful discussion with governments and the partners we are working with to identify exactly our beneficiaries, so the youth, the women, indigenous people, etc., to identify their needs in terms of nutrition, in terms of food security, and to develop the activities and the investments which are the most appropriate for those, I would say, targeted population or beneficiaries. So this is the way IFAD works. So youth is really at the core of our work. And what we see, I will take just one example, if you allow me. What we see in terms of finance, for instance, to be able to create small and medium enterprises, to be able for the young population to access financial means, they are facing many barriers. Banking institutions or financial institutions are not providing very concessional loans, are not very keen on supporting young population because of a perception of risks. And we are investing jointly with the Green Climate Fund and other partners in leveraging, in addressing those issues and making finance more available at a better concessional level with technical assistance, etc., for the young population. So these are projects that we are developing that are under implementation now, which allow the young population to have access to technical assistance and mobilize resources from the financial sector to become more independent and create their own businesses. Many thanks.
Thank you very much for those reflections from IFAD. Yes, it is really essential to have these different approaches, especially the integrated approaches that you have mentioned, to be able to identify opportunities for supporting young people right from the front line, where it is really most often looked upon as a risk zone. So I think that those are some of the key areas that we really need to move with action around seeing how to unlock the potentials from those areas. And thank you. I will now allow my friend Short to quickly run through a presentation, and then we move to the discussion.
Yes, sorry. So we are facing technical issue, but I think that they are going to be fixed in a few seconds for that. And what I would like to say, it's having heard what we have by the other panel, is what the next presentation is going to be how we can strengthen young researcher and young research team. And my colleague who is posted in Niger, Dr. Umaru Malaissa, is going to give a short presentation about that. And this presentation is from my institution, French Research Institution for Sustainable Development, and we are very much involved in strengthening young researchers, strengthening young team, and hopefully the PowerPoint is we are going to make it. And we have three main tools. We are able to support in collaboration with national university PhD students. That's the first one. Another one, we are able to strengthen young research team in collaboration with National Research Institute. And we are also a 3-year project, and we are also able to support by giving fund John Laboratory. It's a 5 years project, and it can be for 2 runs. That means at the end of the day, 10 years supporting. Is my colleague connected through Zoom? Okay. Umaru, are you there? I will give you the floor. Are you there, Umaru? We cannot hear you. Sorry for that, Umaru.
From your side, you are hearing
We cannot hear you.
It's okay now? Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay. So I don't know how we can proceed.
Yes.
Because I can't see the presentation.
Yes, I will. Can we see the presentation?
Not yet.
Sorry for the audience. Yes, you can see the presentation, Umaru. The floor is yours.
No, not yet. I can't see that, but I can talk if you want without the presentation. The things that I'm just going to say is a key message about this initiative, which is one of the tools of collaboration of IRD, and I am leading one of this collaborative tool, which is an international network of research. This international network is around land management, sustainable land management in the Great Green Wall area. And our ambition is to gather together scientists, force of scientists in this area in order to, I can say, to address several aspects of the Great Green Wall initiative. So you have already told something about this initiative, so I go straight to the IRN. This network takes into account the need of gathering broad and complementary expertise, particularly on main challenge in the Sahelian area, in particular environmental and socio-economic challenges. I mean here, aridity, effect of climate change, population growth, identification of human activities. It's also address the main solution, I can say to this, the main solution, one of the solution I can say to this problem, which is sustainable management of land and territories in the grid as it's I can say focus in the Great Green Wall program. So we took also into account the new strategic orientation of the Great Green Wall initiative. It's the need of establishing a shared vision and a common understanding of the initiative, and also promoting multi-stakeholder, multi-sectorial, multi-scale approach, and along with taking into account global issues, local context, and the aspiration of rural communities. So our network really want to have an open dialogue between scientists and also the non-academic actors. We took into account the difficulty relative to mobilization of the scientific community. And this is, I can say, we found through a recent review of the literature that despite being important, the mobilization of scientific community in the Great Green Wall program appear not very visible in the main international database. Many of the major terms and most of the territory of the Great Green Wall area are insufficiently integrated in the publications we found. And large productions are made by authors from the north. And there is a predominance really of the initial vision of the Great Wall, which is based on trees and reforestation. So we identified some poorly documented research topics which are dealing with ecosystem service and territorial resources, for example, carbon sequestration, biodiversity in arid area, water storage, preservation, and use efficiency. Also, some issues are related that are not documented or poorly documented are related to sharing management of natural resources, for example, ecological climate constraints, in particular related to rural land tenure, rural-urban transition, security and stability, which is main issues in Sahelian area. So, given all this aspect, we are intending, I mean, to set a network which really bring the research community into an open forum for exchange through scientific monitoring and animation, valorization and sharing of results and data, multidisciplinary training. This network is also open, as I can say, to non-academic partners, in particular socioeconomic actors and decision makers. And the activities in this field we are intend to bring is to carrying research and disseminating research results, promoting this research and translation into recommendation, participatory workshop integrating the aspiration and conference of local actors and the implementation of operational action by designing capacity building. So I say this is the main objectives is around soil scientists, and we know among these scientists, in particular in the Sahelian area, we should have an engagement with and a support to participation of youth. So we are planning to have training tomorrow experts, to train tomorrow experts and to develop new scientific skills and expertise. This is also a main objective also for our network. And this training should be made through multidisciplinary and cross-cutting training models, capacity building through training workshop, field and demonstration works. So Jean-Luc, I'm sorry, I don't know if you hear all I have said. I really prepared something in French, and I can see if you have the slide or not. But the essential of my message is we are sitting here in Sahelian area, and particularly in 6 countries, comprising in Niger, in Chad, Burkina Faso, Senegal, Ethiopia, and also in Djibouti. So this is the main countries where this network will be set, and now we are planning to work with scientists to contribute to the success of the Great Green Wall, and youth are the main actors of this research network supported by IRD. So I let you the floor, Jean-Luc, and I'm here if there is some question about what I have said. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Sorry, thank you, Maru. And it was not so easy to hear you, but we have seen all the slides you have shared with us. Thank you for that. And maybe we can now open the floor for discussion. Tabi?
Yes. Before I open the floor, I will start with you, Jean-Claude. You got the perspective from IFAD as well as the perspective from UNOWAS, and then from your colleague. I just wanted you to give some reflections, especially in terms of the essential role of research in driving these collaborative efforts in either scaling, and also don't forget in terms of linking it with policy and regional action across board. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Tabi. And according to your 2 points, my personal feeling or what I would like to do is to address the fact that we need to have young people at the local level with other stakeholders, and because they will be the key actor for the Great Green Wall success by 2030. That's the first point. And we need to build collaboration, to build research program, to get funds, to help people and young people, but also young research team, as Umaru showed. It's very much important for IRD to build capacity for young students in national universities. So you have seen in the slide provided by Umaru that we are doing so. And that's the first point. But also we need to have a collaborative network of multi-stakeholder at the Great Green Wall scale. That's my feeling. And we are prepared as a research institution to contribute for that and to have young people in our team, to have young researcher, and to have also very strong collaboration with NGO and with professional organization on the field. That is my contribution to the debate. Thank you, Tabi.
Thank you very much. Now I'm also going to introduce to you on the stage here, you have Kemo Fati. He's a young man. He looks very big, but he's a very young, he's under 30. And he's been actually championing one of the Great Green Wall models in the Gambia. And of course, that is so well known. But here, very quickly, Kemo, you have heard from the IFAD points, you heard from the IRD points, and you also heard from UNOWAS. It all says there is hope, I guess. So now, what do you think is most needed? Is needed in the most immediate, terms to drive action as a young person? Now you are speaking now, sharing perspective of other young people. What do you need? What will you require from these entities to drive action?
Thank you very much, Tabi. He says I am young, but indeed I have an old soul. I think I'm probably around 70 years in soul, so I'm not that young. But yes, in the Gambia, well, speaking for most of the young people across the Sahel, of course we were in Abidjan last time with UNOWAS, with all of these young people. I mean, the Great Green Wall can and will restore hope for all of us in the Sahel. Recently it's been very disheartening to see that, President Macky Sall had to go all the way down to President Putin to beg for grains. As a young African, this is very much disheartening for us when we have 600 million hectares of land that is just lying down there, just subjected to wind and water actions. So obviously something has to be done. But how have we been doing things? We need to really relook at what approach do we use. The farmers, the herders, and the fishers. We have recognized the work of IFAD, the work of very many multilateral organizations. But what we are really missing on the ground is that we need to actually have enhanced democratization of funding flows. Most of the time when we come to the COP here, we're hearing lots of billions behind these gates here. And then, at the end of the day, how this translates to the end user, the person whose hand is directly in the soil, is really very difficult. I do not understand all of the protocols that are involved, but we go through a lot of struggle in order to actually access some of the finance. Sometimes these young people who are having these businesses, they are mostly given some kind of shorter cycle fundings, whether it's $10,000. So there is no support for capital expenditures. So their businesses are stagnant. They keep at the same place. And when disasters hit, we start back from square zero. So we really need to look at what do we need. It's just not about, the finances there. We need to actually put the access there, and as well as the follow-up tools to be able to see those businesses to thrive once more. So this, I think, is what is lacking on the ground. We need to really look into how do we get in these resources into the hands of the people who matter. So for me, as a young person, I think this has been the crucial problem that we have been facing. Not just, community-based enterprises, but as well as, small and medium-scale enterprises. We are all facing similar situation. When the COVID came, it actually came to decimate our way of life. foul our beliefs. We have seen for a long time, for instance, in my country, we see, young people giving up hope. They have no reason to stay. In fact, high school students are discussing how to jump into the boats and into the Mediterranean. So I think we really need to relook at our model of development. This is not just one multilateral partner or something. We have $130 billion floating in aid every now and again. More than how many governments? 50 governments or 50,000 NGOs, more than 60, governments all involved. So these different interests and agendas mixing is not really situating us or centering us at the real, place where we should be. So there is always, different layers of things happening before it reaches down to us. And these kinds of frank conversations are not taking place every now and again. So we need to really pinch our egos to see what do the youth really need. What is needed on the ground? What can we really do to get all of these resources into the hands of the people that matter? For me, I think this has been the fundamental problem. If I go across the entire African continent, it's always about finance, 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 and yet still these billions are floating in our communities. Let's ask ourselves, I would prefer that all of these billions we are talking about, before we have a project that says this is what we need, let's have that 25 million divided across communities and small-scale enterprises directly and see if their livelihoods will not improve. I'm sorry to be cynical about this, but this is the reality of young people that I'm speaking. I personally will not say this has affected me, but this is really what is happening on the ground. And coming from the very front line, this is what the reflections are. This is what resonates with most of the young people. So we really need to find that enhanced democratization of funding flows. We need to allow communities themselves to actually, develop their own development models from a bottom-up approach. Let us stop patronizing communities as if they cannot do it themselves. So this has been the model of development approach for far too long. If we are to kick poverty out, we need to rethink this model. Thank you.
I'm still coming back to you, Kemo. That's really amazing. And then now, very quickly, I have very quickly, one last 1 minute, Kemo. When you talk about remodeling or giving access or democratizing, to the communities, it might sound very mystifying to some people, right? Just very clear example. If a young person is being given $20,000, for instance, I'm sorry if I am using those figures, but just to say you were part of the Abidjan meeting, and I understand very well there were a lot of consensus built out of existing tangible and measurable initiatives and ideas run by young people, including you. So what do you think, or what do you think is the right direct approach where money should go in first?
Well, I think this comes directly to community-based enterprises, as well as, civil society organizations. Because what I have seen also on the ground is that there is a proliferation of organizations where young people are no longer setting enterprises, because people are always giving them shorter cycle projects, 10, 20,000. So everyone now goes and establishes a community-based enterprise. We have briefcase organizations that are floating across communities which are actually accessing this, and there is nobody actually who is, an entity. It's not like belonging to a lot of people. So it's not just from this higher level, it's also from the ground, where we are having those authorities. The IFAD will deal with the government directly, but in the government itself, we will have people, staffs of the government, who have their own entities, where they will direct those resources to, and they will look as if they are genuine, when in fact these things do not exist on the ground. So you only go and you will see like a whole metallic symbol of having that thing. So we need to look at those criteria from the ground. Who are the people who are really working? Are they working on an entrepreneurial basis? Are their projects bankable? Can they bring returns? This is the only way that Africa can move. We cannot just be depending on aid. We have to look at what are these organizations doing in terms of trade, so they can be able to upscale, replicate those models in other places across Africa. Then we can really thrive, with a very good economic base.
Thank you very much, Kemo. Please, thank you so much. We have heard from IRD, we've heard from IFAD, we've heard from UNOWAS, And we're actually going to hear from the African Union, but at the tail end. So I want to hear from the audience. Do you have some questions or comments? Please feel free to raise your hand and I will give you the microphone. The conversation is yours now. Good.
Hello, good evening. My name is Hussein Idris from Nigeria. I'm a research. Hello, okay. I'm a research student doing research in. Hello, okay. Can you hear me now? Okay. My name is Hussein Idris from Nigeria. I'm a research student doing research in intelligent transportation system. So my question is here is, like you talk about researchers and young researchers, and how are we going to like look for research fund or collaborate with the IFAD or ERD for such a research fund? And this is like my question.
Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to give a comment from the excellent presentations. And we are ably represented by Kimo. I think that was very powerful as young people in that regard. What I can just say is that this is very pragmatic discussion that we are having, and that is actually what we want. We keep like talking about many things that are abstract, but whatever is here and the meetings in Abidjan that happened, I followed virtually, and that was so pragmatic, and that is actually what we want to encourage young people who are having innovations right in the middle of their communities, trying to address the problems that are existing. So here, because I see African Union, I see IFAD, I see UNOAS, and I see research institutions, like how best to build capacity in young people, because there is always this discussion of young people's initiatives not being bankable because of like documentation and all these things. So how best can we ensure that there is that capacity development, requisite capacity development, and thereafter empowering young people who are have these requisite skills now, I mean, to be agents of change within their communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. My name is Spongile from the SADC Secretariat. And we are also implementing the Great Green Wall. We are starting to implement. So we're learning lessons, and we are also driving some processes which we think might have been a challenge in the Sahara-Sahel situation. Young people, I think we are missing the point. We're missing the point on the role of young people in implementation of Great Green Wall. We want young people to implement things the old school way that we come with. We need to change everything. We need to change the education system. We need to talk about cryptocurrencies. We need to talk about fourth industrial revolution. How are young people going to contribute into the effectiveness of implementation of Great Green Wall using modern technologies, because that's the language that they understand. You cannot come to a young person and talk about the old hoeing system that we used to do in agriculture, because it's not exciting to them. It's not something they will take up. But we need to talk about new technologies, new innovations, and embrace the things that they want to bring forth. And I think that is the thing we are lacking. We keep bringing in the old things that are not relevant in today's modern life, in the number of populations that we have to feed the nations. We can't keep doing the old things. We need to be innovative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sibongile. I see a strong coherence between what you said and what Alphonse said, and perhaps I will task my brother here from the bank very quickly if you have a smart comment on these. Bankable, smart technology, using technology, and of course I'll go back to the climate finance expert from IFAD to see how we can quickly bring some coherent understanding on this part. Thank you, Haruna.
I was not really here to speak, but more on a listening mode and to listen to what you and partners are saying. I think, if you have to be very transformative in this process, we have to cover some of the implementation gap we have, the science gap. We have a lot of issues around the science. Let me tell you something. A few months ago, we were designing a project for the bank, a regional project. And we want to decentralize, some of the action on the ground to work at district level. And as soon as we start trickling it down to that level, we realize that, there were big information gaps because we have climate profile at regional, at country level, but when it comes to the grassroots level, we don't have enough information in terms of building the good climate narrative for us to attract climate finance. These are the kind of information gap and knowledge gap we have to fill. The second gap we have to fill is on the implementation side. If you have to be inclusive, we have to change the way we design and do projects. I'm talking from a bank, African Rural Bank standpoint. Most of the projects, if you look at the pipeline, is a government-led project. And if you don't get the planning process right and be inclusive at first, at entry level, and make sure that it does reflect the needs and the priority of the people on the ground, and we put them on the driving seat for the implementation, then we have implementation gap. Most of the money are not trickling down to the community just because sometimes even the state are sometimes competing sometimes with the grassroots level. And when we do the design of project, it's the old way, using the kind of old scheme we have and the old tools, we cannot trickle down to that level simply because they say it's too risky, it's too small, they can't meet the fiduciary requirements and so on. So someone has to come and de-risk this investment so it can trickle down to the level, to the grassroots level. The best way to build the capacity on the ground is to put people on the driving seat. And most of the time, people have been designing projects on the behalf of the community, but they're not getting it anything in return, because it has been designed by people who are on the ground, who are really the real implementers of the project. So we have to do better work in terms of the way we design projects, the way we are doing the participatory approach, and also be much more creative in terms of the kind of financing window we put in place. For instance, at the bank, we are now trying to have this line of financing, green banks, and so on. We have to have dedicated line of financing for women, for youth, and put in place all the enabling conditions for them to be able to access this funding. We can't just say, okay, no, you're too young, you can't get the funding. You have not been in business for long, you can't get the money. You can't write a good proposal, you can't get the money. We have to put in place all the enabling conditions for that to happen, and then we can put in place an accountability mechanism so we can track the funding and make sure that when we invest $1, this dollar goes to the field. And this is the two gaps we have to really cover if we are to do better business. The knowledge gap and the implementation gap, and be much more inclusive in our approach.
Thank you very much, Aruna. Very quickly. Yeah, and then you.
Very quickly.
Yeah, please. So, okay. In the interest of time.
But these are interesting questions.
Very interesting.
So very quickly, I will come back to the project I mentioned before as an example, which is called eGriffin. eGriffin stands for Inclusive Green Financing, basically. So the inclusive aspect is really at the core of the design of this project. And this is why it is focusing on youth and on gender. And the purpose of this project is to work with financial institutions to help them create concessional credit lines, which are not existing now. So changing the business model of those national financial institutions so they can provide financial resources to young entrepreneurs. That's one. But there is another aspect into this, and also support young entrepreneurs through technical assistance to learn how to present their proposal to the respective banks. So that's one of the objective of eGriffin. The other objective is absolutely focused on innovation. There is a regional component in this project because it is covering multiple countries and because we do believe that a lot needs to be done on innovation and better sharing knowledge between countries and between participants. So that's why we have created this. It's a third component into the e-Griffin funding proposal, which is focused on knowledge sharing and innovation. There is a lot of innovation taking place on many different topics. But if it is not shared, if it is not shared with the banking institution, if it is not shared with women organization, with youth organization, then this innovation doesn't spread as it should. So we completely agree on the importance of those aspects to change the vision that youth has, to raise the appetite of the financial sector to finance those innovations and to make them up to scale as fast as possible. Thank you.
Yes, if I may answer your question about capacity building for young students, and the process that we are working on, and Umaru have shown it's at first strengthen and master student, but by doing so we need to have also a collaboration with a national research team or national university. I was posted more than 10 years in Senegal. We had collaboration with UCAD, with Université Gaston Louis and Saint Louis. My colleague Umaru is posted in Niamey. He has collaboration with Niamey University and Maridi University. That's the first point. Having students, strengthening master students. And after that, trying to find fund for PhD students and to put them in a young research team. And after that, this young research team may be a joint lab facility for 5 years funding. So we need also to try to get funds to support knowledge implementing. And after that, these young people will provide science-based evidence from their country, from their landscape approach and so on, and be part of the national, international agenda and negotiation. That's the way that Umaru is doing things to the Great Green Wall. And I would like to answer your question. Of course, this is not a matter to old science, it's a matter to innovative science. We are doing genomic, we are doing genetic, we are doing early warning system and providing farmers in Senegal with their iPhone or their smartphone, the weather and where is the best period for sowing and so on and so on. I fully agree with you. This should be science-based for innovation. I fully agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chot. Amazing perspectives. I hope we don't have any other burning questions from the audience. And I will just move quickly in getting your final comments. One statement from each one of you, starting with Umaru from the online. Umaru, you might want to just give us your submission. 1 minute, since we are already faced by the next session that will be coming in. So kindly, from Umaru we come to Chot, after Chot to Yves, and then Yves to Kemo, and then Kemo to Ngozi, and Ngozi to Elvis, who wrap the event. So quickly, Umaru, thank you very much.
Yeah, I think my last word will be more collaboration between scientists. We know that we are not always doing this. Most of the time people are in a kind of silo, so I think we should go further for interdisciplinary collaboration, also collaboration with structure like IFAD, and I think the e-Griffin project can be one of this canal in which we can have this kind of collaboration, and encouraging also younger scientists to join this kind of initiatives to have really the future of expertise to achieve the objective of the Green Wall. And thank you very much. I'm sorry for the technical issues that didn't let us to see the presentation very well. And thank you.
Thank you, Umar. Thank you so much. Chot.
Yes, very shortly. The Great Green Wall Initiative is an ambitious project, and this initiative should be supported by every stakeholder. Let's make the Great Green Wall, gathering all together scientists, founders, young NGO, young people around the same table to address the SDG through the Great Green Wall. That is my wish.
Thank you, Chort. Yves?
Many thanks. So I would say that from IFAD we are totally committed to this topic. That's obvious. I hope you understand the message. And very much in the spirit of this COP, we are not here to make pledges, but just to say that we are delivering already. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimo?
I just want to thank this lady for talking about the technology part of things. And mostly, you know, when we hear technology, I always hear this word, technology transfer. I don't know what that means, but I think that, you know, most of the time, you know, I see that we have new technologies like solar, but right now I can tell you some of the solars that have been there, all the batteries are dead. We don't know what to do with it, and you can't use it for so long. So I think we really need to look at what kind of technology we are bringing in terms of that. And the research as well, we really need to expand the evidence base and also synthesize it for the people who are going to make use of that research. Example is that in my country we have a crisis of waste, and there has been no studies that has been done on waste. We don't have a waste bill. You know, our National Environment Management Act is devoid of laws of waste management. But students are still trying, but they cannot really synthesize these reports that we, the policymakers or the politicians, can understand to allow us to make better informed decisions. So in terms of research, if we can find a way that this can reach out to not just the scientists, but as well as the users of that information, would be crucial. Thank you.
Thank you, Kemo. Ngozi?
Kemo, you give me so much hope. It's very empowering to sit next to you. I wanted to say that what we're doing in support of young entrepreneurs, it is so right, and we need to do more. There has been suggestions here too. What we learned from the workshop we had in Abadan a month ago, when we brought 20 young entrepreneurs together, is that they also need to be empowered. They also need to have a network. They need to get access to decision makers. So there's a whole framework around it. It's just not only about the funding. And then I want to say on SADC, I have the same kind of idea. I think you need the old technology and the new technology, and you have to find the kind of perfect match. And that's also something, a challenge for your young people to come up with that on your own terms. And then on the researchers, I think the research work that you're doing, I want to see maybe a little bit clearer how that fits into what the young entrepreneurs are doing, so that they can really benefit to the fullest from that, because it's really excellent work. And then, Aruna, I wanted to put you on the spot to see, because I wonder, I've heard a lot, especially in Senegal, about the tontines. And tontines, is it called? Yeah, local tontines, and they seem to be really effective across West Africa. And I don't know if there's a way for financial institutions to support that kind of traditional way of raising funds, which that's something that you're already doing. You're not on the panel, so I'm not sure I can ask you, but it seems that there's something there that can be scaled up. And that's about it. But I have a lot of hope coming from this panel, and I hand over to Elvis for a conclusion.
Yes, Elvis.
Yes, thank you. I think I would just, before I go on, I would just talk a bit about this issue of finance and all this issue about the inability of farmers and people not being able to mobilize finance. It's a fat lie, because you have talked about Tongting. These women, I deal with value chains and funding for. These women are geniuses when it comes to management and raising of funds. I did a study on why in our communities we have money lenders. And these money lenders, they can even lend money at 50%. And they are doing it, and they have been doing it for millennia. They lend money in the community. They are Shylocks, they are sharks, but they still succeed in lending money, and businesses in our communities are based on money lenders. And I did a study to see why they are so successful. It's simple, because they package their money according to what the people want. They were giving loans at 50%. but people were still going to them. And I tried to bring the cooperatives and the credit union in Burkina Faso to these people. Let the cooperatives work with the money lenders in the community to package the money the way the people want. And they were doing something. I left, so I don't know how the program continued. Just to say, we need to be innovative. We cannot sit every day to complain that these people don't have capacity. If you complain too much, means you are the one with the problem, not the other person. So that said, just to say thank you very much. My role is to round up. And I think the first thing is that the Great Green Wall is an African program. It's an African Union program. It's a partnership program. So when I see this partnership with IRD, the research institution, with IFAD, the agricultural financial institutions, with the front line, the youth, UNOWAS that is dealing with Security Council, and the Africa Union, I think this is the kind of partnership that we have to. But this partnership should not end up in workshops. Let the partnership not just end up with meet in workshops, we have a feel good, and then we greet each other, take pictures, and we go, and we continue with our silos. Because that's what we are good at. I know IRD forever, they have done a lot of publications, but how do you package those publications in such a way that they are not research documents, but they are booklets? They are guide booklets for implementation. How can IFAD work with IRD to bring out the kind of financial instruments that can directly impact the life of our poor people? Or with ADB, with the African Development Bank, we need research. And you know the biggest challenge we have in Africa is data. But researchers are always in their own world. You need to come back and work with those who are involved in development, with the youth, with those of us that are into policy. But the issue with research is packaging. Package it based on the need of the people. That is the thing. So at the level of the Africa Union, I think what the urgent thing that we have now is about working with our member states in the Sahel, in the SADC region, in the Southern Africa region. We are working with them for the extension of the Great Green Wall, because desertification and drought is not only limited to, it's 60% of the continent. It's not limited to any part of the continent. And we are also working with DRC. Many people ask you, why do you go to DRC? I remind them that what we call the Sahel today was once a forest. Science have proven that these were all forested areas, even the Sahara. But because we never took care of it, because of planetary movements and other things, it became a desert. So there's nothing stopping all our tropical countries from becoming a desert, as we are seeing in the Amazon today. So I think the vision of the Africa Union is the future. We are working based on Agenda 2063, and we want the kind of Africa that we want to live for our children. That's why we have ambitious initiatives like the Great Green Wall. And we have other flagships like the PIDA, the infrastructure. We have the ACTFA, the promoting intercontinental trade. Because as they say, Africa is the continent that trades least among itself. And we also need a lot of research on that also to see what are the hurdles. So at the Africa Union, the Great Green Wall remains our target. And another thing we are doing, and I'm inviting everybody to take part, is development of a new strategy for the Great Green Wall. A new strategy that will be all-encompassing and leaving no thematic or no group or no country behind. We see that Togo Togo, Benin are also asking to be part of the Great Green Wall. Cote d'Ivoire just joined the Great Green Wall. Somalia is asking for the Great Green Wall. The new strategy is going to see how we can bring up these countries to the level of what has been happening in the Sahara and the Sahel region, and how we can make the Great Green Wall to be fit for the future. And what is the future that we want to see 10 years down the line. So with that, I will say thank you very much. Thank you, UNOWAS. Thank you, the youth, Frontline, IFAD. We have talked with IFAD the whole time that we have been at the COP. And I'm very happy to see IRD. And I hope we are not only going to meet in another COP, COP28. Thank you very much. And our professor who is online, you are also from IRD. Thank you very much, and God bless all of us.
Thank you very much, Elvis, for those conclusions, and thank you once again. And just to reiterate that UNOWAS is committed to this collaboration and partnerships, especially within the framework of accelerating the Great Green Wall. Thank you very much. Audience, we are so grateful to have you, Aruna. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening. However, there is a next program going to take place, Elvis. So.
Let me ask them. Is that for you? This woman alone can give us birth to all of us. Really?
Hello? Hello?
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting a new program now. Have they been able to get online? Oh, that's perfect. Yes. 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 Great. Perfect. The and then we start, yeah. Okay. At what time? So you are here tomorrow? I want to be here tomorrow because next session, right? At 8 o'clock in the night. But I'll come back right away. He's the one that. Yeah, yeah, this hour. This hour. When I'm not, my session, we have an office behind. That's why I say. Yeah. Come in more time. Où ça est? Est-ce que j'ai ton. J'ai ton. Comment donner votre carte ou ton adresse? Non, non, non. Finish. Oui, oui. Restons en contact et travaillons à quelque chose d'opérationnel. À quelque chose d'opérationnel, mais surtout au niveau de la Somalie, au niveau de. Je vais vous contacter pour la stratégie. Comme ça, vous pouvez participer pour nous donner les idées des côtés chercheurs. Et le comité scientifique français d'adaptation est là pour ça. Exactement. Il est là pour ça. Donc, je connais, mais vous étiez. Il faut là. Ok. Ok. Merci beaucoup. On est ensemble. For Guinea-Bissau the first one.
Just to let you know as well.
Yes.
Give me the 5-second countdown. So we will need to. Oh gosh.
Mr. Mitika, is he here? I've not seen him. It's my friend. I've not seen him. So, who are they who are going to be here? Oh oui, on se le cap. Je suis là. Oui. Well, yes, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are starting a new event now. Please, you can take your seat. And this event is about looking at the issues of climate change from a human rights perspective. So this is very important. Before then, I'm going to introduce those who are online. We have Mr. Marcel Akovo, the Regional Director for UN Human Rights. He will be doing the opening statement online. We also have our colleague Tobias Thiers, Director of GIZ Office to the Africa Union. He's going to give us a presentation on what is a human rights-based approach to climate change. And then we have Mr. Odas Kubawimana, who is here, please. Monsieur Odas, can you come and sit comfortable here? And then we also have Mr. Mitika from PACJA, who is supposed to be talking to us about climate justice perspective to climate change. With that, I will call on on Marcel Apovo to do his opening statement. Marcel, are you online? Thank you. We are seeing you. Check your microphone, please.
Let me. No, I am at 100% here.
Yes,
In fact, I was.
We are getting you now. You can.
Is it okay?
Yes, very well. Thank you. You can go on now.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I would like just to acknowledge the representative of the African Union Commission, Mr. Alvis Paul Tangem, the director of the GIZ office to the African Union, Mr. Tobias Thiel, the representative of Women and Gender Constituency, Mrs. Salimata Ba, the representative of Growth Kenya, and an ILHC co-chair, Ms. Frida Gituku, the representative of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, Dr. Mitika Mwenda. I would want to stand by the existing protocol. If one has been established already, I guess that I'm the first one. So I would want to create my protocol and then stand by it. And then I'll just simply say that our protocol observed. I'm so delighted to be here with you. I'm very greatly honored and then delighted indeed to deliver this remark on behalf of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, East Africa Regional Office that I lead at this side event organized at the margin of the COP27 under the theme tackling the challenge of climate change and then exploring why the human rights approach matters. I would like, before I start really the substantive delivery of my message, to extend my sincere appreciation to the government of Egypt for hosting the COP27 and to the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa and all the other co-organizers for creating a platform to deliberate on this very critical, timely topic. I also wish to really applaud, if I may, and then thank the African Union Commission, GIZ, and the International Land Coalition for jointly co-organizing this event. In addition, I wish to thank all our partners and other actors who are participating both in person and virtually for making time to join these side events amidst ongoing discussions which will frame, I believe, and shape a policy discourse on how Africa can best address the looming climate change crisis. As you all might have observed, the regional trends on climate-induced disasters
reveal that drought is increasingly posing a threat to food security in the East and Horn of Africa. And I'm just citing this data of World Food Program, it is estimated that as of May 2022, 81.6 million of people, including internally displaced persons, refugees, and then host community in rural and then urban area are facing high acute food insecurity. The figures also represent about 39% increase from the 58.6 million recorded in November 2021. The prolonged drought and then the broader climate change crisis in Eastern Horn of Africa has had clearly a negative impact on a broader spectrum of human rights, including both civil, political, economic, and social cultural rights, and on the right to development as a whole. And as observed by the Special Rapporteur on the right to development, fostering diversified green economy with climate resilient, sustainable development will not only bolster the right to development and an adaptation in developing countries, but it will also improve global equity, allowing developing countries to become stronger partners in mitigating climate change. The impact of the drought and climate-induced disaster on human rights are therefore very real and require urgent action. There is need to strengthen integration of a human rights-based approach in addressing climate change crisis and associated natural disasters. This will contribute toward greater accountability and an empowerment of those affected by climate change to take an active role and meaningful engagement in decision-making process. Dear friends, I think that I would like to, in the context of this opportunity given to me, I would like to discuss the human rights-based approach tenets in this topic and re-emphasize the need for a human rights-based approach as we tackle the challenge of climate change in twofold. The first is the meaningful participation, non-discrimination, and then empowerment. There is still relevance for government, the UN, and other stakeholders to consistently promote open channels for participation at all stages of the planning, implementation, and monitoring of climate-related policy and program for all relevant stakeholders. This, with no doubt, will afford opportunity for equal and meaningful participation of all relevant planning and decision-making processes of the most disadvantaged sectors of society, including persons with disability, women, children, and young people, minority, indigenous people, peasants, persons of African descent, and a member of other disempowered and marginalized groups. And to ensure informed participation, it is really obvious that we need to consistently strengthen the capacity and resource in all stages of climate action-related planning and management. We should, for example, develop and monitor systems to identify existing risks that could negatively impact meaningful participation. And in addition, to ensure a gender equitable and a universally accessible response to climate change, we must ensure and monitor the equal participation of women in decision-making, monitoring and an evaluation at the national and a local level. It goes without doubt saying and believing that a gender-sensitive approach should be systematically integrated into evaluation processes. Ladies and gentlemen, a proportional representation of women and decision-making processes at all levels is therefore extremely critical, including in community-based disaster risk reduction activities. In light with the above, my office wishes to commend the African Union for its numerous continental initiatives which not only demonstrate a strong decision by the African Union to address gender-based discrimination in law and in practice, but also to provide overall strategic direction and guidance to its member states through the elaboration of a continental gender policy consideration. I'm also very pleased, of course, to learn that civil society organizations working with marginalized and vulnerable groups and climate change affected population are well represented in this platform to deliberate and share the lived experience of affected population, exchange of information on impact of climate change on human rights broadly, and more specifically, engage in more focused discussion on thematic issues such as gender and climate change, land rights, and climate justice. I just hear from your introduction that there will be a dedicated presentation on climate justice. I have no doubt that the outcome of this will contribute to informing policy decisions and then they're taken in the context of the COP27 and beyond. Let me also take this opportunity as I discuss the issue of meaningful participation to delve into the importance of technology transfer and capacity building. It is very clear that a low carbon and climate resilient technology along with the capacity to use them are needed, particularly in developing economies, and then ensure that all persons and government are able to address the climate change challenge. The second point that I would want to dwell on a little bit is accountability and legality in the context of our understanding of human rights related to the climate change challenge. On the issue of accountability, it is only possible to give effect to tackling of climate change if there are adequate accountability mechanisms and remedies in cases of a human rights violation. Available mechanisms should be reliable, prompt, and guarantee remedy. States should adopt a legal provision making environmental rights and a right to development justiciable, and should enact legislation enabling public interest litigation on environmental rights issues, and then also to provide additional avenue, including judicial or quasi-judicial mechanism through which to claim economic, social, and cultural rights. State, I strongly believe that they should make the working of accountability mechanism transparent and then ensure that they are accessible, including to persons living in remote area, persons speaking minority language, and in persons with disability. In the context of government engagement, we also believe that parliamentary committees, for example, this is just one of the many examples, tasked with addressing climate change, environmental issues, should provide oversight and then employ inquiries and public hearings as additional means to accountability. The national human rights institutions should, among other partners, pursue the protection of environmental rights and climate justice claim, as well as a claim related to right to development. This is not too rampant nowadays, but this is something that could be extremely useful to pursuing the human rights issue within the climate change topic. In addition to playing a strong role in promoting and in protecting those rights, the National Human Rights Institution should advocate making violation of such rights justiciable within respective countries. When they have agreed to monitor the implementation of a sustainable development goal in their own country, they should specifically refer to climate-related goal in case analysis, and that is extremely important. State should provide a safe environment that protects environmental rights, climate justice defenders, and then civil society organizations documenting the adverse impact of development policies and projects on climate change. And projects put in place to mitigate carbon emissions must adhere to human rights and should not increase the vulnerability of local community. And it is in the same vein that we strongly believe that the state and the intergovernmental organizations should consult and collaborate with environmental defenders, recognizing the role they play in responding to climate change and advancing the right to development, especially in the defense of land, natural resources, and environmental more generally. State should also respect the claim of indigenous people for land rights, taking into consideration the impact of climate change on the enjoyment of such a right, and thus preserving their interest, and should seek their free, prior to and an informed consent in all development processes. Dear friends, I would wish really in this context to emphasize the importance of leveraging global systems to achieve climate resilient and sustainable development. For example, the normative standard and principles such as the Paris Agreement, general comment and recommendation from treaty bodies, which have increasingly facilitated engagement and action on the environmental and then climate change discourse, as well as the disaster risk reduction. I also wanted to take cognizance of the recommendation, general recommendation on gender dimension of disaster risk reduction in the context of a climate change, adopted by the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, which highlights the human rights obligation of states to support gender responsive, right-based climate action. It's clear that the Committee on the Right of the Person with Disability has emphasized the need to adhere to the Convention of the Right of the Person with Disability in effort to implement the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction and the 2030 Agenda in several of its conclusions and observations. The Universal Periodic Review also, which ultimately result in concrete recommendations to the state under review, is increasingly addressing the link between climate change and human rights, including as relating to disaster risk reduction. And I wish in this context to encourage you all to draw on this framework on human rights recommendation to advance the work on environment, climate change, and human rights, while paying particular attention to ensure that no one is indeed left behind. Dear friends, I would like to reemphasize as I end key message issued by the High Commissioner, on the need to seize the opportunity presented at the COP27 and beyond to take the following step. The first one, to enhance climate ambition to protect human rights. The second one, to guarantee meaningful and effective participation. The third one, to address human rights harms caused by climate change. The fourth one, to mobilize resources for right-based climate action. And the fifth one, to ensure centrality of human rights in climate decision making. As I conclude, I'd also wish to reiterate the commitment of my office, the UN Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, in working closely with you all beyond the side events in taking forward the outcome of this event. And on this note, I wanted to wish you all a very fruitful deliberation and a very successful conversation in this side event and then beyond it. I thank you for the time and then the opportunity, with the hope that this discussion will continue beyond the side event and will be framed in a larger context of a centrality of our human rights in tackling climate challenge that we face in the modern world. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
God bless you.
Thank you very much, Marcel. That was very rich, and I think we recognize, I think from your speech and from the elements and the recommendation, I would have to say the issue of human rights is a serious gap in the current discussions around the COP. It has not really been articulated the way it's supposed to. And I think it's a serious gap that I'm happy that my colleagues of the UNECA are here, the Africa Center for Climate Policy, the Africa Climate Policy Center. I think the issue of human rights should be taken far more serious than what is happening here.
Exactly.
I will now quickly call on our colleague from GIZ, Tobias Thiel. Tobias, are you online? You have, yes, I think Marcel has given us a serious element on the need for human rights approach to climate change. So your presentation should be able to give us key indicators and key messages that we should consider, especially as we push the whole human rights agenda in climate change. Yes, please, you have 8 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you, Mr. Akpobo, for this very thoughtful introduction, and good evening from Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, fellow panelists, it's a real pleasure to be here, even if only virtually, and I have to confess that I would have loved to attend the COP27 in Egypt, which was my home for the past 6 years. I'm sure that you've seen all kinds of panels by now that have linked climate change to various sectoral topics such as business infrastructure or food security. So after 2 weeks, you must all be perfect experts on climate change. So why are we talking about climate change and human rights in particular tonight? To frame this debate, I believe it's quite important to understand 2 crucial aspects. The first one is that climate change, both directly and indirectly, impacts the effective enjoyment of human rights, and as such has implications on a quite broad spectrum of rights. I think we heard some examples already from Mr. Akpobo. We have the right to life, we have the right to food, water and sanitation, health, adequate housing, education, and also the right to self-determination, to name but a few. But what's also particularly crucial is that we have the right to participation, and in the context of climate change, this means, of course, also people's right to shape their own destiny in this regard. The second feature that I would like to highlight in tonight's debate is that climate change disproportionately affects individuals, groups, and peoples in vulnerable situations. Examples of such groups are women, children, the elderly, indigenous peoples, but also migrants or minorities, persons with disabilities, people who live in small island states. And what we notice is that climate change has an exacerbating effect. It exacerbates existing inequalities. And this is, I think, particularly important in the context of Africa, as it's important that Africa is, of course, the continent that's most vulnerable to climate variability and change. So I think with this in mind, it also becomes clearer that mainstreaming a human rights-based approach to climate change action and governance helps us to take a different perspective on climate change. And I think this is where the real value lies. But what really does climate change add to this? What does a human rights-based approach add to the climate debate? I think on the one hand, I mean, a human rights-based approach is a conceptual framework for the process of human development that is based on almost universally agreed international human rights standards. So they're quite unambiguous, and most states as duty bearers have signed up to them. So a human rights-based approach helps us to analyze the obligations, it helps us to analyze inequalities, but also the different vulnerabilities of groups, and provides a framework to redress discriminatory practices and unjust distributions of power, which actually impede progress and undercut human rights. So what's quite important is that a human rights-based approach establishes the logic that we have on the one hand states as duty bearers. So there's an obligation, there's a responsibility, a legal obligation to take effective measures to prevent and redress climate change impacts, and as such ensure that the people, that rights holders, have actually the necessary capacity to adapt to climate change. So it ensures a systematic mainstreaming of human rights and its corresponding obligations. We can see this, for example, in policies, plans, or programs. It ensures that these standards, that's universal human rights standards such as, and principles such as participation, equality, non-discrimination, and accountability, that these standards actually guide the formulation of climate change policies and measures. And thirdly, a human rights-based approach creates an environment that allows people, individuals, communities affected by climate change to participate without discrimination in the design and implementation of mitigation, adaptation, and resilience building measures. So in other words, a human rights-based approach is a useful tool to anchor human rights in all climate change efforts, provide a universal framework that helps us tackle inequalities. It's also quite crucial to realize that it puts people at the center of climate change policy formulation and decision-making processes. And I think with this, we have some representatives of civil society tonight at this panel, but in the COP more generally as one example. And it empowers also rights holders, especially the most marginalized, to participate in different processes. At the GIZ office to the African Union, GIZ, by the way, is the German development agency that works on behalf of the German government. We have quite a lot of experience in working with human rights-based approaches. In the case of my office, jointly with the African Union, to provide some examples, I mean, we support the African Union in efforts for just transition. So we foster partnerships between climate and development stakeholders based on human rights standards. We also take quite a strong focus on gender equality and thereby focus on the gender implications of climate change. And hereby we actively promote the involvement of women in mitigation and adaptation efforts. And we also support our partner, the African Union, in mainstreaming human rights and climate change efforts. We use a human rights-based approach that basically finds entry into different climate change interventions, also with a particular focus on promoting the rights of children. So in conclusion, I would like to leave you on the note that I hope that this COP27 will serve as a basis also for shifting the debates on climate change from this very helpful high-level dialogue to quite concrete transformative approaches that will enable local communities to build emergency response and climate resilience measures based on a human rights-based approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tobias, and I hope to see you when I get back. I think the African Union just launched the Africa Climate and Resilient Development Strategy. And I believe the human rights approach is a big part of it. We also have the Green Recovery Action Plan and the human rights and inclusive approaches, including gender, women and youth, are also a very big part of it. So I'm going now to call on our colleague, Mr. Odas Kubumana, from ICL in Nairobi. He's the chair of ICL, and he's going to talk to us about a land right perspective to climate change. Right. Thank you very much, Odas.
Thank you very much, Elvis. Good evening, everyone. As Elvis said, I work for the International Coalition. It's a It's a network, a global network of more than 300 organizations worldwide working to put people at the center of land governance. Our goal is to see land governance that is people-centered. I will make my intervention in two steps. One is why we say that land rights are human rights. It's self-explanatory, but I would want to just take us through a reflection of why this is the case. If you look at the different human rights frameworks and what they talk about, as my colleague was saying, they talk about rights to food, they talk about rights to livelihood, they talk about rights to peace and security, they talk about rights to a dignified life. And when you look at all that, and in a context of unsecure land rights, you will see that you cannot expect any of those rights to be fulfilled in case land rights are not secured. So that's how we see land rights as a central point if we are to bring about human rights, especially this is more important when it comes to what we call vulnerable groups, and these are, for example, rural smallholder farmers, women, youth, indigenous peoples. For them, land rights means even more than anyone else, because when you look at them, their life 100% depends on and from land. There are people who, I was talking to some friends in the West, and they, especially young people, don't remember any time they needed land. And this is the case also for some of the people in the developing countries in cities. But rural women, rural smallholder farmers, indigenous people, those groups that we call vulnerable groups, for them, actually, everything human rights is only about land rights. So that's where, as a network, we position land rights as a non-negotiable human rights. And from there, we advocate for land rights. And when we talk about land rights, it's basically, in a broad way, secure land tenure. Because land tenure can include a number of things. Can include rights to own land, right to access land, and as long as you can get the benefits from that land and in a secure and sustainable way. So now my second level of intervention is now how does that become important in a climate crisis context? Why is it that land rights, now that we all agree that these are really human rights or they are the center of human rights, why does that become important in the context of the climate crisis in which we are? If you look at everything that we want to do to cope with climate crisis, we want to do almost about all of it is to happen on land. If we want to restore landscapes, if we want to plant trees, if we want to this carbon management, all will happen on land. Whose land is that? It is very important that land rights are clarified if we are to succeed any climate change management measures. You will not expect anyone, especially these people who make 80% of farm users, small-scale, smallholder farmers, to take care of sustainable land management, to take care of environment protection, if they are not sure about whether tomorrow they will still be on that land. So it's very important that land rights are secured if we want to see local communities contributing in climate change management. So that's where now the land rights, which are human rights, becomes very central in all the measures, mitigation measures, adaptation measures to climate change. And one more important thing is that when when land rights are secured, you have also contributed a lot to resilience, because those farmers whose human land rights are secured will be able to produce, will be able to invest, and that will also not only help, it doesn't only help for them to contribute in measures against climate change, but it also increases their resilience, their capacity to face climate change effects. Because when you can produce, when you can sustainably invest in your land, that increases your capacity to cope with climate change effects. So the land rights, when they are secured, they contribute to climate change management in two ways, mainly. They provide a kind of incentive for farm users to protect land and environment, but also they strengthen the resilience of communities to cope with climate change effects. So in that two ways, the land rights, which are human rights, become very central when it comes to climate change management. Therefore, as a network, we've just started the strategy for 2022 to 2030, a strategy of 9 years, and under that strategy, we want to make sure that human land rights are positioned as a pathway out of climate crisis. When we say that, we see it as a condition sine qua non, especially in developing countries. If developed countries are to succeed this climate crisis fight, because we need these rural communities, we need women, we need the youth, we need indigenous peoples in this fight, and they will not play their rightful role if they have no security on their lands and territories. Therefore, as a network, we believe that this COP will conclude with a clear position on how secure land tenure is going to be at the center of this fight against climate change. And that's why we came here. We came here with a number of sessions and contributions, including this one, where we believe that resolutions and discussions in different sessions will inform programming and will inform also resolutions of the COP, whereby secure rights at country level, at community level, is going to be seen by different actors in the climate change management as a central factor for success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think, Odas, you have said very strong assertions about the fact that we can only succeed in sustainable solutions to climate change, be it adaptation or mitigation, when we have solved the land rights issues, when we get the land right. So I think for not wanting to repeat, I'm going to go to our audience. I see very strong audience here. There are not many, but they are very, very strong. Jane, please take the floor to Madame Gozi of UNOAS. And I would say we have a call for action that will come out of this. And Jane, please, you should open it. You'll give us a quick summary of the call for action in the next 10 minutes. Yes, Madame Gozi, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My name is Ngozi Amwe. I'm Head of Research and Analysis at the UN Office for West Africa. We cover 17 countries in West Africa and the Sahel. I really appreciated this discussion. I think any time we talk about human rights, this goes to the core of humanity. And so we always have to keep our eyes on human rights. Now, of course, at this COP27, everybody comes with their entry point. And so I wonder with human rights, if it's not a kind of a worry that you talk already that climate change affects the most vulnerable populations. Yeah. And that means that the most vulnerable populations are often the ones that are victims of lack of human rights in general. And so then when you then use climate change and say that the first entry point should be human rights, it's almost like you open the Pandora's box of rights that should have existed before. I mean, right to food, right to water, right to health, right to education. And so I wonder how you control all of these rights from using climate change as an entry point. The second question, I didn't hear much about the fact UN Women says that of the agriculture force in West Africa, over 50% are women. And it goes to 80% if you actually take in the value chain, meaning, you know, from planting to harvesting to packaging to processing and going to the market, you get to 80% are women. But I didn't hear much in your presentations about this gender dynamics and how about the rights of women, you know, to land and to other human rights, and the fact that in many countries, you know, depending on the country, women have a harder time having legal rights to land. Sometimes it's cultural rights to land. And what you are doing in your respective areas to focus in on this, which I think it's very important, because if we don't, you know, separate a little bit how it affects women and men, we're missing something. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much. Any other? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Adamu Amadou. I'm from Cameroon. I'm National President of Bororo Social and Cultural Development Association, Boskuda. Okay. I really like the sentence that says land right is human right. I really appreciate that sentence. Why? It's because for many people, for many communities, land right is a big issue, but for the pastoralists, it's really the situation is worse. Why? Because of their lifestyle, which is different for the majorities of communities. While again, they are one of the people who are taking care, who are preserving the healthy environment from their lifestyle. For example, if I consider transhumance. People think that pastoralists are moving because just by pure hazard. But listen, if you are standing in one place right now in the soil, you can see the sign of your steps here. But when you are moving, it's hard to see to see how you are destroying the soil. That is exactly what's happening with the transhumans, for example. Moving is to help the environment, the ecosystem in which they are living, to regenerate. And this is to preserve environment. But sadly, many people don't consider like cattle herding is a way of valuing land. If you go to my country, for example, to have a land title, they will say, okay, you have to value the land. But when the commission comes, they say, okay, they see the bush, and then they say, okay, it's not valuable. You move. While herding is valuing land, it's their own way of valuing their land. So this issue deal with human right and land right. I think we need this triangle is really need to be pushed and to make a large community to understand that everything is linked. Thank you very much.
Yes. We have exactly 10 minutes to leave. Yes,
Yeah, thank you. Just 1 minute. Firstly, I agree completely that part of the challenge that we face is we do not recognize the value of land use and land management systems that have actually been demonstrated over centuries. But my point, I want to take a point that Ngozi started. You see, my critique of the climate change movement is that there is this underlying assumption that we all have that addressing climate change is somehow going to address all of the development challenges that we have faced. This ignores all of the historical, the structural, the systemic issues which actually condition us to be susceptible to the impacts of climate change. There have at times within this movement been debates that have sought to actually look at supporting systemic change. This is not radical. This is actually reformist. So we've talked about new climate economy. We have talked about blue economy. We have talked about all of these alternative economic systems, which are critiques of capitalism, but which do not, in fact, attempt to change, to create a system which replaces capitalism. Now, the point that we should be making in this discussion about rights-based approaches to climate change is, firstly, to understand the systems, economic and political, which have actually marginalized the human rights that we are talking about, and discuss how those systems can be resolved instead of assuming that climate change, the climate response itself, is going to address human rights. There is, in the Paris Agreement, already, yes, there are aspects of it. I mean, one of the main negotiations is about response measures, which is looking at the impact of the different climate response measures on human rights and so on. But I think we need to move away from this assumption that addressing climate change is somehow going to be the silver bullet to the problems of problems. Yeah.
Jane, thank you very much. I think we are running late. We are leaving from here at 8 o'clock on the dot. Please, the last speaker, Brother Linus.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I want to thank the speakers for the wonderful contributions and insights. It's really good, and also for the questions that have been asked. But if you're talking about human rights approaches to climate change or dealing with climate change, then I think you should go to some of the issues that Ngozi and James just mentioned. But it shouldn't just be, the best way to deal with climate change is stop emissions, because emissions are the reasons why we're having climate change. So how could then citizens across the world apply their human rights the way they've applied the human rights in all other areas or sectors or jurisdictions, to say, are you going to take somebody to the International Court of Human Rights to say, my government, you must stop emitting by this amount because you are violating my human rights? How would this work? Because I think just looking at human rights from how you respond to climate change, actions on the ground or in NDC, some people are saying, human rights should be included in climate change, in NDCs, the way you do gender and so on. But I don't see how that would change things unless you apply your human right and then hold somebody accountable to ensuring that the emissions are reduced so that you don't have climate change.
Thank you very much. I think this issue is, when you look at the topic, it seems simple, but it's jam-packed. If we have to unpack it, we need it, and events like this will never. And I think it's unfortunate that we have not given enough time for this debate. But I will give 1 minute to others to give an attempt, on trying to respond to some of the issues that have been raised. Jane, please, for the microphone. And I say I'm very happy to see our brother of Mbuskuda, which I know very well, coming from Bamenda. So I'm happy to see you here, and I hope that we can have a few minutes.
Thank you very much, Elvis. I will say a few things. I really like all the comments, and some are talking very directly to our work. For example, when you raise the issue of women and their role in agriculture, they feed all of us, but they have no land. and that makes them very vulnerable to climate change. That's why for ILC, women and rights is the top priority. We work to influence policy reforms in different countries in a way that they are women rights sensitive. But we've seen that there's a wrong way to go. We have good policies in many countries, but we are very much behind in terms of policy implementation. And we see barriers. We see a lot of barriers, cultural barriers especially, that really prevents the good policies to be effectively implemented. So, but it's a top priority for us and for many other actors on the continent to ensure that women rights are secured and that they don't just have to produce, but they have also control over this production, because this is the only way they will be resilient to climate change effects. I also like the idea of our brother who actually said system change. And I think this is exactly the same that you're talking about. How can we use human rights to stop emissions? I think this is interesting, and it can take, I think, a whole day to discuss. But I think the two are very connected. And if we could respect human rights, if we could be human rights mindful, we wouldn't be emitting a poisonous product in the atmosphere. Because this is exactly against human rights. And that's why this, this whole topic of climate change, of pollution, I mean, it's simple. In all countries, you will see laws against pollution because this is exactly a human rights violation. But I think it shows how critical human rights could be if they were really applied across this climate change discourse. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have to continue this discussion somehow. So Jane, quickly, for 1 minute, give us a round up and so that we close exactly at 8.
Thank you so much to our online speakers. Thank you for your in-depth discussions that you have shared with us. Thank you to our in-person colleagues that you have joined us, and we appreciate all of you. So in terms of key recommendation, we are also collecting inputs also through this side event, and of course we'll share the outcome report and recommendation in due course. So we appreciate you and thank you so much. Let's ensure that as we get out of this side events, the issues of right-based approach, human rights programming in a climate change discourse as well incorporated, and as well as upheld the recognition of security of land tenure for the communities, marginalized communities, IP, youth, and women are critical to mitigate, adapt, and build resilience to our community to climate change. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jane. And on that, let me say on behalf of the Africa Union and all the partners, thank you for organizing this event. And I think we could not, this was a very important topic. I'm mindful of the issues of climate change and the discussions that are going up with the negotiations. So thank you, and hope we continue talking human rights as we debate and we negotiate climate here at COP27. Thank you very much. Shukran.